Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Speaking times will be determined by the total number of public comment cards and callers in the queue at the start of each public comment period. For 1 to 20 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 3 minutes. For 21 to 39 total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 2 minutes. And for 40 plus total speakers, each speaker will receive up to 1 minute. No additional comment cards or calls will be accepted once the public comment period begins.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and the Parking Authority. Today is Tuesday, November 19th, 2024. As we begin each meeting, I ask that you join the council in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support of our beloved Burbank community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening, both in person and virtually. We encourage each of you to take a moment right now to reflect on our community and the work that we'll be doing together tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we're united in our shared passion for this wonderful city that we all call home. And as we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what it means to those around us. Let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you all very much. That takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to invite up my dear friend Jamal El Amin to lead the chamber in the pledge tonight. Jamal, thank you for volunteering. Get the mic on. Everybody can hear me? We can hear you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jamal. Appreciate the good sportsmanship. That's fantastic. Ms. Clark, how are you tonight?
I'm terrific. How are you, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, I'm living the dream. Can you please conduct the roll?
I will. Councilmember Anthony?
Pleasure to be here. Present.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Present.
And Mayor Schultz.
I'm present.
Thank
we have
you.
a quorum, 5-0. Good work, everybody. There will be 6 periods of public comment tonight. I apologize, everyone, but this is the part where I need to go over all of the instructions, so bear with me a moment. But if you are hoping to give public comment, now's the time to tune in and pay attention. So as I said, there will be 6 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. That's the first public comment period that we'll have tonight. You must submit your card or call in before the general public comment period begins. Now, the first public comment period is for general public comment, meaning any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item that we'll be discussing this evening. If you're here in person and would like to speak during general public comment, you should have and still can submit one of those yellow public comment cards available when you walk in the door right behind Chief Albanese, and you can turn it in to Ms. Clark or Ms. Ty right over here. Now, if you'd like to participate in the general public comment by phone, you can call right now to get in the queue at 818-238-3335. You will be placed in a queue until the general public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. If you'd like to participate in public comment for tonight's public hearing by phone, you can call any time between now and the beginning of the public hearing item. That is the same number, 818-238-3335. And again, you'll be placed in a queue until the public comment period begins, at which time no additional calls will be taken. There will be additional public comment periods available following each of the reports to council this evening, and those will be taken in person only. Lastly, we have interpretive services available to assist with those making public comment tonight. We have both Spanish and Armenian interpreters here with us tonight, sitting in the front row. Please connect with them if you are in need of services, and I will just mention to our interpreters that if there is no request made of you, tonight we have a general public comment and a public hearing, but at the conclusion, at the start of the public hearing period, if no one has made a request of you, you are welcome to go, and I thank you in advance for your service to the community tonight. With all that said, we now turn to announcements. I ask everyone to direct your attention to the screens. We have 4 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for November 19th, 2024. From November 18th to the 26th, the City of Burbank will conduct a residential route review of trash bins as required by California Senate Bill 1383. This law mandates annual waste audits to help reduce contamination by ensuring recyclables and organic waste are sorted properly. No additional steps are required from residents. Inspections will take place at random along regularly scheduled refuse pickup routes. During this review, items will not be removed from containers. Authorized staff will only perform a visual inspection of the contents. Households will receive a cart hanger or label with feedback on proper recycling, helping everyone improve waste sorting practices. These inspections, managed by Go20, supports the city's commitment to reducing waste and protecting the environment. For more information, please contact zerowaste@burbankca.gov or call 818-238-3900. Kick off the holiday season at the Holiday in the Park annual holiday celebration on Friday, November 22nd from 5 to 9 p.m. Experience the joy of live music, food trucks, kids' activities, photo opportunities with Santa and characters, a vintage car show, local vendors, and more festive fun. Admission is free. For more event details, go to visitmagnoliapark.com. The Downtown Burbank Winter Wine Walk and Street Fair returns Saturday, November 23rd. San Fernando Boulevard from Magnolia to Olive Avenue will be transformed into a festive wonderland featuring local wine tastings, live entertainment, a variety of artisan vendors, and a magical snowfall for all to enjoy. Tickets are available for purchase online at burbankwinterwinewalk.com or at the door while supplies last. The City of Burbank is gathering feedback through January 15th to help improve its bus stops. The community is invited to share their thoughts about any features and amenities they would like to see at the bus stops, as well as their general experience with transit. To complete the survey, visit the City of Burbank website or scan the QR code on your screen. This concludes this evening's announcements.
All right, thank you, everyone. That takes us to our one presentation this evening. In a moment, I'm going to invite someone very special to the Burbank community up. But as many of you know, each mayor has not one but 2 keys to the city that they can give away in the course of their mayorship. And tonight, I'm really excited, and now I am going to call him up. My friend Ryan Friedlinghouse, the CEO and founder of West Coast Customs, come on up. So I hear Ryan doesn't like a lot of public speaking, so I'm going to embarrass him a little bit here. But I just want to share a little bit with all of you about why I selected Ryan for all the work that you've done at West Coast Customs and all the work that you've done to give back to the Burbank community. So I'm going to share a little bit of information about Ryan and what they've been doing at West Coast Customs. And then we have a videotape for you all to see to learn a little bit more about what they're doing, and then we'll get the show on the road. West Coast Customs, most of you have probably seen it up there near the Empire Center. They are known for their original designs and concepts, cutting-edge technology, and unrivaled craftsmanship in the industry. Now, the company moved into Burbank into their 60,000 square foot headquarters in 2014, and over the past 10 years, West Coast Customs has been actively engaged in our community. They've employed Burbank residents. They've worked closely with many, many Burbank businesses. They've hosted community events, and they've partnered with the Burbank Unified School District, and this is such a cool fact. They partnered with BUSD to offer West Coast Customs Academy. With that, let's, Ryan, you can take a seat if you want. It's about a 10-minute video. But let's all turn our attention to the screens and watch and learn a little bit more about what they have done to give back to the Burbank community.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
What started as a $5,000 loan from my grandfather became this.
I was around before all the other guys was doing it, and I was around before all the other guys was doing it. So people, when you see us, just say thank you.
We're still here. We're building amazing cars, and this is just the beginning of what we're getting into.
How many cars have we done?
We got 8.
Oh my goodness.
But Will pushes the envelope on us.
He always wants us to do bigger and better things from the last build that we did.
It's the freshest, coolest, dopest thing on the road.
Really appreciate the minds you have.
It's like I get them in my head, and now I got a really good team upstairs where we can put them on paper, and then my team out the back can build it.
We're going to do this. We're going to make history. We went from building mini trucks to building a roller coaster. That's a pretty amazing accomplishment. So who knows what's next?
The academy was something that I came up with back in 2016 when we had an issue just finding good talent. It really started making me realize, like, maybe we can build some sort of an academy like what I do at SEMA every year, where we're building cars live with people that are interested in working with my guys. And that's when it really began. We take the 360-degree approach to learning. The students learn every aspect of a car build. A student may come in thinking they want to be a fabricator, but by the time they're done with the program, they end up wanting to be upholsterers.
We always stay later. We want to get it done. Our team is very big on like wanting to do it well. Not just wanting to do it, but make sure it's good.
That's what makes this school different than any other trade school. I learned because schools taught trades: auto shop, wood shop, sewing. But today, things are definitely different. It's all about computers and technology. But what if you're a kid like me? Dyslexic, good with my hands, not so good with textbooks. Our society still needs skilled labor, now more than ever.
There's always going to be vehicles, there's always going to be cars. People are always going to want to modify, custom, upgrade. And so there's always going to be a need for places like West Coast Academy.
The manual labor, the skilled jobs, we're seeing a huge decline. And the window for jobs that pay six-figure salaries working with your hands is getting larger, but the audience is shrinking.
All right, so I'm here at my homie Gamma. Right now we're just starting the final assembly of the seats. We got our luxurious foam here. We're just gonna start to slip over some of the diamond stitched sleeve that we made. Neither of us have ever put anything on a seat before like this, so this is our first shot.
From that passion, the best workers are born. When you love what you do, it's not your job, it's your life.
Even like the measurements are so precise, and like learning about Ohm's law, all of that voltage, parallel, series, all of that was just from today. So there's a lot to talk about.
This shop is amazing. It has everything you need to be able to do the job you need to do. To have everything in-house under one roof, it's truly a dream.
But the dream is so much bigger. The beginning is inside the shop at West Coast Customs. But the future is for West Coast Customs Academy to have its own campus and program that can be expanded into other cities and states.
I think it's amazing. I mean, I didn't even know it existed until the day it started. And I'm here having the best time of my life, you know? So if that means other kids can have the same opportunities I did, then I would preach it, you know? Make it bigger, do as much as you can.
Ryan just opened up the door to, hi, here's a career. If you work hard, you could go in this direction. And it seems so limitless. And for someone like James, he just absorbs it like a sponge. So for him, that's all he talks about now is the future and what it really means to him. It's exciting to see.
As a woman, I would never get this experience, this hands-on, anywhere else, because when I'm growing up and in my front yard, my friends are going to play with dolls or they're worried about the mall or boys, whereas like guys, they sit in the front yard and tinker with their cars all the time. To be this deep and this hands-on with actual professionals who know what they're doing, as a woman, it's like definitely, I don't even know, I can't explain it, honestly.
So I try and hold it together, but this was a place that Christian could come to be celebrated. It means that much.
This is what Scott's mom said. Quote, Ryan isn't building cars anymore.
He's building futures. He's building character. He really is making a difference. He's gone on to people building.
It's powerful.
All right, Ryan, now you got to come up here and stand uncomfortably, okay? I'll have you stand right here. So in a moment, I'm going to make the award, and I'm going to see if Ryan has anything he wants to say. But Ryan, I just wanted to tell you why I picked you for my second key to the city. One of the things that you didn't see covered in the video is that if you live in Los Angeles County, and you're between the ages of 18 and 23, and you want to do something incredible with your life to provide for yourself and your family, you can take a 2-semester, 24-week total course at West Coast Academy absolutely free. Ryan has been giving back. That's right, give it up for Ryan. For a decade, West Coast Customs has called Burbank home. You've given back to our young people. You've been a great partner with the Chamber, and never once have you asked for recognition. You haven't done it because you wanted an award or you wanted to be celebrated. You've done it because it's the right thing to do. And so, Ryan, this is the very least that I can do, but it's the highest award that a mayor can honor any member of the community. So, Ryan, long awaited, well overdue, and so deserving, I'd like to award you with this key to the city. Do you want your family up here? Yeah, come on, family. Now I'll jump in, okay.
Right here. And one more.
Okay, Ryan, I apologize. This is the least favorite part. Anything you'd like to say, though?
I want to say thank you for sure. This is the best city I think we could have chose to bring this business and build this academy, and we're excited. You know, it's been 10 years. There's another 10 years for sure.
Before, because I'm going to have everyone do it one more time, we're going to give you a huge round of applause. Before I do, if there is a young person watching, or we know a young person who maybe this is a great career path for them, where can they learn more about West Coast Customs Academy? How can they apply? Any information you got on that?
It's all online at westcoastcustoms.com.
All right, so you heard it, folks. westcoastcustoms.com. Go there, check it out. Ryan, thank you for everything that you and the whole team do for Burbank. Give them a huge round of applause. And with that this evening, Mr. Hess, do you have anything to report?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I do. That is not an easy act to follow.
Are you offering a free course to kids, or what do we got?
Let me think about it. I'll report back. I'd like to call up our interim library services director, Melissa Potter, as well as our park and recreation director, Marissa Garcia, to provide a quick update on our new allied security services at the libraries and the parks.
All right, welcome, Ms. Potter, Ms. Garcia.
Hello, Mayor Schultz and Vice Mayor Perez and council members. We have a couple slides to share with you today. A few. All right, so we're on the next one. Okay, so as you've seen in all sorts of industries, especially the airlines, customer service has been more difficult since 2020. Patrons and customers came back more frustrated, more quickly prone to anger, and more aggressive. This creates extra stress for library patrons and staff. As part of addressing these issues, the library has contracted with Allied for security ambassadors to patrol Central and Buena Vista libraries. This is in addition to our existing part-time monitors who are now scheduled at Northwest and during hours not covered by Allied. And we have a picture, but it's not up there. All right. We have 2 library ambassadors looking out for safety issues, and they're on the 3rd slide. They are, oh, somebody could have told me that. There we go. So they are here they're at Buena Vista and Central, and they are inside and outside. They're keeping the area calm and inviting, and we're very grateful to council for letting us try this approach. This additional support has helped to ease tensions and let staff focus on providing excellent customer service to everyone in our libraries. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and council members. Similarly, as Ms. Potter shared, our parks are, sorry, was hoping to avoid this, but our parks provide a vital community spaces for recreation, social interaction, and cultural activities. However, recent incidents of vandalism, increased disturbances, people experiencing homelessness, and antisocial behavior have also increased in our parks and raised some awareness about public safety. And these incidents have impacted the overall park experience. Therefore, we have also, Parks and Recreation have contracted with Allied Universal Security Services to provide regular monitoring of our parks and facilities. Just a reminder, we have 42 parks and facilities in Burbank, in which we are hoping that our community engagement can be enhanced through providing information, additional resources to our community members. Also, they provide, or it would be able to provide rapid response to incidents and enhance maintenance, safety, and security by identifying preventative maintenance issues and reporting hazards. Park Patrol Program, as we're calling it, is served with 3 full-time security ambassadors. 1 is a roving supervisor and 2 are security ambassadors that provide patrol of our parks 7 days a week, including holidays. Our current schedule is Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and on Wednesdays and Thursdays from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. These 3 fine individuals are our Park Patrol Security Ambassadors. The gentleman in the middle is our supervisor, and the 2 gentlemen on either side are our wonderful security ambassadors. They are equipped with flashlight uniform, stand out, flashlights, gloves, smartphone with a proprietary data management application software, as well as we have 2 dedicated vehicles. Seeing that we have multiple facilities that they have to go to, we have those vehicles as well. And while Ms. Potter and I are speaking specifically to our parks and libraries, I do want to remind council that Allied Universal Security Services does provide homeless outreach, and just want to share for the benefit of council and the community that the new dedicated homeless assistance hotline number is 818-238-5888. With that, Ms. Potter and I are happy to answer, or we're here if there's any brief questions. Again, you will see our security ambassadors with the uniform, blue, black, and we're really excited and thank council for the support in providing the funding and approving the contract. Thank you.
Well, thank you both. I'll see if there's questions in a moment, but I have one question. Just to be clear, if you see something and you want to say something, the number is 818-238-5888?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted Councilmember Anthony to remember there's 3 8s in that, 5888. There's a lot of numbers there. Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Takahashi.
This is a great update. Thank you so much. So with the phone number, is that available online on their website, or how do people, if they forgot, how do they find it again?
Yeah, so the number I shared is a homeless outreach number that is available online through all of our social media, the press release went out in our homeless, on our website, our homeless services page will have this number.
Great.
That we hope is really easy for everybody to remember. Yes. Oh, and we also do have the 311
Yes.
app as another form of communication and sharing any information that regarding homelessness.
I was going to ask about that.
Sure.
So the current or the previous 311 app homelessness section will not change? That's the same?
Correct.
And then it will now go to the allied services?
Correct. It's just we're just changing our service provider.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins?
I was going to ask the question regarding 311 app, and I know most of us were like, what about 311 app? Can you tell us how long the response time when somebody does indicate on the 311 app that they've experienced something or they saw somebody that they need to have to pay attention to? How long of a response is that?
Are you referring specifically to homelessness?
Yes, correct.
I'm not the best person to answer that question. I don't know, but I can let you know that similar to parks, our homeless outreach team is also equipped with 3 staff, a supervisor, as well as 2 ambassadors. I am not familiar with their current schedule, but I know that we all worked really hard to maximize the coverage. My assumption is that staff will be responding fairly promptly with, at minimum, an acknowledgement of receiving the request. And depending on the situation, some requests might take a little bit longer to address, depending on what the incident entails.
Okay, thank you. Well, as long as they respond back to the individuals that made the request, that's what's important, and have an acknowledgement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vice Mayor Perez and then Councilmember Anthony.
Just one question to tack on to that. So once somebody reaches out, they are in contact with folks, they may respond at that time and then go address the situation. Is there a response at the end, like as a resolution, like this person was outreached, they received services, or whatever the situation may be, we've responded to the incident? Is there something like that at the end?
Again, I'm not the most equipped person, but I would tell you that there's probably some confidentiality.
I have a feeling Mr. Prescott might just have an answer. Just a hunch.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Our Homeless Services Coordinator is pretty good about communicating with members of the public who are inquiring about services. As was indicated, there's different kinds of follow-up. If you have an encampment situation, you cannot expect it to be resolved the same day, right? Of course, you know that. But if it probably would not be a good use of resources to let someone know we went to the library. In fact, Allied at the library and parks would probably be a result of library and park staff contacting them or their normal visits to those properties. Our homeless services team, though, responds very quickly. I know myself, whenever I say, Bob, there's someone, and they're out there. But there's not typically a call back to a resident saying, we reached out and they have this problem. You know, there's some confidentiality things with some of the folks. So, yeah.
Right, and I understand that. I think my question was more regarding, and I think Councilor Mullins and I have both experienced in a situation where maybe somebody reaches out, they get a response like, we'll handle it, and then that's about it. So I was just wondering if there was a closing the loop on the situation. Like, I know we can't tell them exactly what happened to folks or exactly how it was resolved. And I know there are many instances where we may go out and we may not be able to produce the resolution that people want just because of laws that precede us.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it's sort of like code enforcement. We get the complaint and we investigate and follow up on it. And sometimes it doesn't seem like anything's happening, but we're citing people, for instance, and going through that process. It's the same with an encampment of people. I would have to talk to Bob, the team, about that follow-up, but Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Mullins.
That's okay. You want to finish your thought?
Just, it would be very challenging to provide, for instance, a personalized response to every 311 request that we receive for everything in the city, time consuming. But I hear what you're saying. Maybe there is a way to, get a bounce back email, it's been received. I know we do that. So, yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Prescott, for that, because I think one of the frustration that we continually hear from our residents is they didn't get a response. They don't know what happened, or if they happen to cite an individual, homeless individual in front of a business sitting there for hours and hours, and they call in or report it to 311, they don't see any changes. They don't see staff showing up. So there's always tend to be, did anybody even get my message? Are we following up? So even if we have an automatic response that we will, thank you, we receive it, we will get back to you, something in that sense, so to ensure that our residents do get a response.
I believe there is that automatic bounce back, but I'll just double check on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony, anything on your end?
I just wanted to confirm Allied Security, their unarmed response, and they're not engaged in citing criminal activity or arrests or anything like that.
Right, they're unarmed. If there was a really big situation, they would be calling the police to come and back them up.
Okay, thank you. Just confirming that. Thank you.
Okay. And if you don't have the app, that number again is 818-238. How many eights there, Anthony?
5888.
He learned. That's fantastic. Thank you for the assist on that. Mr. Prescott, welcome back.
Through the
What
power
else?
of the internet, I have learned there is a case closed notification that's sent to people who inquire. Yeah.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Prescott. Colleagues, anything else?
Thank you, Patrick Prescott, for looking at that. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hess, anything else on your end?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Mr. McDougall, would you please report out on closed session this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, the City Council met this afternoon at 4 p.m. to discuss one item of existing litigation in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 in the matter of Fuentes versus City of Burbank. It was a personal injury case, and the City Council took no reportable action this evening.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. In a moment, I will be calling out each speaker's name as well as the person who's next in line to speak. In order to keep public comment moving in a timely manner, we have a designated seat right here in the front row for those who are next up to the podium. As a reminder, a timer is available on the podium. This is also, right now, this moment, a last call for anyone who needs an interpreter or for purposes of general public comment. So if you need an interpreter, we have one sitting right over here in the front row. You may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but if you do, you won't be able to later speak on that item following the staff presentation. We also ask that you state your name for the record. With all of that said, the general public comment period is now beginning and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. Madam City Clerk, how many comment cards do we have for public comment?
16, and one person may call back, so 17.
So 17, including the person on the line?
Yes.
Okay. Then, in accordance with City Council policy, each speaker will have 3 minutes. All right. With that, our first speaker this evening is Jamie Kieser, followed by Carrie Krull.
Good evening. I am Jamie Kieser from the Burbank Chamber of Commerce and here to speak about 3 agenda items. First is Agenda Item 10, the parking meter zone in downtown Burbank. I specifically want to recognize the deliciously stylish new Palma Restaurante. Burbank desperately needs more high-end restaurants, and we currently have Morton's and the Castaways and as the notables. This location has had nothing but challenges over the years with restaurants who have occupied that space. It would be a significant boost to Burbank to do our part to help set them up for long-term success. The parking meters in front of their restaurants pose problems, and what they truly need is a valet parking option. This is the owner's second restaurant in downtown Burbank. and they have invested a significant amount of money to help make the downtown area thrive for locals and attract patrons outside Burbank. I strongly encourage the city to please work with Palma, because if they are successful, it will help to attract other high-end establishments to open their doors in the downtown area as well. Next is agenda item 11 on the outdoor dining in private parking lots. Burbank currently has 7 restaurants that fall in this category, and the space was created during the pandemic as a way to serve their customers. Here we are close to 5 years later, and there's still no concrete decisions about being a permanent or temporary solve. During this time, it's been part of their restaurant landscape and something customers truly enjoy. Not to mention the time and significant amount of money that has been invested to build out their space. I'm asking the city to work with these restaurants to finalize the plan that allows them to continue with their outdoor dining. It's become essential for their restaurants. Pushing it off for another year is too much, so please make this a priority. Last, and extremely important, is agenda item 13 on minimum wage increase. Small businesses and restaurants in general are in survival mode right now. Adding an increased minimum wage is too much, too soon, and will drive these mom-and-pop shops right out of business. Let's use Rubio's as an example. They closed 48 locations due to the rising cost of doing business in California, including minimum wage hikes. Thousands upon thousands of fast food workers have lost their jobs in the state overall. Small businesses cannot afford this, and their small margin can put them out of business quickly. To learn more about the ongoing struggle, I encourage you to visit restaurantdollar.com to gain a better understanding.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate your comment. Next, we have Carrie Kroll, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and Council. I'll just be really brief. I'm speaking on behalf of only the New Deal, as Romancing the Beans patio has been in place for years, long before COVID. But I know I can say personally for myself, having that patio has been a lifesaver for us. It's doubled our capacity. It's allowed us to have private events in the back, which most of you know that are sitting up there. Am I allowed to say that? And it has also been a significant investment, which we would lose, obviously, if we had to get rid of the patio. So given the weather that we have in our state and why everybody lives here, it's just nice to have that, and we actually really need that for survival. So that's it, and I just wanted to say my 2 cents, and thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have David Donahue, followed by Ron Bax.
Mayor Schultz, council members, my name is David Donahue. First of all, congratulations, Mayor Schultz, on your election, and Mr. Anthony, congratulations as well. My comments are to address you, Mr. Anthony. As you know, I have no problem cutting videos and featuring you. In honor of your win, I decided not to do that tonight, even though I have a good one of you at the Metro Board, which is my reason for commenting to this body. Council members, Mr. Anthony has been comporting himself as representing the city to the Metro Board again. He said, I'm so happy to be here. We are so excited to be pro-transit. Yes, the city of Burbank is pro-transit, but Mr. Anthony, I fear, is alluding to other things that the council has not voted on. I would ask you to let us know, the public, has the council encouraged Mr. Anthony to speak on your behalf, on our behalf? Because as a matter of fact, as the president of Vision Burbank, this is our number one issue. The number one issue is the Metro and the BRT, whether it's going to be a dedicated lane or it's going to be mixed flow, which this council has voted for. So we're paying very close attention to it, and we would like to have just a little bit of clarity so my organization, the other organizations that I'm working with, can kind of figure out how we're going to work on this. We want to be a partner. We want to be able to say that we're working together and not in an adversarial kind of tone. Right now, what I'm seeing is something that's getting us a little bit concerned on Councilmember Anthony's actions. We would just like a little bit of, I personally would like some clarification if I could, please. Thank you very much for your service. And again, to the both of you, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Next, we have Ron Bax, followed by Patricia Rivera.
Ready? Good evening. First of all, be warned, I'm going to go off script, okay? Over the past 2 years, numerous housing providers have presented expense increases they have experienced. Because they are fragments of their operation, a full picture cannot be drawn. A large Burbank housing provider has recognized this shortcoming and compiled the data on page 2. Let's turn to page 2. He provided increase year over year from 2019 through 2023. He hasn't done 2024 because the year isn't complete, so it won't be representative. He gave the increase over 2019, in other words, the entire span, and then he did the averaging. I added the compounded increase from 2019. You can use whatever figure you're comfortable with. Some people like to use the year to year. Some people like to use the entire span. I like the bottom one here, which shows you the trend when you're at a particular point or a curve fitting. So he's got expenses and income. And most people, let's go to the increase of 2019, 34.809% and 12.15% for his increase in income, okay? The housing provider is a large enough and sophisticated enough entity to not need any advice from me, hence page 3 contains zero input from me. I hope you'll read this paragraph at the top when I complete and the next speaker comes up, because I don't want to read the whole thing. I won't have enough time. But I will read his conclusion. For any objective observer, these trends are clearly not sustainable and over time will force most small investors out of the market. I think that sums it up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Patricia Rivera, followed by Mark Scroggs.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Patricia Rivera, and our family owns Tequilas Burbank, and we are partners with Morrison Burbank. Also present, we have Berrigan's, Morrison, Granadas, The New Deal / Romancing, The Bean, and Sella Cafe. We have concerns regarding the proposed formation of a committee for possible local wage increases. As small business owners, we already comply with existing wage and parental leave laws. However, we are undergoing exceptional financial vagueness. It is compounded by a challenging economic climate and increasing cost. For the following reasons, we strongly oppose to any additional increases. Wage increases trigger a domino effect, significantly impacting payroll costs, workers' compensation premiums, employee taxes, and employer contributions. Food costs have skyrocketed, while food margins are shrinking. Utilities and operational expenses have also risen dramatically. Increasing wages could force us to make difficult decisions, including layoffs. Maintaining a consistent workforce is already challenging, especially post-COVID, with fewer applicants for entry-level positions and unreliable attendance for scheduled interviews. Reducing staff due to increased costs would affect our daily operations, potentially degrading customer service. Our non-tipped employees are paid above the minimum wage requirements. Servers, while earning minimum wage, significantly increase their income through gratuities, making their overall earnings competitive. Any wage increase would force us to raise the menu prices, shifting the financial burden to our customers who may be unwilling to bear the cost. Small businesses like ours lack the resources to adapt creatively to escalating operational demands, leading to closures in the long term. These proposals make us feel disconnected from the city's understanding of the challenges small businesses face in today's economic environment. Despite these challenges, we take pride in our employee retention. At Tequilas, our retention rate stands at 97%, and 5 team members have been with us since before we took ownership 15 years ago. We are proud to have cultivated a positive and supportive work environment for our staff. In conclusion, we ask the city to consider the real-world implications of additional wage increases for small businesses like ours. These challenges risk not only the livelihood of local business owners, but also jobs and services that sustain our community. Many business owners do not.
Sorry. Thank you for your comment, though.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Scroggs, followed by Eric Hawk.
Good evening, everyone. I want to follow up on the last meeting where Gavin Newsom's additional tax incentive proposal was discussed and brought up. I've started reaching out to many people on my industry list, my clients, my friends, people who work in it, and we're creating a playbook on how to reach out to our representatives all around, from you guys to the governor and beyond, about what we want, what we need, because I think the entertainment industry, the regular people have been kind of left out of it all. It's usually like some lobbyists, the guilds, and the trade associations, and they really don't speak for us and what we need. I've started Blue Sky and Substack, which I love, accounts which I plan to start sharing information. I think we need to be creative and aware of like trends and formats. You guys won't know what vertical short forms are unless you're young, but they're huge, and it's all coming from China, and that's where the money's going back to, even though they're shooting here with non-union crews and non-union actors. So we just need to be ready for the next trend. You know, we can keep an eye and ear out for that. People like to talk, you know. I emailed everybody after the last meeting that I think town halls and focus groups with Burbank residents who work in the industry and people who are local employees here who don't necessarily live in Burbank but work here would be great, because I receive so many questions and I read so much good information. You know, I'm the one speaking right now, but I'm just talking on my own behalf. I know what other people are thinking. If you have a bunch of people there together, a lot of great things can come out of it. So after the holidays, you know, we could probably think about it. And there's a lot of companies, you know, Worth is going to have those sound stages. They're going to need to have ideas to keep them open. So then they've got space. I used to work in a Worth building. Also, with the elections over, people are thinking and focusing more about the erosion of the industry and what's going to happen all around, but with the industry. People don't want to shoot or move to most of the states where there are tax incentives. Trust me, Louisiana, that's what I'm going to say. They want to stay here. I know a lot of people watch this, you know, watch these meetings. I hear it all the time. So start reaching out. I'll bring information when I have my other stuff together soon. Okay.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Eric Hawk, followed by Randy West.
All right. Hey, and good evening to the members of the City Council, wonderful city staff, and others who've taken time out of their evening to participate in this meeting. For the record, my name is Eric Hawk. I'm the current president of the Burbank Community Band's Board of Directors. And first, a big thank you to this City Council. I do, and the band does appreciate the support for the work that our local volunteer band does do. As many of you already know, the Burbank Band has had a big start to its 2024-2025 season. On Saturday, October the 26th, the band had its Halloween concert in Burbank at First Christian Church. I'm happy to report the show had a great turnout for haunting tunes and larger than ever participation in our audience costume contest. And this is saying something because we wound up being up against the Dodgers in Game 2 of the World Series, so really happy that the community came out to support us. Less than 2 weeks later, the band had 2 more shows in honor of Veterans Day. On Friday, November 8th, the band played at the Burbank VFW on Magnolia Boulevard, which was a neat experience. The band, of course, sounded great, but it was not a traditional space, as we're a little squeezed into that location. Really interesting experience. Those of y'all who could not make it, we may do this just one more time, probably the Friday of Memorial Day weekend. So you know, put that in your little phones if you can, because that'll be a neat little experience there for sure. And then the Monday, November the 11th, the band performed at McCambridge Park, as some of you saw and heard, and as part of the city's Veterans Day ceremony, for which the band it's always very special for us to be guests of and performing for the community here at Burbank. The music, so in a little over a month, the Burbank Band will have its last concert of the calendar year 2024. This is going to be our December holiday show. This will be on Saturday, December the 21st at 5 p.m., and the band will perform at First Christian Church of Burbank at 221 South 6th Street. The music is going to be a great collection of familiar holiday tunes, with unique instrumentation. Among some of the pieces, a collection of familiar holiday cartoon themes, including the Grinch and Rudolph from that great sort of claymation and cartoon era. And we'll also play a really cool version of Drummer Boy with Ravel's percussion underneath it. So it's really going to be very, very neat. The performance, that's an extra one for you. The performance on December 21st at 5 p.m. is being made possible by the generous support, and thank you so much, generous support of the 2024 Burbank Arts Grant. And if I read the recipient list correctly, the performance will be the final scheduled performance of recipients this calendar year. So thank you for your support, and please come out and support the band on December the 21st.
Thank you for your comment. And Councilmember Anthony, that was 3 2s and a 1 on the address, right?
That is correct.
Just want to make sure you're not missing any details.
Perfect timing.
Next, we have Randy West, followed by Joe Pimienta.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Randy West, and I'm honored to discuss to this August body something that we have in common, the love for Burbank, and the line that you use in your press releases and website about the small town feel. I think I'm representing that as a direct quote or paraphrasing it. You know, I wonder, in all due respect, how many times you consider what the precedent set by the dozens of city council members who've preceded you in creating this town with the small town feel. Do you consider them and what they brought to bring us to this place when you make suggestions about paid parking and parking meters downtown? 125 years of the cars in Burbank, and to my knowledge, there's never been a parking meter, and a $1.2 million affair with a non-competitive bid situation seems like a massive overkill. You know, we did lose some spots. I do support the downtown merchants, but that would cost us some spots with the patio dining. We also lost more spaces with the one-way direction of the thing. So we've lost a lot of parking space. I understand the need to want to turn them over. However, I think it's very heavy-handed to vary from the years in which Burbank has offered free parking. There's a solution that's very simple that I beseech thee to consider. You already have a 90-minute parking regulation. I have never in my time here in Burbank ever seen a car ticketed for exceeding that. I've never seen anybody get a ticket for that. So before you jump into 1.2 million, I would suggest that you consider having one person on the technology exists with the license plate recognition that you can tell how long somebody has parked there just by riding by on a parking enforcement tricycle or other motorized vehicle. Charging a 2-drink minimum and a cover charge for the thrill of being downtown. There are other Starbucks and other great Thai restaurants and many other things that are duplicated elsewhere. No disrespect to the folks who operate downtown. I think it would chase some people. Myself, I would think this is heavy-handed, and I would lose interest in doing business downtown because I don't think it's necessary. Again, you already have the solution. Try 6 months of actually ticketing people who, 1 ticket, 2 tickets, conditional, Pavlovian, people stop over parking. I don't think you've taken a chance to see whether that would be effective or not. And again, this is the town with a small town feel. Mayberry never had a single parking meter in it. They gave away a speeding ticket to Danny Thomas once. That was the beginning of a series. But there was never a parking meter. And I really think that you should try enforcing the 90-minute rule that you have. Thank you so much. Ding.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Pimienta and then Michael Reese.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, and every person present in the chamber. I'm going to be a bit of a buzzkill this evening. So the election happened, and as we all know, apparently this country has chosen to have a convicted felon as a leader instead of a prosecutor. That's disappointing. Also, we happen to live in a state that decided to not get rid of slavery and to not raise the minimum wage. Also very disappointing. I do want to congratulate both, Mayor Schultz for your win. That's great, and I also do want to congratulate the people that were running for the Burbank School Unified District. Congratulations, and not to mention, hooray for the passing of ABC. That's great. But the thing that I want to focus on the most is that the city of Burbank has chosen 2 council members that have outspokenly said that they are in support of housing as a human right. And I think that's great, because that way we can actually continue the conversation of how housing as a human right should also continue to be accessible, affordable, and more importantly, sustainable. So as a participant of the Burbank Tenant Union, I will continue to be showing up and trying to remind you of that, because again, we still have tenants that are going through unfair displacement, a lot of difficulties, and the difficulty of sustaining their living. With all there is much to say, and very excited for a lot of the agenda items. Once again, I just want to thank you for your service. I know that we are running late into the year, but for all your work and for all the effort that you've been putting forward, thank you so much. Thank you for everything, and once again, congratulations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. My last in-person speaker card for general public comment is Michael Reese. Did I say the last name correctly?
You did. It's got a Z, but it's silent.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Reese. Thank you for your time. I just really want to very briefly bring up an issue that is related to parking and will affect everybody, every resident of Burbank. It's not related to the parking meter issue. It's something completely different. Currently, with the expansion of businesses within Burbank, which is fantastic, many of the residential neighborhoods are requiring permit parking so that the residents have a place to park. Currently, there is an effective permit placard system being used. Come January 1st, I believe it is, it's been extended now, but come January 1st, that will be replaced by an outside company who will require everybody to input their license plate, their car, into a computerized system. There's going to be no more placards. Every visitor you get, you will have to manually input the information of every car that visits you, and each time you input it, it will cost you an extra $5 on top of what you paid for the privilege of putting it in. That is an untenable system. I live in a neighborhood that is a combination of apartments, of residences, with elderly, with disabled, so I'm speaking on behalf of all of them. If you're elderly, like my 90-year-old neighbor, who's not facile with a computer, every time her home care worker comes to visit her, she is now expected to input car, license plate, make, model, and pay an extra $5 every time the home care worker comes. If you live in an apartment and don't have a driveway for someone to park in, every apartment person is going to have to pay $5 just to have a visitor. There's no placard. I do have a solution which already exists. Keep the placard system. Let people have those so they can hand them out. Permanent residents can actually file with the city like they're doing now. The system works now. I recognize the need for the city to raise money, so if the price of the placards need to be increased, I'm sure people would pay more, or they at least would have their own wherewithal to decide if they want to do that. I just wanted to raise the issue because it's impending now. It has not yet been put into effect, and if there's any way to stop it and keep the current system so that our elderly, our disabled, our apartment neighbors, and the single-family residences won't have to deal with this, it would be greatly appreciated. So thank you. That's what I wanted to raise.
Thank you for your comment.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It turns out we actually do have one more in-person public comment card. So next up, we'll hear from Vicki Kirschenbaum.
Hi, thank you. My name is Vicki Kirschenbaum. I am the chair of the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and I'm sharing with you the position that we did share with you previously in May of 2024. The commission recommends that Burbank City Council support the Metro proposal for dedicated lanes on Olive Avenue to accommodate the new rapid bus transit line. To attract and maintain ridership, the BRT needs to be as safe and as efficient as possible. Car travel on Olive Avenue is estimated to be delayed by less than 2 minutes with the installation of designated bus lanes. In addition, the Commission recommends the creation of a BRT station on the Olive Avenue Bridge that will enable the city to get funding it has long sought to rebuild the bridge. That bridge urgently needs a safe pedestrian walkway, an improved connection to the train station, and Burbank bus pink line stop below. So I strongly urge you to get this on the agenda, to discuss it, and to make a decision to move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Just to triple check, Ms. Clark, any other in-person public comment cards?
That's all.
Okay. We have now completed in-person general public comment and will be moving to call-in public comment. For our callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and be sure to take your phone off of speaker setting when you deliver public comment so that we can hear you clearly. Madam City Clerk, do we have any callers on the line?
We currently have 7.
Okay, let's send the first one through.
The first caller is Liz Radley.
Liz, you're on with the council.
Good evening. I'm Liz Radley, admin of the Burbank Glendale Griffith Park Equestrians, a group of about 1,000 people. And thank you for taking my call, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and staff. As a professional trainer specializing in safety, I want to follow up, Mayor Schultz, on your visit down to the area by the Mariposa Street Bridge. And I know you had expressed concern over how low the fence is there on that pedestrian and equestrian trail. We all, of course, agree with that. And I recall that you had asked for further information on whose jurisdiction it was so that as we concern ourselves with the risk of someone else falling into the river, whether that could be made safer and the fence made higher. I haven't heard any update on that. Maybe I'm out of that loop, but in my communication with the Army Corps of Engineers, I'm told that that portion of the pedestrian and equestrian trail is on City of Burbank public land, and that Army Corps has an easement there to access the river for maintenance, but they are not responsible for the trail there. Perhaps City Attorney McDougal can give us an update on that. But there is the risk, apart from the risk of someone falling in, that if it is indeed simply an easement for them and the liability possibly would fall on the City of Burbank. So it is worth the City Attorney giving us an update there. And again, just a reminder of the very good news that the Mariposa Street Bridge is now on the National Historic Register. We really appreciate the work done by the City of Burbank to maintain that, because it is used so much by pedestrians and equestrians in order to access the 44 miles of trails in Griffith Park. So that's it. Thank you very much, and I'm hoping to hear an update at the end of this section of the meeting, if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Liz. Next caller.
The next caller is Katie Wanner.
Katie, you're on with the council.
Hi, everyone. This is Katie Warner, a longtime Burbank Rancho resident and owner of 2 properties in the general Rancho area. I'm just calling to express my support and sort of represent the upswelling support in the neighborhood that the council adopt the staff's recommendation to vote to extend the emergency ordinance protecting the Rancho area. This is usually the point in a city council meeting when I trot out my sort of veritable dog and pony show and one of my kids hops on the line, but they're both playing in Burbank soccer leagues right now. So I'm here to report from them. Please maintain the recreational structures we have. When we lose outdoor space, when we lose equestrian access, it never comes back. And this is where I hope that my kids can continue to live the rich heritage that the Rancho has had for so long. So I appreciate the work that the staff has done, and I hope to see a good vote from the council on the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment, Katie. Next caller.
The next caller is Jim Lane.
Jim, you're on with the council.
Thank you, everyone. Jim Lane. I'm actually calling from downtown Boston. I'm back here working for the week, but I'm calling about an issue that it has been an issue for me for many years here in Burbank. For those of you in the room who don't know this, the city manager has a clause in his contract that allows him to get a free membership at the Lakeside Golf Course. This is a practice that has been going on for years. I have complained about it for years to the council, and it seems every time that the city manager's contract is renewed, people don't read the contract very closely and don't realize that clause is actually in the city manager's contract. I find this a completely untenable position. It compromises the city manager in a very bad way. A couple of weeks ago on the City of Burbank Facebook group, I brought up this issue. And former Mayor Gary Brick weighed in and said that when he was mayor, which I think was around 2009, he also was offered a free membership at Lakeside Golf Course. And he took it, he said. And then I started talking about that, and Mayor Schultz actually weighed in and said that he was never offered a free membership at Lakeside Golf Course. People realize this is worth tens of thousands of dollars, okay? Mayor Schultz was never extended an invitation or free membership, and he also said to his credit that he would never accept it. So my question is this: how many mayors in the previous years were given free memberships to Lakeside Golf Course? And I'd like to know about that. And was that ever disclosed by the mayor to whoever that's supposed to be disclosed to? So thank you very much for your time, and I'll say good night from Boston.
Thanks for your comment, Jim. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Nathan Adair.
Nathan, you're on with the council.
Hi, my name is Nathan, as you've just heard. First, I want to say congratulations to Mayor Schultz. I look forward to having you represent me in the Assembly. That's not what I'm calling about today, though. Today, I'm calling about the bus rapid transit because, honestly, I'm very excited about it. It will be so great to get to my destinations for a lower cost and with less stress. To that point, I think that the subcommittee is off to a great start. It's great to see the agreement firmed up around credit for utilities, which haven't reached end of life yet. And it's also great to see the discussion around converting a car travel lane to a dedicated bus lane in the downtown section of the route. Again, great progress. However, I can't overlook the fact that the subcommittee was created when the City Council received overwhelming feedback in favor of a dedicated bus lane on Olive between Buena Vista and Lake. And yet, the subcommittee has yet to address this topic. Meanwhile, other politicians have tried to block or measure our funding, and LA Metro has looked into ways to circumvent our permitting process. So, I would like to request that City Council agendize an official vote on dedicated bus lanes in a future meeting. I think that by taking this off the plate of the subcommittee, you will free them up to keep addressing the minutia of details that they need to take care of for this massive project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Nathan. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Deborah Clark.
Deborah, you're on with the council.
Great, thank you so much. I'm calling regarding the residential visitor parking passes and actually echoing what the gentleman a few people back said so eloquently. We absolutely enjoy the benefit of having restricted parking in our residential area, and we are more than willing to pay for that annual pass. Even though the price keeps going up, I think it is worth it to us. But I want to speak specifically to the visitor parking passes. I understand that the new system will require all visitor passes to be issued online with a license plate number entered. And rolling out in January, that new system sounds quite restrictive, and actually it reminds us of living in an HOA system, which we expressly chose not to live in when we purchased our home. So I have two simple requests for the council to consider. The first is that you allow residents to continue to purchase some parking pass placards that can be hung in the rear view window. It's very inconvenient and at times probably impractical and impossible due to work, travel, etc., to have to enter a license plate number of every vehicle that's visiting, as well as being cost prohibitive. I had not heard the $5 a car price before. But this is going to help with both visitors, guests, friends, but household service workers, gardeners, home caregivers who are in and out over a pretty short period of time. The need to go online each time and get them a pass just seems really like something we don't want to do. The other request I would have, number two, is to consider that visitor parking be allowed on residential streets on holidays without a pass. So that when my family comes over on Thanksgiving, I don't have to worry about the passes. And then the parking people can have the day off too, which I'm sure they would enjoy. So I know that with all the important issues in our city, this seems a bit trivial, but I know it's an area of concern to many of my neighbors who I believe have been sending emails, making phone calls, and it really is something that, while it's small, speaks to the quality and ease of life for Burbank, which is just one of the many reasons why we enjoy living here. So thank you for listening and for acting on behalf of the residents. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment, Deborah. Rest assured, there are no small issues. They're all important. Thanks for making your voice heard tonight. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Laura LaRocca.
Laura, you are on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz and members of the City Council. My name again is Laura LaRocca, and I'm a resident of the Burbank Rancho community. Tonight I'm calling to voice my support for a second extension of the urgency ordinance of the City Council extending interim development standards for the Burbank Rancho neighborhood. As you know, the action is in response to California Senate Bill 423 and must be taken by a vote of the Council. Adoption of the proposed second extension urgency ordinance is necessary to qualify for temporary relief from SB 423 for equestrian neighborhoods. According to the staff recommendation, the planning effort is fully underway. However, additional time is necessary to complete the project. A second extension of the urgency ordinance for additional 12 months will allow the project team to engage in an extensive community outreach and craft policies specific to the Burbank Rancho neighborhood. Adoption of the second extension will have no impact on the city's general fund. Given the limited number of City Council meetings left in this cycle, it is imperative that immediate action is taken. I hope you agree with the staff recommendation and approve this extension, and look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Laura.
That was our last caller, Mr. Mayor.
You were ready on that one. Okay. There being no further public comment, I now declare the general public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from the City Council, the City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Would anyone like to begin? Oh, Mr. Hess, you're ready. Let's hear what you got.
Yeah, I'd like to call David Kriske from CDD just to address the, not any of the agenda items, but related to the residential parking permit. So,
Okay, transportation guru, David Kriske, come on down. He really is a guru. He knows everything.
That's his official title, though, right?
If I could give titles, it would be.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Kriske, just Assistant Community Development Director, and
For now,
I would like to take the opportunity to clarify and give some information about our residential permit parking program. So thank you for letting me talk about that. I do understand and commiserate with some of our residents who are adjusting to a new system that we put in place that really started back in May when the City Council approved us to move forward with updating our entire permit and parking enforcement platform. So it's permits, it's citations, it's citation management, it's potentially paid parking. We updated our system to a new platform with the real express purpose of vastly improving our enforcement of parking citations and management throughout the city, which includes a big part of that is our residential permit parking program. We have gotten over the years criticisms that folks agree to impose permit parking and all the inconveniences that that causes in exchange for the protections of nearby commercial or other businesses, and in exchange for that they expect good enforcement and good management of that. And so we're not able to do that with our previous system, and so one of the big reasons we recommended to upgrade our system is to make that enforcement vastly better, with the ability to make sure folks are only parking that are supposed to be parking. So part of that system is everything is moving to plates as the credential to park. So whether it's paid parking, whether it's permit parking, whether it's tracking the citations and the management, the plate becomes the credential to park. And so the first tip of the spear of this is our permit parking program, which is up for renewal every year in around the fall time, and we have extended that to roll out this new system so that we can be on that new platform. So just to clarify, the rules for the permit parking program have not changed. It's the way you show your credential to park that is changing. So generally, permit parking zones, you buy up to 5 permits for the vehicles that are at your residence. We check the registration of those vehicles once a year with the permit renewal and the proof of residency, so that we know that you live there and that your car is housed there and you have the permission to park. So that's not changing. We have always also offered annual visitor permits. So this is the hang tag that was mentioned. So in addition to the cars that are registered to your address to the residence, you are offered up to 2 annual visitor permits with a hang tag that you could give to visitors, and that is not changing. And then also beyond that, if you had additional need for more visitors than the 2, we've always offered single-use day permits for $1, and that has not changed. What is changing, the main thing that is changing, is the stickers of the resident permits and the hang tags for the visitor permits are now going online to the plate system, because the parking enforcement system is using, again, the plate as the credential to park. The parking enforcement officers are now will be driving down the street collecting the license plates. If you're in the system, if you have a parking permit based on your plate, there's no notification. Your permission to park is there, and the enforcement officer continues. If it comes across a vehicle without a permit, that doesn't have the plate in the system, it stops, pre-populates the ticket. The parking enforcement officer can go out, verify the vehicle's location, and then issue the citation. And that's where the enforcement efficiency comes in. So what has changed, as I said, is for the visitor hang tags, and that's the biggest complaints that we've gotten, is the change from meeting your guest at the front door with the car to put the hang tag on the mirror. Now it is going out with your phone and grabbing the plate and putting it into the system to make sure that that car is parked appropriately. We don't charge $5 for the annual permits. We have $1 per day or $5 for 5 days, and that is also registered online. So that is the main change. The other change is we've issued 2 annual visitor permits, and folks are complaining that we now are issuing 1. Because our municipal code explicitly talks about 1 annual visitor permit is allowed for people. So we have also made the change to make our new system compatible with the municipal code. However, given that we've had a lot of consternation, we are looking internally to see if we can revert back to the 2 so that folks don't have that additional change and burden put on them while we're rolling out the new system. So we're looking to see if we can keep to the old standard rather than institute the new reduction from 2 to 1, because that has been a lot of the complaints I've seen are 2 is bad enough, 1 is really inconvenient. And also, just as an aside, we also offer for folks that do have regular home care folks, nurses, home health aides, babysitters, other personal care or attendance, we offer a caretaker permit. It's not on the website, it's not in the portal, but if you give us a call, and we do have folks that have taken advantage of that over the years, we can add that as well. It's kind of like another annual permit that you can put the plate of that person, and you can swap it out into that permit as well, so that person can be in the system and not have to hassle. So within the limits of the code, within the primary desire to make sure our enforcement is meeting the standards of what the residents demand for enforcing those permit parking zones, and also allowing as much flexibility as we can within that system. Those are the ways that we're rolling out the new system. But again, I do understand it is a new system that folks are getting used to, and it does have a different way of showing that you do have the permission to park.
Thank you, Mr. Kriske. I think we have several questions to follow up on that. Before I get to my colleagues, just one.
We're approaching the limits on brief responses to public comment.
Fair enough, but I think staff's given a response. I think the council's entitled to ask a couple brief questions, Mr. McDougall. Mr. Kriske, I just want to make sure I understood you correctly. Were you saying that while the code has always said one visitor pass, our custom and tradition is we haven't really stuck by the code?
We have done two, and I've had this operation under me for about 3 years. My parking analyst has been here for about 7 years, and we're not sure where the two came from. It's always been. We think we can potentially get around that because there is another part of the code that says that the community development director in a permit parking zone has the ability to manage and implement permits to effectuate the permit parking zone. And so we're looking to see if we can be a little flexible and restore some of that flexibility to our residents so that we're not constraining them even more than changing the system.
Okay. Thank you. Colleagues, keep the questions brief, but I think I heard Councilmember Mullins first, followed by the Vice Mayor.
So my concern, and thank you for explaining this really quick too, one is obviously the scenario, what we heard about an elderly person, they don't have access to electronic equipment to input the license plate, and it would be easier to hang the permit. Is there any way, is there any way we can assist them, or can we make an exception for elderly folks who have a caretaker that comes in and help them out? Is there any way we can assist them with that?
So for caretaker that's a regular user or a regular visitor and they want to take advantage of the annual visitor permit or perhaps the caretaker permit, we can get them set up. If you give us a call, we can get them set up with the new permit as well as adding the plate so that then it's a one and done and they can just have that going. Also, if they are swapping out different plates for different visitors with the annual visitor permit, we can always give us a call. Most of our, I would say 85-90% of our permit zones are business hours, and so you can give us a call and we will swap the plate for you.
Okay, and really quick, what I highly encourage, and you might have it already, but it seemed like there's a lot of confusion with how much we charge, what's going on with the change. We need to put something on our website spelling this out step by step.
Yes, definitely we do have information, but it's clearly not working, so we will definitely update that.
Yes.
I will say that the annual visitor permit and the annual residential permits are $26 per year. So you don't pay $5 on the annual visitor permit. For the what was a hang tag, it's $26 per year, same as the residential permit. The additional, if you have additional guests beyond your annual visitor permit, it's $1 a day or $5 for 5 days.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I had a question in a similar vein, but I think now that that's been answered, it's more of a comment. I think, as one of the speakers mentioned, for folks who perhaps cannot go online and do this process, we need to have a viable option. And if it's to call in, then we need to give them that number and that information like from the get-go. Because I understand that we need to change the system, but I know there are folks, I know there are older folks, there are folks who are visually impaired who cannot hop on the website and sign up for these permits. So I would love to see, and if we can get that back at some point, just to see what that option is for folks. And if it
Okay,
works.
we will do that, and we will take another look at our information because obviously it's not getting out there well, so that we'll make sure that it is.
Thank you. Councilmember Anthony.
Real quickly, a senior or someone with a disability, if they need a caretaker permit and it's not on the portal and they didn't happen to watch tonight's meeting where it's not on the agenda, they're going to be lost. So however we can square that, there's got to be a way for someone to easily access that button to be able to get the caretaker permit.
So yes, definitely, we will definitely redouble our efforts. Again, the caretaker permit's not new. We've been doing the caretaker for at least 3 years. If you go to parking.burbankca.gov, or if you call us 818-238 5290, we can get you squared away with the additional, with the caretaker permit. There's another few special circumstance permits that apply very infrequently if you're a building landlord or other things. So we don't clutter the portal with all those random ones. So that's why we ask you to contact us for those.
Thank you. Anything over here? What was the number for someone to call?
818-238-5290.
5290. Thank you. And I would just say, I am sure that if we were to consult with the Senior Citizen Board or the Jocelyn Senior Center, I'm sure they have ways to help us and get the word out about those caretaker permits. So just a thought. With that, thank you, Mr. Kriske. Mr. Hess, anything else?
Yeah, if I could just make the record clear, I do pay for any and all lakeside expenses. The city does not pay for any of that. So I just want to make that clear.
Okay. As a follow-up, Mr. Hess, do you happen to know if any mayors, not me, of course, but anyone else has had a membership? Would that be within your knowledge base?
I do not have that knowledge.
Did mine get lost in the mail? Because I never.
I do not know.
All right. If you see a mini golf subscription out there, send it my way.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hess. And for what it's worth, I wouldn't accept it. And I'm also a terrible golfer at that. Colleagues, who'd like to go next? Councilmember Mullins. Quick to the button. Okay. Councilmember Anthony tonight.
I'll be very brief. Thank you to all the speakers coming down. There was a lot of discussion for later agenda items. We'll get to that, including Mr. Donahue. Yes, I agree. I think the conversation we're going to have later on the subcommittee is going to clear up a lot of stuff. The one thing I wanted to mention, Mr. Pimienta, I understand what you're talking about. It's hard to see what's going to be coming soon from our federal government, but just know that we are a very responsible group here, and we are actively looking at ways to keep the city safe, fiscally responsible, our citizens safe, and the community in an upstanding, and we're looking towards progress. That's what we're doing. So thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Councilmember Anthony. Vice Mayor Perez.
All right. Thank you, everybody who came tonight to comment, and thank you to the folks that called. I will address all of the folks who commented on the agenda items when we get to each item, as I'm sure all my colleagues will do as well. I did want to say, Mr. Scroggs, thank you for bringing up the entertainment industry issue, as you always do, and specifically a task force on this issue. I believe that is one of the items I have asked the city manager for, so I'm excited to hear when that's coming back. Along with that, I want to thank Mr. Hawks for the information about the upcoming holiday concert. I hope everybody can attend. They're a wonderful community group, and they do this for free for us. And then finally, for the parking platform, the last thing I'd like to add, it's a comment. I hope that folks can also reach out to the city and contact our staff with your concerns. In the past, we have been very productive when there was a change in some kind of system, some kind of striping, something. We don't always get it right. So if you have a concern, I think it's very well, you live on the street, you know it better than anybody. Please call the city, you have the number, share your concerns, and share what's working, what's not working. And if that doesn't work, reach out to us. You have our numbers, and you can reach out to us via the website. So thank you for that. And finally, hearty congrats to Ryan from West Coast Customs. Ryan, you're an amazing human being, and everything you have done for the Burbank community and all the young people in our community is, oh my God, I can't even begin to congratulate the amazing things that you've done. And you make a mean smash burger. So thank you for everything you do.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do want to thank you for giving the key of the city to Ryan. Great choice. He's just an exceptional businessman in our community and helps our children. So thank you for acknowledging him and giving him that key of the city. Well deserved. I'm going to go down everybody who spoke regarding agenda items. As the Vice Mayor said, we're going to address that during the agenda item. Even though, and I do want to acknowledge Mr. Donahue, even though we do have it on the agenda item, I'd like to quickly answer you and said, no, the subcommittee did not ask Mr. Anthony to speak on our behalf, but we'll get into it under the agenda item. And also, Mr. Scrott, thank you. Town Hall, you keep giving us good information, so keep doing that. Mr. Hawks, thank you for always promoting the band, and we appreciate all the work you do. We talked about parking enforcement, and I do have a question, Ms. Radley, I believe, that called in regarding the Rancho pedestrian trail. Was staff going to respond to her question or concern? Or I believe she raised a question regarding the pedestrian trail, and I didn't hear.
So we've looked at this before, and I don't believe the city owns any property except the Mariposa Equestrian Bridge itself is part of Mariposa. All of the portion south down the river or east of the bridge is Griffith Family Trust and part of the City of Los Angeles, as well as owned by City of Los Angeles, with overlapping Los Angeles County Flood Control and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on both sides, as well as Pollywog Park, which the Army Corps of Engineers is currently rehabilitating into riverine habitat. So I do not believe the city owns the property of the fence, and it would require agreements with the Army Corps of Engineers. It's worth a look back into it, but I know I've looked at this issue before regarding easements, behind the properties on Valley Heart, and I believe it's all flood controlled property.
Thank you. And if we do have any type of documents or notes that were sent previously to council, if you can forward that back to us, I would really appreciate it.
I haven't sent any communications to the council.
In the past? No?
No,
Okay.
I have not.
And finally, everyone who really came tonight, I know Ms. Keiser had to leave, but thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of our business community, and we'll address those issues. So with that, I lead to Councilmember Takahashi.
Through the mayor to Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone who came out to speak tonight. Thank you, those who called. Thank you to all those who sent us emails, and really appreciate the contact. And also congratulations to Ryan at West Coast Customs. I did not know about this program, so it was really exciting to hear about this inspirational program. That's free. That's crazy. And for the items that were discussed and public comment for the agenda items, I took note of all of your positions and your concerns, so we'll address that when we get there. And for Mr. Scroggs, you mentioned that you have a Substack. Is he still here? Okay, you have a Substack. I want to get signed up for it. Anyone else in the community, if you have a Substack that relates to Burbank, I want to sign up for it. So let me know. Send it to me. Or any other newsletter or anything that you want. You give regular updates about your concerns in the community. And then Mr. Hawk, always a pleasure to have you come and tell us about your community band. Unfortunately, I was not able to make it to the holiday. I really wanted to go, the Halloween, I really wanted to go, but we're going to go to the holiday one, and our kids are going to go. It's going to be awesome. It's always awesome. Let's see, the rest of them were already addressed. So again, thank you to everyone for coming tonight, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Colleagues, staff, thank you very much for the brief response. To the members of the public who came in person and called in, thank you all for taking the time. You all have busy schedules, and I appreciate you being here to make sure that your voice is heard by the council. Most of you did address agenda items, so I'll try to get to your comments when we get there. To Mr. Donahue, I'll just say, echoing what Councilmember Mullins said, no, if there were ever a position or any statement that needed to be conveyed to Metro or to any external body, if not the subcommittee, I would certainly reckon that it would be the mayor representing the position of the city, or perhaps the city manager. So no, any statements made by an individual member of council, to the best of my knowledge, were not authorized by council. I know I certainly didn't take a vote to make any such authorization. However, I wasn't there, so I'll have to let the record speak for itself. Mr. Scroggs, I just wanted to say thank you for always showing up and advocating for the entertainment industry. I'll leave it to the next council, but we do have ad hoc committees, and perhaps having an entertainment industry ad hoc committee might be worth exploring. We certainly have one. What? Oh, apparently it's been agendized. So I think there's one terrific community member who would love to be involved in that ad hoc subcommittee, and I'll call you tomorrow, Mr. Scroggs. We got some stuff to talk about, right? All right. To Mr. Hawk, I just wanted to say thank you to the Burbank Community Band. They show up every Memorial Day, every Veterans Day, and they perform for our community. And kind of like Ryan tonight, they don't really ask for credit. They just do what they love, and they love to give back to Burbank. So thank you to the band, and to anyone else who wants to support their work. Go to a show, publicize them on social media. They're really terrific, and it's all volunteer. And if you can play an instrument, they're always looking for musicians too. Joe, thank you for your comment, and I just want to say I fully agree. Housing is a human right, and I hope that every candidate keeps their promises that they make along the trail, and I'll leave it at that. And then to Ms. Radley, I will follow up with you, Liz. This is the first time hearing of it as well. If, in fact, Mr. McDougall, his analysis is correct, then it sounds like I can connect you with Councilmember Nithya Raman, 4th District, City of Los Angeles. It might be a City of LA issue that we need them to get involved with, but we'll continue to work on that. Thank you, everyone. And with that, we now move to our consent calendar this evening. As a reminder, the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, would you please read the consent calendar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 8 items on tonight's consent calendar. Item 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the regular meeting of October 29th, 2024, and the dark meetings of November 5th, 2024, and November 12th, 2024. Item 2 is introduction of an ordinance amending Burbank Municipal Code sections 2-4-601 and 2-4-603, transient occupancy tax. Item 3 is adoption of a resolution awarding contract documents and awarding a construction contract for bid schedule number 1517, Community Services Building Security Enhancements Project. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution authorizing acceptance of funds from the Southern California Library Cooperative in the amount of $7,535 and amending the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget by appropriating funds. Item 5 is authorization to accept grant funding from California Library Literacy Services in the amount of $36,715 and approval to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Item 6 is adoption of resolutions approving the establishment of the title, specification, salary, and conflict of interest code designation for the classification of diversity, equity, and inclusion manager, revision to the specification for the classification of sign language interpreter, establishment of the salary and conflict of interest code designation for the classification of client technology supervisor, and adoption of a resolution approving the citywide salary schedule. Item 7 is approval of a joint purchase agreement between the City of Burbank and the City of Glendale with Airbus Helicopters Incorporated for the purchase of a helicopter for the Burbank-Glendale Police Joint Air Support Unit and approval of an amendment to the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget in the amount of $1,019,089.20. Item 8 is approval of a sole source professional service agreement with Keycode Media Incorporated for the purchase and integration of audio-visual equipment and equipment support renewals for the City of Burbank's Community Services Building, Room 104, and to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 adopted budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. Councilmember Mullins, I think you had a question on number 6.
Yes, I actually want to make a couple of comments. To the city manager. Yeah, it would be really brief. Under item number 6, which is implementing of a new position for DEI, I also, which is something great that we're taking the initiative to take a look internally and also externally in operation. I would like to request that the individual that we'll be hiring to also to review and take a closer look to city codes, procedures, and any applicable regulations in our code and policies that we may need to update or bring back to council for changes of our regulations and how we conduct our work and policies in the city. The other request that I'd like to make, if possible, to bring within 6 months of implementation of that position, is perhaps bring back an update to City Council to find out what challenges did we face, what challenges we had, and then also some of the solutions and accomplishments that we have done with this new position. Because I think it's a very important position that's going to play a good role in the organization, and as I said, like internal and external.
If I could just clarify, 6 months from today or 6 months from when we
No, I would
actually
not ask you from
hire someone?
today.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Once you onboard the new employee and they get a good start, I think 6 months within evaluating the process, that would be great. Thank you.
Of course. Colleagues, before we call for a motion, any other questions or comments on any items? I just had one quick question for our police department, item number 7. I believe it would be our police department. Welcome back, Captain. My question is really simple. I recall not that long ago, the city was the recipient of a gift of an outgoing helicopter. I was just wondering if you could speak just for a minute or so on the specific need for item 7.
So the specific need for item 7, this is a replacement of a patrol helicopter that we have in service right now. The received donated helicopter, it proved very useful for orientation, for familiarization work. As we get deeper and deeper into it, the cost to outfit and retrofit a 35-year-old helicopter for frontline patrol duties was growing more and more prohibitive, and the diminished returns on that were being seen. It was very valuable to us in assessing and looking at the platform that we have decided to go to as we're needing to transition away from the helicopters that we're using currently.
Great. Thank you very much, Captain. All right. Colleagues, unless there's any other questions, we can take a motion.
I'll move to make a motion to adopt the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mullins, second by Perez. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Clark, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony,
Abstain on 7, yes on everything else.
Councilmember Mullins.
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Schultz.
Yes, items 1 through 6 and 8 pass 5-0. Item 7 passes 4-0-1, noting the abstention of Councilmember Anthony. All right, this is now the time and place for the public hearing for adoption of a second extension of an urgency ordinance establishing interim development standards for the Burbank Rancho neighborhood, an equestrian district with certain other requirements in response to Senate Bill 423, which added California Government Code Section 65913.4, Subdivision R. If you would like to comment on this item in person, and if you haven't already done so, you can now submit a salmon, or I would call it pink-colored public hearing card to our city clerk. If you're going to be speaking by phone, please call right now at 818-238-3335. As a reminder, you will be placed in a queue until the public hearing comment period begins. One final call for our interpreter services. If you need an interpreter, he's sitting right there in the front row. When we start, sir, if you haven't had any requests, thank you and enjoy the rest of your night, okay? Before we begin, of the 3 council members remaining, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Okay, seeing no disclosures. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have, Mr. Mayor.
And does the council have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter? And if so, have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, we received 46.
Okay. At this time, I order that all 46 communications and documents be made part of the record with no objection from my colleagues. Seeing no objection, at this time, would the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Schultz. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the City Council. My name is Amanda Landry, Principal Planner with CDD Planning. And for your consideration is a request for an adoption of a second extension of an urgency ordinance establishing interim development standards in response to Senate Bill 423. Can I have the presentation, please? So last fall, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bill SB 423, and it went into effect on January 1st, 2024. SB 423 amended California Government Code Section 65913.4, which is also known as SB 35, related to streamlined ministerial approval for certain multifamily housing projects. So among the changes that were included in SB 423 is the establishment of a temporary exemption for the streamlined ministerial review of multifamily housing projects on proposed qualified sites. So qualified sites are those that satisfy the following criteria. That the site is within an equine or equestrian district designated by a general plan, specific plan, or master plan. The general plan applicable to the site contains and has contained for 5 or more years an equine or equestrian district designation where the site is located. That the equine or equestrian district applicable to the site is not zoned to include residential uses, but authorizes residential uses with a conditional use permit or a CUP. And that the local government jurisdiction has a state law compliant adopted housing element. The only equine or equestrian district designated within the city is the Rancho Commercial Land Use Designation, as specified in the land use element of the Burbank 2035 General Plan. Per the general plan, within this land use designation, residential density is allowed on any site with discretionary approval. This is also specified in the general plan consistency tables found throughout the zoning regulations. However, the phrase discretionary approval is not defined in either the Burbank 2035 general plan or the zoning regulations. And although a conditional use permit or a CUP is a discretionary review and approval, that phrase discretionary approval is not consistent with the CUP requirement as specified in SB 423. And therefore, without the urgency ordinance that's in effect, the city does not meet the qualified sites criteria. And then the Rancho Commercial Land Use Designation would not be eligible for the exemption. And just as a reminder, the sites designated with brown on this map are those sites that are in the Rancho Commercial Land Use Designation. So to be eligible for the equestrian exemption, the zoning ordinance had to be amended to clarify that, again, the with discretionary approval meant a CUP. And to do this, the City Council adopted an urgency ordinance on December 12th, 2023, and subsequently adopted the first one-year extension in January of 2024. And in that time, staff has commenced working on the Burbank Rancho Neighborhood Specific Plan. And this means, and because that effort still is continuing through 2025, a second and final extension for the urgency ordinance is needed for 1 more year in order to take advantage of the provisions of SB 423. The proposed second extension of the urgency ordinance is exempt from CEQA. And with a 4/5 vote of the City Council, the urgency ordinance can again be extended for a second and final time for 1 more year. And it's necessary to adopt this to continue to take advantage of that equestrian exemption. So therefore, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a second extension of the urgency ordinance, extending those interim development standards for the Burbank Rancho neighborhood and equestrian district in response to SB 423. And this has to occur via a 4/5 vote. And again, this will be the second and final extension that will last for 1 year. And that concludes my presentation, and staff's available for questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Landry. You're welcome to take a seat. Don't go too far. The council will now open the public hearing to hear from any person who would like to address the council on this matter. Each person may address the council on this public hearing item only. The public hearing, public comment period is now beginning, and no additional cards or calls will be accepted. To our interpreter, have you received any requests? You're welcome to go. Thank you very much for being here. Ms. Tai, I see that we have 8 comment cards. Do we have any callers on the line?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor, and we have 4 callers on the line.
8 plus 4 means 12, so all 12 commenters will have 3 minutes to address the council this evening. With that said, we'll do it same as we did last time. I'll mention the first person up and then the next person in the hopper, and we encourage you to use that front row seat so you can jump right up and we'll keep rolling. Our first in-person commenter this evening is Roy Simonson, followed by Elizabeth Giddo. And if I mispronounce any names, feel free to correct me before your time begins.
Mr. Mayor, council, and staff, I'm here to ask you to please extend the urgency ordinance on 423. The impact will be far too great and destructive on the equestrian neighborhood, and we need this extension. SB 35 was meant to be a tool to address the housing crisis. A tool, like a hammer, can build things, but it also can make deadly blows and take the life of somebody. This is how we feel. Our neighborhood, our horses are in danger of this project, and we ask that you please extend this, give us a chance to protect our historic neighborhood. With that, I thank you for your time, and please consider this. We need this extension. We really do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Roy. Next, we have Elizabeth Gitto, followed by Veronica Christensen.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Guido. Thank you. And I am a resident of the Rancho, and I own 2 horses. And I've put my Tuesday night aside to come here live, away from my horses, to tell you that I really would love for the extension to happen. I just feel like as a community, an equine community that crosses the border into Glendale, we've taken some significant hits. One of them last year was the Butterfly Project, or whatever that was named, and we lost that one. That butts up right against our trail. We've had to deal with that. Also, in Glendale, I understand it's Glendale, but we've lost Silver Spur. That's been completely demolished, as well as watching Pickwick being built up. And then what happens is there's also an influx of people, a lot of people that don't understand horses or equine safety, and that also poses some problems. And also, just as a resident of Burbank in general, I'm watching so many structures being built, and then I'm having to take my mom to the hospital and wait 9 hours to get care. So I don't understand how this influx of people is really going to help the quality of our lives on a daily basis. And it's happened multiple times at St. Joe's. Also, the traffic on Riverside is ridiculous. And just to travel the 2 miles home in the evening without the Pickwick being built up, without this being considered, without Butterfly being housed, is already an issue. So it's just really, for the first time in my life, I'm thinking about leaving California, because it's gotten to that point for me. I've lived here for 24 years. So I just wanted to share that tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for your comment. Veronica Christensen, followed by Darcy Conkle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to urge you, as members of the Burbank City Council, to extend the urgency ordinance establishing interim development standards for the Burbank Rancho neighborhood, an equestrian district, in response to Senate Bill 423. You are well aware of the importance of the bill and its impact on the equestrian community and the related businesses. And also the living legacy that is the Rancho District. I think we're looking at living history here, and it would be irreparable to lose that. There's no way to get it back once it's gone. Burbank has a unique situation where the history is still there. The history is alive. The history is ongoing. And to end that would be a loss gone forever. You would never be able to get it back. So again, I urge you to vote to extend the urgency ordinance, and keep in mind the ramifications and the consequences if we cannot take the extra time it required to look into all of the ramifications, all of the options that we have available to us. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your comment, Veronica. Next, we have Darcy Conkle, followed by Steve Starleaf.
Good evening, good evening, City Council and staff. I'm just here to ask that you extend the ordinance for another year, and I'm just asking you to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy. Steve Starleaf, followed by Karen Pavlisak. I apologize if I got that one wrong.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, members of staff, and those following at home. Also, I want to urge you to adopt the second extension, the emergency extension, because the Rancho Neighborhood Specific Plan is far from complete. You received a great letter from our neighborhood expert, Nori Wallet. Urge you to read that today. It's wonderful. It mentions a 100-year equestrian center. But beyond that, I want to talk about, her letter talks about, I'm trying to talk fast because I want to get a quick story into all of you, the people behind your decisions. And she talks about the unintended consequences of the Butterfly Gardens, which is 75 yards down from our house, and we live on Valley Heart, 1411 West Valley Heart Drive. We moved there some years ago because our son especially was renting horses. We have a 21-year-old son and, believe it or not, a 16-year-old daughter. And I know you're going, this guy's 90 years old. How does he have a 16-year-old daughter? But we do. My wife is here tonight to verify. Okay, so quickly, we moved to the Rancho area because our son was running horses. Then he got into horses. He went through terrible emotional disturbances in 8th grade. Terrible. Came within inches of him taking his life. Luckily, I was there within feet to say, this isn't going to happen. Any last words, Dad? I said, yeah, this isn't going to go down like this. We went through a period of many years of PTSD, which we're still going through from that. Luckily, he's turned it around. He's 21 years old. He's in school in Florida. He's a success story. Thank God that there. But I want to tell you the part that was incredible. The lady that rented the horses to us said, you know, horses can have a tremendous tranquilizing effect on kids. And there's a lot of people that do this in the Rancho area. So she called up and said, you know, there's a horse named Sky that has been abandoned, abused, thin, malnutrition, all that. Why don't you have him take care of the horse? That was a magical thing for a couple of years. He needed to stay alive to take care of the horse. And there's many stories in the Rancho like that. Thank God there were horses there and not condos there, because that wouldn't have done anything. And it's such a beautiful neighborhood. And there's so many stories of the horses like that. The fact that the impact that has on people's real lives. So I just want you to consider that. I know it's going to go on, but please adopt the emergency ordinance, because we do need to get a Rancho neighborhood specific plan. And as I said, there's a lot of unintended consequences, and to lose that area, Nori told me today that one nail in a horse's hoof can take the life of a horse. Can you imagine a 5-story building in the Rancho? It's bizarre. Mariposa is already a small little narrow street. So I hope you'll adopt the ordinance. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your comments, Steve.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Karen Pavlisak, followed by Kate Adams.
Hi, good night. Thanks for listening, and I think Ms. Landry did an excellent synopsis of why this is so important. You know, being part of Burbank, I am now living here, as you know. I have a horse, went trick-or-treating with my mini horses, enjoyed the culture and community of Burbank immensely. So I'm asking that you extend the urgency ordinance to have planful, purposeful development in such a unique corner of Burbank that offers an equestrian lifestyle, a rural lifestyle, Sky, the life-saving horse, and a beautiful community around a central theme about horse lifestyle right on the edge of Griffith Park. And thank you for extending their ordinance.
Thank you for your comment, Karen. Next, we have Kate Adams, followed by Catherine Rossi.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, staff, and City Council. My name is Kate Adams, and I'm a Rancho resident where I keep my horse in my backyard, and my horse's exercise depends on access to public parks that we ride in. So just to clarify, I don't pay for keeping my horse, and that is a unique privilege because I live in the Rancho. I'm requesting that this council follows staff's recommendation to adopt a second extension of an urgency ordinance for the Burbank Rancho neighborhood and equestrian district in response to Senate Bill 423. Thank you for the time and care in the current planning of the Rancho neighborhood-specific plan. I'm excited to hear the details of the new plan. With the extension of the urgency ordinance, I ask you to continue to use every resource available to you to develop a thorough Rancho-specific plan that protects this vibrant and historic district. I also encourage you to reach out to the Rancho community members and its residents. There is a wealth of knowledge from the residents and horses who have lived here for generations. One thing I know about equestrians is we love to talk about horses. So please come talk to us about how to make this community better. We are eager to help and share our knowledge of how to better this special neighborhood in Burbank. My goal and my dream is that we are able to actually increase equestrians in the neighborhood with this new plan, improving how this district functions as an equestrian district. Also, a simple reminder that Burbank's Rancho District neighborhood is the gateway to Griffith Park and the only way to enter by foot or by horseback. Where else can you ride to the top of Griffith Park, see the ocean, and connect with your community in a way outside? It is simply the best place in Los Angeles County, and I am proud to live here. So please come to our community, talk with us, because we want to make it better for future generations. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comment, Kate. I have Catherine Rossi, and then my last in-person comment card is Elisa Cunningham.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Katie, and I live in the unique Burbank Rancho where I get to have my horse in my backyard. I'm actually Kate's partner. This is the only way that I can afford to have my horse and my developing equine therapy business based in Burbank. I'm requesting that the council vote to adopt staff's recommendation to extend the urgency ordinance. SB 423 served to correct the oversights of SB 35 that have disrupted equestrian communities like ours. Staff's recommendation to adopt the extension of the urgency ordinance is the only logical choice that acknowledges the continuous existence of your equestrian constituents, and this choice costs the city nothing. It's my hope that you will vote protectively for your Rancho community tonight. In the next 12 months, it's my hope that the development of the Rancho-specific plan will include a truly thorough outreach to all corners of our vibrant equestrian community. No one knows what's needed for equine safety and preservation better than equestrians, and we'll warmly welcome your consultation. Your interest in protecting us means everything to us. It's imperative to develop equine-informed objective standards that protect our current and future existence as the Burbank landscape continues to change. Please do your part tonight and in the weeks to come to keep this vibrant and inimitable equestrian historic neighborhood on the map. We and our horses deserve to live safe and healthy lives, and future generations deserve the chance to experience the awe and healing power of horses here as a living slice of Burbank and American history. That chance hinges on how you choose to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Kate. My last card is Elisa Cunningham.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff, once again, you're being asked to extend this urgency ordinance because staff hasn't had the time to complete the Rancho neighborhood specific plan, along with all the other Burbank neighborhood plans that haven't been completed. It's unfortunate that staff's time has been directed elsewhere, but here we are with this issue again. So it's a no-brainer to approve this extension. You know all the reasons. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa, for your comment as well. That completes in-person public comment. Ms. Clark, I think you said we had 4 callers on the line?
4, yes, 4 total.
Okay, just as a reminder to our callers, please be sure to turn down the volume so we can hear you loud and clear. Take your phone off of speaker setting. With that, let's send our first caller through.
The first caller is Sheila Harmer.
Sheila, you're on with the council.
Good evening, council, and thank you for being there and time spent. some of you are very familiar with Rancho problems, and some are not. And I've been a Rancho resident on Mariposa Street for over 30 years, and it just seems to be falling apart. I don't know what we're going to do about the bowling alley stuff. It's up. What are we going to do about traffic? Nobody seems to really give up. But when it came to the butterfly stuff, we've got to have that extension. There has got to be a way that what they want to build does not belong in this neighborhood. I mean, we lost the last boarding stable in Burbank, and the idea of a 2-story office building was not well received. But the current plans for a 5-story monstrosity is nothing but an insult to this neighborhood. There just isn't another 5-story anything. And for miles around, and it's just like there was no insult. It's an insult, and there was no thoughts about the neighborhood. We have to go to maybe to Sacramento, check some records, because some of our legislatures went ahead, and one of the reasons we have SB 35 is because some of our folks from Burbank voted for it. Not everybody, but some of the legislatures did. And we really need to find out who's playing with us and who isn't. We need this extension. We don't know what can happen. I sometimes feel like we're a miniature Yellowstone service with the developers, the greedy developers. Who knows how desperate they're going to be. Please vote for the extension. We need it. Another year, who knows what we can work up or what could go better. I'm hoping something will be better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Sheila. Next caller, please.
The next caller is Lois Westfall.
Lois, you're on with the council.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. I would just like to echo most of those who've gone before who have so eloquently spoke about the reasons for the need for the extension of the urgency ordinance that protects the Rancho from that SB 35. And I just think about looking back like what happened at Pickwick and how that was sold to us as affordable housing. We need affordable housing in Burbank, and the starting price on those townhomes is $1.4 million. So I'm not exactly sure how putting additional housing in the Burbank Rancho will bring in housing, and it's at the same time taking away from the housing that is here and the people that live here and have horses and have been a lifestyle for those who live in this community. And it's a very tight-knit community. We get together quite often and have, just public events where we bring the neighbors together and have horses and goats and goat yoga up at the Equestrian Center. We've had so many fun times connecting with our neighbors. And I'd really love to just see this continue. It's sad that people are talking about leaving Burbank because our way of life is ending so much here. And this extension will give the council and staff time to continue looking at what can be done to protect the neighborhoods and protect our Burbank community. And thank you so much for listening to all our comments. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Lois, and for waiting on the phone line so long. Ms. Clark, next caller, please.
The next caller is Liz Radley.
Liz, welcome back. You're on with the council.
Why, thank you. It's no surprise, I'm sure, that I'm calling to ask you to extend the urgency ordinance following staff's recommendations. I also want to mention that, everyone else says, get involved with your local government. And in fact, it was our community that was working directly with Senator Wiener's office to add the wording in SB 423 to protect equestrian communities. So it's directly linked to Burbank, and I want to thank Senator Wiener for adding that. So please extend the urgency ordinance so that we can continue and work through to keep the protections of SB 423. Thank you.
Thank you for calling back in, Liz. Ms. Clark, I think we have one more caller. Let's send them through.
The next caller is Jean Schanberger.
Jean, you're on with the council.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jean Schanberger. I've been a resident and horse owner in the Rancho for more than 30 years, and you're probably not surprised that I'm calling to ask you to please extend the urgency ordinance as has been described by lots of other good folks. Hearing my friends and neighbors from the Rancho who are there in person, some of my dearest neighbors and friends in the Rancho, and hearing Mr. Starleaf recount his experience of his family member, his son. His son was at my barn, and I knew Sky, and I had the privilege of watching his son thrive and grow and mature and develop so much through that horse. I was there the night that she passed in the cul-de-sac, and I moved to tears remembering that example of how critical horses are in our neighborhood and how unique yet again the Rancho is. We cannot lose another property of any type to SB 35. I do want to raise a couple of questions mentioned both in the staff report and Ms. Landry's comments. So this has been mentioned as the second and final time of an extension, and that may be the case under the law, but I am concerned that 1 year is not long enough because what our experience has been watching other specific plans developed for the Media District, Golden State, etc., is that, to do this correctly, it is a long process. It's probably longer than a year. I'm very happy to see that DUDEC has been brought on as consultants as of just last month, and that the staff has kicked off this project November 4th. But I know the staff is working hard on many competing priorities, but I am very concerned that we are not moving as quickly as we will need to for the Rancho specific plan. And where will we be in a year? Will it be possible to get another extension if that is not complete? Thank you again. Thank you to my friends and neighbors. Thank you for your support of the Rancho. Good night.
Thank you, Jean. All right. I believe that completes public comment, correct, Ms. Clark? Okay, there being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Would the representative of the Community Services Department like to make any further comments?
Good evening. Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'll have a couple of brief responses to some of the comments we heard and some of the comments that were submitted via email. We heard a few comments about the length of time that the project will take, the Burbank Rancho Neighborhood Specific Plan, and the provisions of the state law. So yes, the state law sunsets in July, unless there's additional action at the state level to extend the provisions of SB 423 that exempt the Rancho. We are asking to utilize the full 12 months afforded to us under the urgency ordinance provisions because it will at least keep in place some clarification about what a discretionary review requires even after the state law sunsets. The planning effort is underway, as several of the commenters mentioned. We had a competitive bidding process for this project. For a project of this importance and with this budget, we wanted to make sure that we explored all of the options out there for professionals to perform the planning services, and we did select the firm of DUDEC. DUDEC has extensive experience in preparing similar specific plan efforts, and they also have significant experience working in the city of Burbank, including working on our Complete Our Streets plan and the equestrian trail component of the Complete Our Streets plan. So we have confidence that they are the right team for this. DUDEC and staff has kicked off the process. We have been doing our baseline data collection. We've gone and done a walkthrough through the neighborhood several times, and they're currently looking into getting information about mobility, the built environments, the history of the neighborhood, and a full assessment of the equestrian resources. The development of a specific plan is a very complex process. The state law was created without really asking staff how long this would take, but typically in the city of Burbank, other specific plans are taking anywhere from 2 to 5 years. So it's expected that this may take up to 18 months to complete our process. Because the Rancho is a little smaller than the other specific plan areas, and we have city council directed sort of different focus, it would take approximately 18 months from the time we've initiated.
Ms. Landry, 18 months from now, roughly?
From November, yeah.
November of 24 or November of 23? Just want to be
From
clear.
now, correct, November 24.
Okay. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. Any other response?
I think I hit upon some of the bigger points that were provided in the public comments.
Okay, thank you. Sounds like I'll have to call Senator Menjivar back tomorrow. But as to the matter at hand, Councilmember Anthony.
Sorry, the 18-month, what happens at the end of 18 months from today?
So that at the end of 18 months, there will be a prepared policy document for consideration at the Planning Commission and the City Council. And upon consideration of that, the council could choose to adopt it, which would put in place a new set of regulations over the development of residential and commercial uses in the Rancho.
I'd just like to add one comment. There was a couple of comments about a proposed project in the neighborhood.
Scott Planbeck.
Scott
Community
Planbeck,
Development
planning
Department.
manager. Sorry, excuse me, I forgot to introduce myself. Scott Planbeck, planning manager. I just want to follow up. We received a couple comments about a proposed project in the neighborhood. That project will be reviewed by the council at the next meeting next week. For tonight's meeting, we're just focusing on just to let the public know, to remind the public and the council that we're focused on the extension tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Planbeck. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Okay. So let me get the timeline right. If we approve the urgency extension, we only get 12 months on the extension.
Correct.
But you're telling me it's going to take us 18 months to come back with a Rancho-specific plan.
Yes, that's correct.
So if nobody at the state does anything, we have a 6-month gap where there's no anything written, no protections. There's a gap there. Is that right?
There would be a gap from July until the date that the council is considering the proposed Rancho neighborhood specific plan. So
And
there
it-
would be. Mhm.
Okay. And it would basically, the underlying zoning, the text of the zoning would revert back to prior to the urgency ordinance.
Correct. The urgency ordinance would no longer be in effect, and all of the existing development standards that were in place would continue. The biggest change with the urgency ordinance was, again, just the clarification that the term with discretionary review means a CUP.
Sure.
So that's the only change that was provided.
So the CUP would still hold.
For the length of the urgency ordinance extension for 1 more year,
So we would even lose the CUP at the end of 1 year.
unless we adopt an actual amendment to the code, a real zone text amendment, not an urgency ordinance. That
Okay.
would be.
So then let me ask you this. Is it possible, prior to a year from now, prior to 12 months from today, that we could come back with just a simple CUP process to bridge the gap between the 12-month and then 18 months when we're predicting bringing an entire zone text amendment to us? Is that feasible?
While it is possible to bring in a zone text amendment to do what you've mentioned, the state law provision that exempts the Rancho from the SB 35 process sunsets in July.
Oh, so it sunsets I see. So we can't even, so what would happen in 18 months if we bring back a Rancho-specific plan with a bunch of protections that our community is asking for, but the state law has sunsetted? None of that would apply.
So the state law would sunset, and any properties inside the Rancho would be subject to the standard SB 35 or AB 2011 or any other similar streamlined ministerial review process.
Regardless of if later on we adopt a zone text amendment for a Rancho-specific plan.
Correct, they would still be subject to that, yeah.
Yeah, you better make that call.
Oh, I have a feeling we'll be talking about this one. Councilmember Mullins.
So really our only option in order for us to continue the urgency ordinance, is to encourage our lawmakers to have an extension after, because it's sunset on July 2025, is to continue that for another year or year and a half until we complete our zone text amendment.
If the state law was amended to continue that extension, we could adopt a formal zoning ordinance at the end of our 1-year urgency ordinance second extension to take advantage of any possible future amendment to SB 423.
Councilmember, on that note, could I make just a brief suggestion
Sure.
to staff? I would strongly encourage staff tomorrow or shortly after December 2nd to, through formal channels, communicate the city's position to our incoming assembly member, Senator Menjivar. We also have some folks in the area with territory in the Rancho as well. I think incoming assembly member Jessica Caloza may have part of the Rancho, Assemblymember Rick Zabur. It might be wise to start this conversation now. Just my 2 cents.
Thank you for that, because my next question is...
Not for me, I hope.
Well, I'm looking at you going to Sacramento. I'm getting ready to write a letter on behalf of our city council.
Could I interrupt just real quick,
sure.
just to get some clarification from either the city attorney, city manager? We have our public policy position on what we want for the Rancho. That's in our city documents, right? We've made those legislative agendas last year, and
in our legislative platform, it's been in there. But certainly, if there's direction, I'd like to get going soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
And do you need to have this direction now or at the end of the discussion? Because
that would be the end of the agenda.
Okay, so at the
But
last
it's in the
item.
platform.
Yes.
I don't know that, but you're not taking action on that during the public hearing to extend the urgency ordinance.
Okay, and obviously we're extending it, but in reality, it's sunset in July, which is like 8 months from now, give and take. Even though you're asking us to extend it for a year, but how is that year going to protect us when it's sunset in July?
Yes, so even though the state law will sunset in July, we're asking for the full extent that we're allowed to under the urgency ordinance extension provisions, because we don't have any clarification on the books for what discretionary review means. So at least this will remain. So if there's other people that want to submit an application outside of the SB 35 or AB 2011 or other streamlined ministerial review processes, they would be subject to a CUP. Right now, there is no clarification as to what they're subject to. It could be an AUP or CUP.
Okay. This is important discussion because I think the Rancho community need to be aware of all these dates and the importance of maybe working together with the city or working on their own to reach our legislative bodies in Sacramento to also help get the word out and the message as they have done with Senator Menjivar, Portantino, and worked on some language to provide protection. Of course, it's very clear what we need to do tonight, but we still have a lot of work. I don't want anybody to walk away feeling like, oh, we have a year, because technically we do, but we don't. And in order for us to provide that protection, we have to be taking action, as the mayor stated, like literally tomorrow. And we need to work on the second plan to what we're going to do. So thank you for now. I don't have any questions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for the report. And it's not so much a question. You answered my question, which was ultimately, how many months is it going to take? What is the timeline? But in Councilor Mullins' line of questioning as to why we are going towards all of this if we're really cut off June 2025, this will not be the first time or the last time. I'm sure the state legislature has in front of them a bill that they need to extend. In fact, 423 was an extension of an extension. So I think we should operate in full confidence that that may happen, and we should be ready for that. So that is why it's important to have this plan ready to go, because we've been in this boat before. We've been vulnerable before because we don't have a specific plan. So no matter what, I think it's a protective document, and we need to get it done. And the only thing I would ask, and this is more of my colleagues, I would like to encourage staff to prioritize this one. We have many specific plans. But this is the only one with a ticking time clock on it. So
That's actually not true. So we have close to $9 million with ticking time clocks on the other specific plans, which were started 3 and 4 years before. So we actually have significant contractual obligations to finish the others. So
okay, let me reorganize then. Can we prioritize finishing it by the time that the CUP would complete?
Mr. Ramirez.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the council. Fred Ramirez, Assistant Director in Planning. It has been prioritized. So we have Amanda, Ms. Landry is working on this plan with one of the senior planners. We've selected the consultant. I've personally, with them, walked the Rancho neighborhood, and they've done 2 other site visits to the Rancho neighborhood. And we're getting in the process of planning to do all the outreach and actually get the wealth of knowledge that a lot of the members of the public here have provided and have that conversation. The planning process takes time, but we will endeavor to do what we can to meet that vision that the community wants. We want to understand what they want to see out of it. We understand the concerns of the encroachment that's occurring with development occurring. We're going to continue the effort within the 18-month period to do the best that we can to address those within the parameters of state law and any potential issues that may arise. But whether we ask for 6 months or 12 months, we wanted the full time frame allotted to us within the law to undertake that effort. With that said, it really all depends on the level of effort in communication and in developing the visioning, the guiding principles with the community. If that effort runs as smooth as possible, then maybe those timeframes get compressed. But I would rather say, we're looking at 18 months. If something can be done sooner, great. But you're right. We didn't write the code from the state. They identified a particular time frame. That time frame is not indicative of the time it takes to procure, select a consultant, and undertake the effort. But we understand we're going to make every effort to move forward on the project. All of the specific plans are important for different reasons, including the fact that 2 of the other specific plans are specifically driven by timeframes in the housing element. And another one is addressing major issues, since we talked about the studios and the need for housing and proximity to the studios. So all of them are as important, but this one is high priority, both in the amount of money that you invested in that effort, as well as the time frame that it took us to work with the consultant to really stick to the 18-month schedule. So we're going to do our best, but we don't want to shortchange the community in actually having the discussion with them. And we have to be mindful of the fact that if we do shift priorities when it comes to land uses, there are things we have to deal with to ensure that we're not creating some conflict with state law when it comes to the no net loss of density within a geographic area. Those are things we're going to have to look at as well. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It is high priority. We have some of our best planners working on this project. It's very important to us. And I think at the end of the day, everybody will be very proud of what they get, but we'll try to do it as quickly as we can.
Thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the attention to detail, the time that we want to take. I know we're under the clock, which is the reason why we have the extension, and it's important to extend it as much as possible. And I have full faith that all the legislators mentioned and those going to Sacramento will take this in high consideration and will take it upon their attention. So thank you all.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Takahashi, you want to weigh in?
You all asked the questions I had. The only question I have left is when can we make the motion to extend it?
I think you're. I'll do my comment after the motion's made. So if you want to make the motion, by all means. I can do it in response to the motion. Go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a second extension of an urgency ordinance establishing interim development standards for Burbank Rancho neighborhood and equestrian district with certain other requirements in response to Senate Bill 423.
Second.
Okay, motion by Takahashi, second by Mullins. I think there was a third and a fourth right here. No, I'm just going to be very brief. It's hard to talk as if I have a job that I don't yet have for 2 weeks, but I will simply say that I hear the community very loud and clear, and you can count on my support. But with all that said, I'm hearing the community, and perhaps hypothetically, the next assembly member could co-author a bill with Senator Menjivar. But the legislative process requires that we get at least 21 votes out of the Senate and 41 votes out of the Assembly. So I think that Burbank needs to be hyper proactive. We have a bunch of new members. Senator Portantino's gone. So we need to educate all the incoming freshman class of new members about the importance of this bill. So I can program with you offline, Mr. Hess, but I certainly have thoughts about who in the region may have territory that includes the Rancho and should be informed of Burbank's advocacy. And I think that if we're working closely with Glendale and Los Angeles, we can divide and conquer, and you start to build a coalition that way. So just my 2 cents.
Sure, it'd be great to get at the end of the meeting a formal request for staff to make a formal request, a legislative request to extend SB 423, and we could bring that back pretty quickly and get that all going.
Yeah. And I would also emphasize, ask for more than you hope to get. Like, ask for 10 years. You don't know what you'll get, but you want to overshoot it because it's negotiation, right? It's to always ask for more than you think you actually are going to get. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Just one last comment. Madam Vice Mayor, normally I would agree with you. State legislators are pretty good at watching their calendars and bringing stuff back, but we have a record number of incoming freshman legislators at the state level, like both on the Assembly and the Senate. So there's a lot of folks who didn't even take this vote last time. And so, for me, I always want to take the position of, I don't know if we have enough votes. I don't know if we have the support. So, whatever we can do.
Oh, please don't misunderstand me. I'm saying I know there's folks that are coming in that are eager to work, and I think we should reach out to them.
Councilmember Mullins.
This is a question more directed regarding, since there's already AB 423, there's the bill that exists, would they require to write a brand-new bill? I'm looking both directions, or can they actually amend this current bill give it a different number and with an extension? I just want to know the extensive amount of work
They have
that needs to be
copy-paste
done.
abilities at the state level, right? They can...
What you'd do is you would have to have a new bill number, but anyone could introduce that bill. Probably makes sense to do it in the House of Origin. It was Senate Bill 423 last time, so you could introduce it there. And it could just be as simple as, we want to extend the time period allotted in SB 423 a decade, 5 years, 2 years, whatever you want.
And we'd involve our state advocacy firm to help.
Yeah, Kira's pretty great.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Any other? Yes.
And I think it would be great for us as representatives of our city, or somehow that we loop in all the folks in the Rancho who are super active and get their voice in it as well, with the stories that they tell and also the experience that they've had through this whole process. They did it once before, and so they can help us do it again.
Great point. Anyone else? All right, Ms. Clark, let's take the roll call.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
It gives me pleasure to say yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Absolutely yes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone, for coming in. All right. To be continued, as they say. But thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it. All right, folks, we have 4 reports to council this evening. As a reminder, after staff makes their presentation, council will proceed with in-person public comment only. Speakers will be allowed to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as you have not previously spoken on that item during the first period of general public comment this evening. Please be sure to submit your public comment card right now. I'm going to repeat that part. If you're wanting to speak to one of these reports and you haven't already done so, please submit your comment card right now, as no additional comment cards will be accepted once the comment period commences following staff's presentation. Our first report to council this evening is the introduction of an ordinance to add Article 30 of Title 6 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish a parking meter zone in downtown Burbank, adoption of a resolution amending fiscal year 2024-2025 citywide fee schedule for parking fees and parking violations, adoption of resolutions approving a cooperation agreement, approval of related agreements and amendments, and approval of a fiscal year 2024-25 budget amendment. At this time, I welcome staff staff from the Community Development Department to present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, members of the City Council. My name is Nick Barant. I'm with the Community Development Department. I'm here with my colleagues Karen Pan and Angelica Gonzalez, also of the Community Development Department. And I would be remiss to say that, I would be remiss to admit that this effort has been a collaboration with the Finance Department, with the Police Department, with the IT Department, and the Public Works Department. So just want to give them a shout before I get going. If I could have the presentation, please. So tonight we're going to discuss an ordinance and resolution to establish a parking meter zone and fees for downtown Burbank. So we are here because in October 2023, we received a City Council directive to develop a parking management plan for downtown. San Fernando Boulevard in downtown Burbank has the city's most impacted on-street parking. There's low parking availability, there's little turnover. We also have permit abuse in the area, and lastly, the area lends itself to a limited operation. We are also here because the downtown Burbank San Fernando Boulevard reconfiguration is complete, and we see this project and the proposed parking meter or proposed paid parking project to be complementary ways to manage downtown Burbank. I also want to touch on how our proposed strategies and program are consistent with the Burbank 2035 general plan. Specifically, the mobility element touches on managing parking with price, as does the 2022 greenhouse gas reduction plan. And furthermore, the 2019 citywide parking management principles also, one of those 6 principles is to manage parking with price. And lastly, the 3 upcoming specific plans, especially the downtown Burbank transit-oriented development specific plan, also touches on managing parking with price. I also want to set the table here a little bit by discussing some other recently state legislation. This is AB 2097. It prohibits any public agency from imposing a minimum parking requirement on any residential, commercial, or other development project as defined that is located within a half mile of public transit. Now, downtown Burbank is transit rich, and what this new law means is that any development project in downtown Burbank does not have to add any parking inventory. So what that means is that the city must work with the inventory that it has. And what that also means is that we need to manage our parking inventory better. The goals of parking management are to help customers reliably find parking within walking distance of their destinations. It's to increase access to businesses by ensuring the turnover of parked cars, and to reduce emissions and lessen traffic congestion from drivers circling in search of parking. I want to give a little bit of an overview of the demographics and parking statistics of downtown Burbank. Burbank has a population of about 104,000. The daytime population doubles in the city due to all the visitors that we get. The number of annual visitors to downtown Burbank is 4.1 million. We have over 600 businesses in downtown Burbank. We have over 1,000 hotel rooms. We have about 4,800 existing housing units and more than 850 coming online in the next few years. In terms of parking assets, we have about 3,400 off-street parking spaces and 2,300 on-street parking spaces. And these are all public. This doesn't even get into the privately owned parking that we have. We have 14 public lots and structures owned by the city. And I want to make clear that we are only proposing to manage with price 145 parking spaces. So that's only 145 out of the 5,600 that we are discussing here. So how do we manage parking in downtown Burbank today? We have 2 tools. We have time limits, which are pretty varied throughout downtown Burbank. They range from an hour to 2 hours. Most of San Fernando is 90 minutes. We also have off-street parking permits. These are day use, which is $6 a day, and a monthly $67 for our lots and structures. So the shortfalls of our current system are that we have low of parking availability for on-street parking, particularly on San Fernando Boulevard. We have limited regulations. We have no pricing. And because of that, we don't have any parking revenue to reinvest in all of our parking assets. And lastly, we don't have any technology to manage parking or any permits for day use or monthly permits. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Angelica Gonzalez. She is our parking analyst. She is going to review the proposed parking management strategies for downtown Burbank.
Thank you, Nick. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the council. Again, my name is Angelica Gonzalez, parking analyst of the city of Burbank. And once more, I'm here to introduce the proposed parking management strategies for downtown Burbank. As Mr. Barant just mentioned, one of the major shortfalls in downtown Burbank area is that on-street parking is heavily utilized, and yet there is low turnover. Also, some blocks are more heavily utilized than others. These areas of high demand contribute to the perception that there's an insufficient number of parking spaces when the problem is actually related to parking management and enforcement. Therefore, staff is proposing to manage on-street parking availability with price. We're targeting 80% occupancy, which means our goal is to have 1 to 2 parking spaces available per block. Parking fees will be discussed later, but they will be based on occupancy levels. Proceeds, if any, will be reinvested into parking infrastructure, for instance, our public lots and structures. And lastly, later in our presentation, staff will go over what the implementation plan looks like and next steps. Within our plan, we will be talking about 3 main proposed parking management strategies, which include 1, managing parking availability with time restrictions and price. 2, introducing new infrastructure to supplement our paid parking program. This includes multi-space kiosks as well as a mobile payment option. And lastly, we want to ensure that there's proper enforcement of the on-street paid parking spaces. Currently, parking enforcement utilizes license plate recognition. Therefore, customers will enter their license plate number to pay for parking, also known as permit by plate or pay by plate. In this slide, you will see the proposed parking meter zone. Streets include San Fernando Boulevard from Magnolia until Angelino. And side streets include Magnolia Boulevard, Palm Avenue, Orange Grove Avenue, and Olive, all between 1st and 3rd Streets. It's important to note, as Nick had mentioned, as Mr. Brandt had mentioned earlier, that the proposed meter zone is only relates to on-street parking or curbside spaces, of which there are 145. Off-street parking spaces, such as public lots and structures, will not be affected at this time and will continue to offer free parking. Earlier this year, we hired a consultant to capture real-time data for parking occupancy. This snapshot shows the average on-street occupancy for levels for a Thursday to capture weekend dates and then a Saturday to capture a weekend date. If you focus, it's a little bit unclear here, but if you focus in the proposed zone, which is actually highlighted by a red outline, you can clearly see that the downtown area is highly impacted. There's at least 51 to 70% on some streets, and when you look at the main corridor, which is completely red, that's fully occupied. This slide shows the on-street turnover, occupancy levels. And again, if we focus into that red box or proposed location, you can see that the rates of turnover is 1 to 2 hours. Based on our information and studies, staff is proposing an ordinance to establish a parking meter zone within downtown Burbank. The ordinance states that the Community Development Director, or designee, has the authority to install and remove parking meters and establish rules and require payment for use of the metered spaces. Those persons with ADA or veteran placards are exempt from the paid parking restrictions. This means that not only do they not have to pay, but the time limits will not be applicable to those with those valid placards. This table shows the current and proposed regulations. Existing time limit restrictions within the proposed parking meter zones vary from 90 minutes to 1 hour to 2 hour parking. Staff is proposing a uniform of 2 hours within the entire meter zone. The reason for this is to not only enhance customer experience, but to make the time limits consistent. Paid parking will be 7 days a week, including holidays. Our proposed hours of operation are 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. And lastly, we are proposing to conduct occupancy studies up to 6 times a year. This is how we will acquire the data to adjust the parking fees. Excuse me. In the proposed free resolution, the paid parking fees range from $1 to $8 per hour, and staff is proposing to start at $2 per hour. Again, this fee will be adjusted based on occupancy levels. As seen in the example just below, if occupancy levels are less than 80%, that means the fee is too high, therefore the rate would be lowered. If occupancy levels are more than 80%, this means that the fee is too low and therefore the rate would increase. Also with this effort, we will be introducing 2 new parking citations specifically for that metered parking zone. One would be for not paying for parking, and then the other would be for overstaying the 2-hour time limit. This next table, provided by our consultant, shows paid parking information from our neighboring cities. As you can see, Burbank is highlighted in blue, and our proposed hourly rate and time limits are on par with the surrounding cities. I will now pass the presentation to Transportation Manager Karen Pan.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Karen Pan, Transportation Services Manager. To implement these parking management strategies, there's a number of items that staff needs in terms of resources and as well as steps. The first is to recognize that there's actually 2 entities involved in this parking management effort. One of it is the city, and the other one of it is the parking authority. While they're 2 separate entities, City Council is the governing body for both of those entities, and city processes will still apply. Within the staff report, it highlights in attachment 3 and 4 of a cooperation agreement between the city and the parking authority, mainly to outline what are the duties and responsibilities between the city and the parking authority. And the cooperation agreement speaks to city recognizes that the parking authority will manage and maintain the parking management strategies for downtown. And the other part of the cooperation agreement is to acknowledge that the parking authority will take on those efforts on behalf of the city. The other main reason for the cooperation agreement is because the parking fees that staff is proposing will be part of the parking authority fund and maintained within the parking authority fund, meaning that any of the operational costs for this effort will be within the parking authority fund, and any excess revenue from these efforts will be used to maintain and improve those public facilities as well as transportation amenities. And then we'll go over a little bit more about the parking management revenue. The first step for the parking authority is to enter an agreement with LAS Parking California. They're our existing vendor for enforcement, and staff is recommending to enter an agreement with them to assist with parking operations. Parking operations consists of installing the infrastructure that's needed on behalf of the parking authority, as well as maintaining those infrastructure and collecting money as part of that paid parking effort. Including part of the scope of services is the outreach effort to really educate and provide outreach efforts while we transition from free parking to paid parking. The second agreement between Parking Authority is to enter an agreement with Park Mobile. Park Mobile provides a technology solution to provide customers more customer service experience to be able to pay for parking. Not only will we have the multi-space kiosks, but customers will have the option to either pay over their phone, through an app, online, or through text. And so we want to be able to provide different options for customers. The good thing about having Park Mobile is that if you plan on extending your time, you can do that over your phone versus running over to a kiosk and paying for that extension. And so we want to make sure that we ease this effort and this transaction for customers, and providing a comprehensive plan of having a physical kiosk as well as help from a parking operator, and a mobile payment option will be a comprehensive parking management strategy. So with this, the infrastructure that's part of this is that staff is proposing to implement 23 of these multi-space kiosks throughout downtown, where you'll see 1 to 2 of them per block. They accept coin as well as credit card. And then the mobile payment is also part of the infrastructure, as well as new signage to direct customers of where free parking is, as well as where paid parking will start. And so we want to make sure we have that regulatory signage so people can clearly understand where they're going and what they need to do when they're coming to downtown. And then you'll also see signage regarding the mobile payment, where you'll see a zone and you'll be able to pay for parking. The other component is the agreement between the city itself and amending the agreement with LAS to increase parking enforcement representatives for this effort. Not only do we see as this part of the strategy important, but what LAS will do is they'll provide 3 additional parking enforcement representatives for this effort, just to make sure that people comply with our parking regulations. And all this effort for the past year, with council's direction, we've reached out a key number of stakeholders, including the Burbank Advisory Council of Disability, Chamber of Commerce, Transportation Management Organization, Infrastructure Oversight Board, Senior Citizen Board, Planning Commission, Property-Based Business Improvement District for downtown, including a survey that was given out to businesses along those streets, and Transportation Commission. Those feedbacks are included in part of the attachment, and with the results, PBID, the Property-Based Business Improvement District, provided a letter of support for this effort, as well as Transportation Commission voted 5-0 with 2 absent in favor of implementing these strategies. And the next slide shows what this fiscal impact is in terms of implementing these parking management strategies. On the left side is the anticipated expenses for year 1. And then on the right side are the estimated revenues that we anticipate for paid parking. So on the left top portion, you'll see that while this effort is a one-time general fund request, the parking enforcement will be appropriated within the general fund, being consistent with current practices within the police department of $308,000. While the other portion will be appropriated within the parking authority fund to cover the costs for the operation park mobile fees, as well as the one-time cost for the infrastructure. And on the right side, it's noted that any revenue generated from parking citation would be to be determined and would be part of the general fund, and any revenue generated from the fees of those transactions for paid parking would be part of the parking authority fund. Overall, the first year we anticipate the cost being 1.1 million, and the revenue is estimated as 1.1 million, and so we anticipate to break even that first year. And the other key component for parking management strategies is to develop a parking management revenue policy, so we understand clearly if there are any net revenues, what would our direction would be. The first policy would be that revenues and costs are collected and expended within the parking authority fund, or in this case, in general terms, parking management fund, and any parking revenue would pay for the operating costs, and new parking management citation revenue would help offset the enforcement costs. Net parking revenue would pay for maintenance and capital improvements, and any net revenue could be used for any potential areas, neighborhoods that we would anticipate parking management to be implemented. Throughout the years, through our budget process, you probably have seen that we have unfunded needs for our current parking structures here in downtown, such as the City Hall, Courthouse, and Orange Grove, and we have estimated amounts of what those potential impacts would be. In terms of next steps, staff is presenting this item. It'll also be presented on November 26th. Implementation phase would include staff completing a certain amount of permits, outreach efforts, education, as well as installing the infrastructure. And if approved, it would be launched sometime of March or April next year. Implementation, we know that this is a critical part, just to make sure that people understand what to expect when they come to downtown. And so this would be a huge effort on city staff's end, as well as the selected consultants to assist us in this effort with the marketing, communication, flyers, webpage, whatever we can do to make sure that this is a seamless transition for customers experiencing downtown. And that includes ambassadors and city staff being available during that implementation phase. And so with that, staff has 8 recommendations. I won't be able to say it all in one breath, but the first one is that staff is recommending for council to introduce the ordinance to establish the parking meter zone. And the second and third is a resolution acknowledging the cooperation agreement between the city and the parking authority. And then the 5th recommendation is the agreement with LAS to assist with parking operations. And the 6th is to amend the current agreement with police department for LAS to assist us with parking enforcement. And then the 7th is to enter an agreement with Park Mobile for their mobile application, and the 8th is the budget amendment for the one-time year for this fiscal year of 1.1 million to contribute to this effort. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll now move to public comment. I only have one comment card. We'll be hearing from Aram Avagan for 3 minutes. And your time doesn't start till you start, so take your time.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. My name's Aram Avakian. I own 3 businesses in downtown Burbank. Over under Public House, which is a sports bar, Smash Burger, which is across from Granville, and the newest restaurant to downtown Burbank, which is Palma Restaurant, a fine dining space. Currently, our grand opening is Thursday. Just today, the meter, the tags for valet parking were pulled off the signs. They gave us till, I think it was till the end of the year to have those, but my staff just informed me that we no longer have the signs, and valet city officials came to pull them down. To open a fine dining space in downtown Burbank, which no one has done, I've invested millions into this establishment. If we do this parking meter space in front of Palma and make customers pay there instead of being able to have that for valet service, it will definitely affect our operation. No fine dining space, Beverly Hills and other cities operate without valet. I mean, if you want to talk about revenue, just a restaurant alone will revenue sales tax for the city. We've brought in a valet company that has not done business in Burbank ever. For the first time, they went and got their permitting and their licensing they've paid as a new business to Burbank, which that will bring revenue. So I don't think it's fair for me to have to pay an additional fee to be able to utilize the space in front of my restaurant if this metered parking gets approved. After investing so much time and money in a space that's failed time over time and has been vacant in downtown Burbank without anyone receiving any revenue from that space, someone like me comes in, invests a tremendous amount, this ordinance gets approved, and then I have to fight my way through to negotiate a rate to have to park cars valet in front of my restaurant. I don't think that's fair. I've taken tremendous amount of time and effort to create an amazing space for everyone in the community to enjoy. Had I known this might have been an issue, there's many other vacant available spaces that I could have chose. So taking all that into consideration, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. All right, there being no further public comment, does staff have any brief response that you'd like to make? If not, we can just proceed with council questions. Take that as no comment? Okay, let's go to council questions. Councilmember Anthony.
Yeah, I have a few questions of my own, but I wanted to just clarify something from the public comment. If we go forward and we install paid parking downtown, how does that affect a business's ability to basically get valet in front of their space? Like, what is the current process and how would that change?
Good evening, Angelica Gonzalez, parking analyst. So we do have a permitting process. There's a 4-step process within the permit application for valet. But aside from the valet application, should council elect to install the metered zone, like our surrounding sister cities, Pasadena, Glendale, even LA, that metered space or area is subject to those fees. So if somebody is going to be utilizing that space, those businesses who are looking to obtain the valet permit, specifically in the metered zone, would also have to pay those fees.
The $2 an hour.
Correct. Yes. Well, it would be the proposed $2, but if it fluctuates, depend on the occupancy levels, then that would also fluctuate with the fee.
And would that? Okay, so it's the same process of having the valet space.
Correct.
But they would just have to pay an additional, the $2 or whatever the fee is per hour.
That is
for the
correct.
time frame that they wanted for the valet. So if they want it from like 6 to midnight, they have to pay 6 hours for that day.
Correct.
So like $12.
That would be like per hour or whatever the going rate is.
Okay. So then I guess my follow-up would be, what if it's somebody who has regular requests for valet on a daily or weekly basis? Do we make it easier for them? Do they have a discount? Can they buy it in bulk? Can they buy 12 months in advance? Like, do we do anything, or is it just every time they have to apply And then what is the process? Do they have to go down every week
So
to the office and?
that has not yet been discussed internally with, offering any type of discounts or any additional measures for that. But that's something that I would like to take back to our staff and reevaluate and see if there's even considerations for that. At the moment, it's just that the fee based on, whatever's proposed in that zone at the moment.
Because I've seen in other cities, there's, you'll drive by and it'll say parking 90 minutes from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., valet only 6 p.m. to midnight. And it'll say it right on the thing, and it seems as though it's already been established that that's a valet spot. And so there's some sort of deal that's been struck. I don't know, because we don't have it here. If I would be very interested in seeing some sort of process there where we have somebody who consistently uses the valet and we make it easier for them and they just lock off a space and they know they can count on it, right? So they can factor that into their business plan. I think that would be something I'd like to see a process created for. So, yeah, that's just my question. Did you have?
It's a question? Okay.
Yes, to follow up on your question and your comment, in attachment 2, the fee schedule amendment, we have this memorialized on page 3 of attachment 2. And what I imagine we could do somewhat administratively, should this go through, is create a process whereby an applicant who wants valet parking in a metered zone would just get invoiced monthly or however often they would like to. I mean, what we don't want is a business owner having to feed a meter with coins every hour.
Right.
So I think it would be something that we would add onto the existing valet application.
Okay. And then if they're consistently purchasing the space, I wouldn't be opposed to giving them kind of a discount, like a bulk rate. That's another thing. So.
Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Anthony, for kicking off the conversation about it. Obviously, our executive director, Jamie Keyser, came in earlier and mentioned or alluded to what the issue is. And then also the owner of Palma Restaurant. I think it's important for council tonight to give directions to staff to guide through a policy for valet, but not just valet, that it will be available. It has to be structured towards the type of restaurant and business. So if we take the location as the speaker, and I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name, so I'm going to go with Aram. Okay, thank you. What he indicated, we're looking, obviously, and this is, the discussion is a site that's been kind of an eyesore for years, that we've seen restaurants come and go, and we have been desperately needing fine dining in the city of Burbank, especially in the downtown area. And I believe Ms. Keyser stated earlier, the 2 fine dinings that we have is Morton's and the Castaway. So council needs to take a look, I guess, tonight to provide that direction from a standpoint of what do we do for a business that just opened in our downtown area that we have been desperately hoping that we get fine dining and hoping that we can have a successful business that also, as a result of a successful business with fine dining, we're going to get sales tax, we're going to get new people into our area. Hopefully that would attract more visitors in our Burbank area. In addition, and I think you know this, with valet, we also collect the TPT tax. So that is a revenue that's going to be coming to us through the TPT tax. And so we have to consider the revenue that we'll be collecting from valet, and do we want to offset the charges for meter parking with how much we're getting for TPT from revenue and how much taxes we'll be receiving? I think this is a a discussion that we need to have to direct staff. Do we want to charge them an amount that we don't even know yet? How much money are we anticipating to make in those 4 spaces that the owner is asking for?
So, Mr. Mayor, this is getting a little broader than the topic, or way more specific?
Can I?
Okay, so I don't know if, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, actually, could I ask 2 very brief questions that I
Sure.
think would get to your point, but keep it within the confines of the agenda item?
So I think what I'm trying to give the picture based on your discussion is that there's something going to be tied to it. So we get the direction I believe council needs to make, and Mr. City Attorney, I think it's broader because we need to address the issue that obviously has been brought before us by the executive director of the chamber and also by the owner. How do we resolve? And I'm happy to have staff go back and work it out with Mr. Aram to figure out what is the best solution. But we're discussing meter parking and the charges of meter parking, which happens to also involve a request for valet in that meter parking area. So however you want me to discuss it, I'm happy to do it, whether we provide direction or not.
Councilmember Mullins, I see Mr. Kriski's up here. I want to ask 2 questions that I think will guide your response, Mr. Kriski. So within the confines of the agenda item, my understanding is that this is a first phase, that if it's successful, we may broaden it to other portions of the city. The follow-up to that would be, because we're putting it into place for the very first time, could we not simply exempt a small portion of Palm to opt for this particular establishment to operate a valet service? You could slap some white paint and make it a load-unload only area. I guess it just seems common sense to me, but what are your thoughts?
And that's the common sense I'm looking for. Thank you.
And it's within the context of the item, right, Mr. McDougall?
Well, I think it's actually a bigger problem than just that, but please, Mr. Kriski.
So good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, David Kriski, Community Development Department. So first to clarify, we don't have a lot of valets in town. We have some short-term valets for a few days, and they get a permit through that process. We also have a very small handful of full-time valets that are annual, that are full-time, and it sounds like the speaker of the restaurant owner plans to do a full-time valet, and so we have a permit process for that, which he has gone through for at least for a month or so to get him going. There's some other issues with his valet operation, and he's wanting to use some spots that are both city and private parking spaces, and so we're trying to work out how that works, but we've got a solution for him so that he can open and have his valet and he's operating. We'll find out what's going on with the signs, because that's news to me that they're gone. He has permission to operate, and we don't have to worry about this particular issue if the council moves forward until March. So we will work something out, and we will hear your direction and act accordingly. We certainly can look at options that allow for valets within this downtown operation. It just so happens we've never had them in downtown until we have a great new restaurant here that needs it right at the time that we're trying to figure this out last minute. So we're trying to respond to that. We're happy to do something about either lowering a fee, changing a fee, reserving a fee. I will say that we only have 145 spaces. So if we take 4 of them out for this restaurant, and if 1 or 2 more restaurants come in and want to do valet, right now we have no standard. If your frontage is requested for valet and you meet the standards in the process, we give it to you. So if a few come in, 145 spaces is now, say, 130 spaces, we're right at break even, and in a way, you're taking those spaces out of the pool for the public, and so you're actually, in this whole performance pricing, you're going to raise the price for everyone else. So we can totally offer a break or an incentive for certain dining establishments to come into the city. We have to be careful not to do it on the parking authority back, because we're very little, and we have to be careful not to do it on the back of everyone else who's coming to downtown. So if a majority of the council would like to entertain some sort of accommodation and fee relief for valet, I suggest we very narrowly limit it to I don't think we should limit it to one particular person, but to a very limited number of perhaps spaces in a very limited area of the downtown so as not to affect the overall integrity of the program. We can look at something like that. The other thing we could do, as Councilmember Mullins stated, is valet operations are subject to TPT, so we could charge the fee but then give a credit on the TPT to kind of pay it back. And that would then put the subsidy on the general fund, the economic development subsidy for new valets on the general fund and not the parking authority fund, which doesn't have any money. So that's another way we could do it. So if a majority of you would like to address this issue with some sort of relief, then we will definitely come back and work on something to integrate that into the final program.
Told y'all he was really good. Mr. McDougall, yes.
But I think there's a greater off-street parking space issue that warrants a separate parking space lease, not unlike other agreements that you've looked at for particular businesses. So there's some broader issues that are really beyond the topic of this particular item.
Okay, understood, Mr. McDougall. I think I saw Vice Mayor, then Councilmember Anthony, then Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my primary concern was exactly where you were going, Councilor Mullins. This is a unique situation with this restaurant owner. And this council has had before us many times where folks are asking us to do something and we have to let them know, well, now that we're changing the structure, there are people who have been grandfathered in. So I feel a little weary about changing something for somebody who's in the middle of the application process for a valet parking situation. Mr. Krisky, you said it. He's all good to go. Nothing will change for him. He's on his way.
Yes, so we, to get him going, because there was this other complication of him, there's the on-street drop-off, that's one thing, but then you go park the cars in the lot. He's using, or wanted to use, private Ganji parking structure spaces, which are public also, because they're part of public parking. And so we have to work out how that is working. For now, in his lease, he has spaces dedicated to him. And so he's using those for the off-street, and that's totally fine with us. And then he has his on-street, and he has his permit. We have it, I think, for 30 days, but I told him we're going to work it out because we have until March to figure out. Okay. So if he can work with 12 spaces and his 4 on-street, he is totally good. We need to work out if he wants more than 12. We'll need some sort of agreement. We have to figure that out. And then if he wants on-street spaces with the parking meter program, should we go forward, we have to work that out.
Okay. But there's still an avenue for him to have spaces, which was, I think, the primary concern here. And also, again, very unique case. He is bringing a restaurant of the caliber of, the caliber that Ms. Keyser said we don't have very much of in the city, which is great. We want to see that. But I think one thing we also would like to avoid, which Councilor Mullins kind of alluded to, is now everybody wants valet parking and you have the local coffee shop being like, well, I want these 3 spots for valet. Well, that diminishes the point of the parking program.
Yes, we want those spaces at that point.
Right. But I think it's fair to continue in the avenue with this particular restaurant. And I don't know if we want to carve out more spaces for other folks because I don't see another space at this time in the downtown area that would merit that. I think if there's a way to include language and leave it up to the parking authority to review later, that would be great if something changes. But at this time, I think we keep the program as it is, acknowledging that that is a situation that is resolved outside of this.
Mayor, if I may jump on the vice mayor's.
Just briefly, because then I got to get
Sure.
to.
And I think that's an excellent point of what I was also trying to make earlier, is the uniqueness of the location. And then I totally understand. I don't want to take away from 145 parking spaces because we do need them and we do need the revenue. But I think maybe we evaluate, and staff, I trust you guys are going to go back and see, well, maybe no valet on San Fernando itself, because we need that parking spaces, not for a coffee shop, not for a small business, but something in that, again, caliber of the restaurant, that it's an exception because it's off-street. It's off San Fernando. Thank you for allowing me.
Yeah, not a problem. Councilmember Anthony, then to Takahashi.
Similar related question. The city, we have a process to apply for white curbs, green curbs, yellow curbs, and that all has to meet qualifications. Does implementing this downtown, does it affect any of those applications, or would they automatically overwrite any of those applications? You can't get a blue curb, you can't get a green curb. Like, how does that work?
So in that particular location, there are no colored curbs or flex zones is what we refer to them in the downtown area. So if we were to introduce something such as a permanent valet zone, most likely there would have to be signage that is installed and the white curb, which there are fees for installation of both.
And that's, okay, and that's a separate fee system?
Correct.
That we, okay, all right. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, thank you for this discussion. I think it's a really interesting to look at how, while this is a parking meter zone, there is potential for usage of the zone for other reasons than parking, and how to adjust to that. So for the valet specifically, I have a similar concern about this business coming in midstream, or actually the change coming in midstream of the business's process. So regardless of whether it's a coffee shop or a high-end business, they put this business here with the intention of having valet and with the process we had before. So I think that this is a unique situation, but I do think it's valuable to have a very clear ongoing policy moving forward for valet, but not just valet, but I'm thinking also how that street gets used for events and other things as well. So are we thinking that if someone uses those spots for events, we charge them too? So I think it's really important to be clear about what it is, or how we, are we going to add the cost for permitting for closing the street? Because now there's valet parking, so there's paid parking, right? So I think that's something to definitely consider and to put into to policy. Let's see. Is there, are food trucks allowed to be parked in that zone at all? Do you happen to know if because food trucks can get a permit to park on the street, right? Are they allowed to get a permit to park in this particular zone?
So food trucks don't need a quote-unquote parking permit. Of course, they have to be permitted, right? There's health regulations that need to abide by. But as long as a food truck is abiding by the posted restrictions, they're allowed to be there. Now, if we implement paid parking, then obviously there's going to be a fee associated with parking in that particular spot. But anywhere in the city, as long as they're abiding by those restrictions, they are allowed to park there.
Okay. So then if they were going to park on the side streets or whatever, they would pay the $2 per hour, just like anyone else.
Should the meter zone be implemented? Yes.
Okay. So those are my questions on that topic. I do have other questions, but is now the time to continue on with them, or?
As long as they're related to the agenda item, I think you're good to go.
Okay, great. So you mentioned earlier that 144 parking spaces are what's being proposed in the parking zone out of 5,500. How did you determine these particular parking spots specifically? How did you determine the zone was going to be here in this process?
Karen Pan, Transportation Services Manager. Thank you for your question. With this effort, we've been looking at it for a year long, and when determining the actual zone, we mostly focus on the fact that it's commercial. But when you extend towards outer like Angelino, it gets a little bit different. That you're going to see more housing. We've made an effort where we've done a walkthrough with specialized consultants involved in this effort, and it was a discussion of, where do we see the most impact? And through the study that we did with the parking study, we've really outlined where that occupancy level is high in that red zone. And so we've identified those specific on-streets.
Okay. Because I noticed it kind of bulbs out into towards Angelino, not, it's a little bit off this side, so I was curious. And then looking at this zone, it's right in the same zone as the San Fernando reconfig, one-way reconfig. So how does this process of potentially adding metered parking, how would that align with the San Fernando reconfig in that process?
In terms of the timeline, we are within the same division, so it's a constant communication of all the projects that are happening in downtown. We understand that council just received an update with reconfiguration, and staff is going back and gathering specific data. And the data that for the parking study, we made sure to gather data before the reconfiguration was implemented. So it's been an ongoing communication of where that project is. We understand the reconfiguration is going back to council for consideration in the summer, and implementation for this will be prior to that. And so based on council's direction on how they feel about the reconfiguration, it would have an impact in terms of the parking meter. And it's just something that we'll be monitoring. And on top of that, it's also the outdoor dining as well.
Yeah, okay, great. And then, so it's a $2 per hour, and the limit is 2 hours maximum, right? Okay, and it's from 8 a.m. to 12 a.m., midnight,
Till
right?
midnight.
So I'm curious, what was the decision for making the limit 2 hours, and what was the decision for making it 8 a.m. to 12 a.m.?
The time limits currently varies between the 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours, and it was mostly based on the occupancy study that we saw, where majority of that turnover happens at that 1 to 2 hour mark. And we want to make sure that anyone who comes to downtown, that this parking transaction doesn't take away from that experience when they're coming to downtown, and having some sort of uniformity will help alleviate that as well. We don't want people to be confused and to look at different signage on different streets about what time or how long I can stay on this street versus this street. And so we wanted to make sure that there was some level of uniformity of having that experience, and that this transaction would be very simple. In terms of the time frame, again, it's also within the occupancy study that we had done back in January. And it's also to make sure that this effort for this parking operation aligns with the actual operation costs as well. So in order to break even, as well as the occupant study, that's how we landed between 8 a.m. to midnight. But it's also looking at what neighboring cities are doing in terms of their timeframes and time limits. And we want to make sure that it's very similar to our neighboring cities.
Okay. So the idea is to continue the turnover in that zone. So somebody who's coming to downtown Burbank to watch a movie and then go have something to eat and then walk the mall, that's not where they would park. They would park in one of the free parking areas that is in the structures or somewhere else. And the folks who are coming in this parking zone would be grabbing a quick bite, picking up some coffee, or just going to one place for under 2 hours. That's the idea, is the people who are just short-term stay during downtown. Okay.
Correct, that there would be options as well.
Okay. And then was there any discussion about the parking lot on Orange Grove? And there have been questions about whether that's going to be charged for parking or if that's free. Is there any plans to charge for parking in that structure, or is it going to stay free for the time being?
This effort is for the on-street, just the curb parking. Okay. And depending on how it goes, we would look at those off-streets, which includes the lots and the structures, as well as the Orange Grove.
Okay, but not in this phase. That would be
Correct.
Something that would happen in the future.
Correct.
Okay, so there's no chance that suddenly it's going to be, in this particular phase, it suddenly be paid in those structures.
Correct.
Okay, great. Let's see. So it was mentioned earlier that there's going to be signage for the free spaces. So if somebody's looking along San Fernando and they realize, wait a minute, this is only 2 hours, I want to be here for 3 hours, where do I even park now? There'll be signage to direct people to where there is free parking.
Correct. And just like with this effort, we want to make sure that people understand where they can park, where do they need to pay for parking. And so part of the implementation, we've included an expense for signage to make sure that we're able to update them and provide that clarity.
Okay. And I'm wondering too if it might be possible to have updated maps on our city website and on the downtown Burbank page and the Visit Burbank page and anywhere else that people might be looking at what's going on downtown so that they preemptively know where free
Yes.
parking is? Okay.
Yes, noted. Thank you.
Yes, and to that end, we are planning on a big outreach campaign. We'll be updating our website, we'll be using our social media, we'll have announcements at city, or this is what we're planning on doing, having announcements at city council, and our contractor, our proposed contractor would be on the ground in the first few weeks to help people learn how to use all the new infrastructure and direct people to the free parking in our off-street inventory.
Yeah, because my sense is that the majority of folks who park in that zone are actually not Burbank residents, because, yeah, so they're maybe coming from out of town, might be looking ahead of, like, looking at for AMC or whatever, and so they might be searching for that information online. So that's great, though, that there'll be someone on site as well. And then just a couple more, Mr. Mayor. I'm almost done. You know, it would be kind of cool, actually, too, if it's possible. I know this is a little bit of extra work, but it'd be kind of cool to have a little, like, I don't know, 30, 60-second video of, like, how to use the app or something that can be clicked on and viewed on the website or whatever, put on the Channel 6. Just that I think sometimes it's easier to visualize what it is if you can actually see somebody using it.
We agree. It's on the list.
Yay! That's wonderful. Okay, and let's see. Actually, I think that's it. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me the time to ask these questions.
Of course, Councilmember. Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Just a quick follow-up. You mentioned that there was a study done, and that's where you got the days and the times. So you're telling me that there were people downtown Burbank at midnight looking for parking, because I live 3 blocks from here. It's dead after 10 p.m. Culver City only goes till 8. Who's out at midnight, like sitting for more than 90 minutes? I don't understand this. Because what we're trying to do,
all of us when we leave council meeting.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
You have a free parking space. I know.
Love it. That's right. We're gonna go grab a burger after this, right, Joe?
Yeah, a long burger.
Well, but don't park downtown because it's only 90 minutes. So
No, I'm lazy. I'm gonna park there.
What I'm saying is, if the point is to get turnover, but at the same time we can go downtown anytime after 8 o'clock, and it's pretty dead anyways. Especially if you do 90 minutes, so the parking at 8, by the time it's 9:30, nobody's there. Personally, I'd be more in favor of going till 8.
But you know who I really want to hear from is David Krisky.
Well, if only he would come. Oh,
hey, David.
So I have a 4-year-old, so I don't get out much anymore. But I can tell you that when I walk my dog at 9:30 on a Saturday night, it is hopping, and I do not think the weekends especially. I don't think it falls off until at least 11 and close to midnight. So weekdays, I probably later 8, 9, 10 o'clock. It is dropping off, but Friday and Saturday.
And we have the Friday night market. I
yes.
understand that. So at that point, because then, okay, Friday, Saturday I get. But then here comes the problem. If we want to relax it the other 5 days of the week, does that get confusing for people?
So yes, we believe it would, and that is a question that came up in our outreach, and in us trying to explain it. People still thought that meant performance pricing meant it was changing all the time. So you would come on a Thursday midday and it was this price, and you come on a Saturday and it was going to be a different price, kind of like a hot lane. We're not proposing that. We think that would be a recipe for confusion. I think what we're proposing to do with the setting the price. And just to clarify, when we say about performance pricing and how the prices might change, we're talking about setting the price, measuring it, waiting a few months, seeing what the occupancy is, and then adjusting higher or lower. We're not talking about swapping it out a lot because we think that would be confusing. So this proposed policy would be very robust and very contemporary to manage parking. I don't think we need to take the next step of the hot lane, congestion pricing for parking type thing.
Okay, all right. If we can charge Teslas more, that'd be great, but that's, all right.
All right, Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. So question regarding, I know you mentioned that we will have people available for directions, maybe providing if there's issues and educating them. Are those individuals, are they city workers or through the company that we're contracting with? And how are they going to be visible for people to see them and know who they are so they can ask for assistance?
So our plan is for them to be members of LAS Parking, the contractor who we are recommending that we go with. We actually have members of LAS Parking here, and I think they might be able to answer that if that's okay.
Well, that would be great. I mean, if Mr. Mayor, if that's okay with you.
Would the representative from LAS Parking please come forward and introduce yourself? And then, Councilmember, if you could pose the question, and
sure,
that's the way we'll do it.
That's why we're here.
I was wondering who you were all night.
Good evening. And what are your names?
My name's Conrad Medola, Regional Vice President for LAS Parking. Renee is our gentleman that oversees the operation here. He's the key.
Great.
Can you speak into the microphone? Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Renee Mendoza. I'm the project manager for the Burbank Parking Enforcement currently.
Great. Thank you both for being here so late. Councilmember Mullins, could you repeat the question?
So the question is, how would an individual identifies who you are, and is it going to be one of you through the entire street, or multiple individuals who will be assisting?
No, there'll be multiple individuals. They'll be identifiable by reflected vest, much like the current staff wears now. A safety vest, but it's also very highly reflective, highly visible. They'll be obviously trained and briefed on the equipment themselves. They'll be familiar with the area, the streets proposed, where alternative parking is available.
Okay, thank you. Issues with challenges. It has happened to me and others individual when you're trying to pay and you're having technical difficulties going through. Is there going to be a phone number provided? Is it the city phone number, LAS phone number? How would people go through maneuvering that challenge?
There'll be a phone number. There'll be a phone number for the mobile application versus actual customer service. And we haven't determined that number yet, but it is on our to-do list to make sure that in terms of implementation, we make it clear which phone number is for what type of service.
And who's going to be available at 11:30 p.m. when there's a challenge?
Customer service is available during business hours, and then if it does happen where someone needs assistance at a later time, it'll happen on the following day.
I think we're volunteering Mr. Krisky. Mr. Krisky and the 4-year-old.
You know, on the uniforms, they'll be customized. We'll work together with the city on that so they stand out. One of the pictures on the presentation also showed our custom uniforms for that, but we'll work together with the city on that.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I think
Thank you.
the rest is for staff. I do like the video idea. I think visual is important. So I thank you, Councilmember Takahashi, because I had it written down too, is like to trying to show a demonstration to how it works. I want to bring your attention to slide 23. Where it does have the different signage, and on the pay parking, and you might have information on the blue one, but forgive me, my eyesight is not that great. I was trying to expand it on here, but I wasn't. Believe it or not, I'm sitting here going, can I expand this? Because it is really small. Pay parking. Does it say anywhere in there, pay parking for 7 days a week, 8 to midnight? Because the first thing I do when I go park is I look and see when is it going to expire? Like how long the holidays are okay? Can we add 7 days a week?
We appreciate that feedback. What you see on slide 23 is a very, very rough mock-up. It's to show you that there are different options for mobile payment, but it's not the actual mock-up. There'll be different signage for the regulatory in terms of time limits, when paid parking would start, and then there'll be different signage of where you can park for free and where you would pay for parking, and then there's different signage of how you can actually pay through a mobile application, and that's most likely going to be a black-green version through Park Mobile. And so this is just a rough mock-up just to say that the intention that there's different options to pay for parking.
Okay, so you will have 7 days a week, 8 to 12, so people know before they leave their car, this is how long they have.
Correct.
If I could just follow up on that, there are many places throughout the county, throughout the country, where Sundays and holidays are exempt.
Yes.
So that needs to be very explicit. So including Sundays and holidays.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, because that has happened to a lot of us where we're looking and say, yeah, I don't have to pay. Okay. And you did mention, and it's written down on slide 29, I just want to confirm, you said the city council meeting, so you said you're coming back on the 26th, and that I'm assuming to adopt the ordinance, correct? You're not presenting, because you mentioned something about presenting on the 26th.
Correct. November 26th would be the only recommendation is to adopt the ordinance.
Okay, great, thank you. So my last comment, Mr. Mayor, and I promise that's, I can't stress enough about education to our community, and especially those that don't live in our community, but they frequent our community with, restaurants or the movie theater or even the market. Education is going to be extremely important. Signage everywhere is going to be extremely important. The other request that I'd like to make is, and see if my colleagues agree, is we did this when we started enforcing again, giving tickets, we kind of gave a grace period for people to understand and learn that we're starting this program, but we have a grace period for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at least, to allow people to make those mistakes without coming to visit us and then leaving with a $56 ticket. They may not return back because that's not going to be a happy person leaving the city of Burbank. So if everyone is okay with this direction to allow the grace period for ticketing, go through the education component, have the staff available to guide them through the process, and then once we're okay with moving forward and we feel comfortable, then we can start the ticket process. But, as much information we can send out to the community, as much signage, maybe give cards to the businesses in the community or put something in their windows so when people walk in there and say, "Ooh, I have to pay for parking." Anything that we can remind them and have it in front of them, because this is a new program and I think it's important that we have it successful because we did our job to educate our community about it. Thank you.
If I could ask Councilmember Mullins, you're saying once it's out and it's implemented and it's ready to go and people start paying for parking and start using the system, that we don't issue tickets
immediately
for like a week or two, or?
To give a grace period of just learning the process and making the payments and
Mr. Kriske, welcome
Kriske
back.
again.
That's fine, and I'm just consulting with our police department folks, and that's customarily what we do when we introduce an ordinance. We'll do a 2-week grace. We'll either issue warnings or otherwise give a little leeway, so we can totally do that.
Boy, you guys are really
Appreciate
nice here.
it. See,
I don't do that.
I didn't even need to say it. You're on top of it already, but I just want to make sure that we're doing that.
And I would ask that we do issue warnings rather than just give them leeway. Like at least, you can't say we didn't tell you.
Any other questions or comments? No, for real, we got a great police department. I work with a lot of people that don't do the 2-week period. I typically don't, but you guys are really nice. So we got a great PD. We do, yes, we are customer oriented. No, I have no questions. I had a lot walking in here, but I think that my colleagues have asked all the questions that I would have. So does anyone have a motion that they'd like to make? Or any other discussion point they'd like to share?
I'm happy to take a stab at the motion.
Okay.
All right. So I would like to make a motion introducing an ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank, adding Article 30 to Chapter 1, Title 5 of the Burbank Municipal Code to establish a parking meter zone in downtown Burbank. I'd also like to adopt a resolution of the Council of the City of Burbank amending Article 1, Section 14 and Article 5, Section 10 of the fiscal year 2024-2025 citywide fee schedule to update and amend the fees related to parking fees and parking violations. Do I have to read the rest of it?
Can you just make her do it?
I'll go for it if you want me to.
If I may, council members, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's been brought to my attention that we need to correct a typo in the proposed ordinance. The description of the zone should extend on San Fernando from East Magnolia to Angelino. Currently, the description says it extends to East Olive Avenue.
Yes.
And so that's correction number 1. And then on the 2 resolutions approving the cooperation agreement for city clerk's benefit as they print it up, I just want to let you know the attached cooperation agreement, the paragraph numbers were omitted inadvertently. So it should be, section 1, section 2, section 3. There's no section number on that attachment. Okay. So when we print it, we will fix that.
Mr. Mayor, just for the benefit of everyone.
One second. I want to make sure this is clear. Since you're the motion maker, are you introducing and amending as stated on the record by the city attorney's office?
Yes, I would like to introduce numbers 1 through 8 on the agenda item with the amendments from the city attorney's office.
Can I get a second before we go to other points?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Perez, second by Mullins. Now, Councilmember Anthony.
Just for the benefit of the public, can we have the representative from the city attorney's office just introduce himself so they know that it's not some random person coming from the audience?
I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lisa Kurihara, Senior Assistant City Attorney for the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Yes, Councilmember.
Question. We had discussed earlier about the inclusion of policy for valet and using in the section. Do we need to amend the motion in order to conclude that, or is that more just staff direction to?
Yes.
Is that just staff direction will include it, or do we have to actually amend the motion in order to make sure it's included?
So we recommend that you give us direction on the parameters for excluding or providing a break on a fee for valet in downtown. We will incorporate that into our valet permit process. We will just carve out whatever direction you have into our permit process. So when folks come forward in downtown Burbank for valet, we'll have that criteria for downtown. So it sounds like you want to limit valet operations in the permit zone to not San Fernando Boulevard, and you want to limit the number of valet operators in downtown Burbank in some way, whether it's to one existing, it could be either to existing valet operators in downtown. We limit valet operations in the zone to existing valet operators as of the date of the ordinance, or you could carve out a very limited number of spaces for future valet to be doled out as requested.
Mr. Kriske, you said, 130 is the break-even point?
145 spaces is the proposal, and in year 1, we're proposing to break even. So taking capacity out of the 145, we will likely go more negative the more spaces we take out.
Okay.
If my colleagues would indulge me while I have the floor, I would say limit it to the folks that we have now, because the main issue we had was one restaurant owner coming to us and leaving it to staff.
Who is in the middle of the process already.
Okay.
So that limits it to a maximum of 4 spaces, and it's off-site, not on San Fernando.
So I would prefer, rather than conferring a special privilege to a single person who showed up for a legislative item, you add a 9th recommendation to your paragraph to have staff bring back criteria for a program.
Yep, okay.
That sounds like a better course of action to me, too. Is that the motion, Perez?
Sure.
Second, Mullins, you're on board?
Yes.
Great.
Can we put, is there a time limit for staff to come back with the recommendation?
So they would do it, so we heard before March of 2025, they have to resolve this issue.
Yeah, before implementation.
Okay.
Okay.
So it comes back before implementation.
And if I could make just one suggestion to staff, if we're shooting for 80% filled and the turnaround, logically charging 80% of what a filled capacity would be seems reasonable to me. That's just where I'm at. So if they're buying the whole space, what we're trying to do is 80% capacity, we should
So
charge
they'll
them.
bring a program back.
Yeah, so I'm just putting that out
Yeah.
there. All right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, discussion?
I have some comment before we vote.
Yeah.
I think there are some folks in the community who, have some consternation about this implementation of this plan. So I just wanted to share a little bit about, for me at least, why I support it moving forward. So, I support this proposal as is, and with the addition with adding the valet implementation program as well. And other non-parking usage, like the special events. Because this will open up spots for folks to have easier access for short trips. That right now, there's a lot of compression in that area to find parking. I like that we're looking at actual data of parking spot usage to determine costs. So it's not a random number we're pulling out of the sky. It's a number that we think will be good, but we will look at the data moving forward to really adjust it to make sure it's the right amount. So we're not charging too much and we're not charging too little. I like that the rules proposed are simple, straightforward, easy to understand. And I like that it's much easier to enforce. This new proposal is easier to enforce to make sure that folks are not taking advantage of the lack of enforcement and leaving their cars there all day, and that the cars will get moved out of the spots. I really like the robust education plan that's being proposed. I really appreciate the willingness to be patient and educate the community while they're adjusting to this new process. Because this is the first time that we've had paid parking in Burbank. This is a big deal. This is a big change for Burbank. And I want to acknowledge that for some folks in the community who have lived in Burbank for a long time, even grew up here, and it's never been paid parking, that just to acknowledge that this is a big change. And it can feel like a loss, like this is a loss in our community. While it may feel like a loss, I also find it as a gain too. So we will gain available parking spots. We'll gain folks. They won't have to wait for the parking spots for people to come out as much. So they'll be able to park. So they won't block traffic. Our businesses will gain because they'll get more business for people willing to just swing by and grab something that maybe they otherwise wouldn't because there's no parking available. So I understand that it might feel like a loss, but I think in a lot of ways we also are having gains. Also, I think that the reason why we're here is because we are actually victims of our own success as a city. So we are really successful downtown, and because of that success, was a huge demand for our parking. And that huge demand then puts compression on our parking, and it's really important that we have a system in order to manage that success. So I think it's a sign that we are doing really well, but doing really well means more people, bigger crowds, bigger demand. So that's one of the downsides of being successful is you actually have a lot more to deal with. So this is how we are adapting and adjusting and doing something new in our city. But I think we're doing it in a really smart way, in a careful way, and we're also doing it in a way that is being cognizant and patient with our community as they adjust. So thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts on that.
Of course. Anyone else? Mr. Grisky, come on back up here. I gotta look. This will be the last time I ask him questions. I want to ask Mr. Grisky. I did want to just address some comments that were made tonight by Mr. West. And just in general, we actually have had paid parking in Burbank from the mid-1940s to 1974 when they were taken out. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there was also a reference that we somehow experienced a net loss in parking spaces on San Fernando when we went to the one-way direction. That's not accurate, is it?
No, we added a few.
Okay. Look, I don't mean to embarrass anyone. I just think when we're talking factually, we want to get that information out there and we want it to be very clear. It was there before it wasn't, as they say. So thank you, Mr. Krisky. You can take your seat. I just want to say I support the proposal for the reasons mentioned by Councilmember Takahashi. I think to Councilmember Mullen's point, education is key. and I like the delayed enforcement model. That's a really nice way of handling it. I might have to share that suggestion with some other agencies that I work with. But at the end of the day, the only lasting comment I'll say is this. I absolutely think that not a specific operator, but if somebody wants to bring a wonderful business to downtown Burbank, we need to have an accommodation for that business to be successful, as we would anyone who wants to operate in that space. The only thing I would say, though, is that if we're going to charge, for example, a valet service to occupy the spaces for their purpose, we should be equal across the board. So as much as I love the Burbank Winter Wine Walk, if they want to close down the street, there should be a cost associated with that, and we shouldn't be giving special exemptions to some people that use those spaces, not others. That's just this council member's perspective. Yes, Councilmember
Mayor,
Mullins.
so I have a question regarding the valet when it comes back and regarding policy. Are you going to also include the closure of the street for special events? So how are we, if we charge or we don't charge?
And Mr. Prescott.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. The events are our city events, so we wouldn't charge ourselves.
We don't charge the operator of Burbank Winter Wine Walk? I didn't think we were pouring wine.
Well, we pay, yeah.
So it's us?
The Downtown Business Improvement District.
Okay.
A very successful bid pays for that.
And it's to promote our downtown.
That's right.
Yeah, so I guess we won't charge ourselves. We'll leave that alone.
Well, I would, but okay. All right. Any other discussion? Great. Ms. Clark, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Ordinance has been introduced as amended, and we'll talk about it again next week for potential adoption. Okay. That takes us to our second report of the evening. The second report to council tonight is a review of the citywide outdoor dining and private parking lots and approval of the development of a codified outdoor dining program with objective standards for citywide outdoor dining in private parking lots. Marissa Cardwell, please present the report.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of City Council. My name is Marissa Cardwell from the city's Community Development Department. I'm here this evening with my colleague, Mary Hamzoyan, also from the city's Community Development Department. And we are here to present a review of citywide outdoor dining in private parking lots and the potential approval of a codified outdoor dining program. So just to give some background, on May 19th of 2020, Council approved the Economic Recovery Plan, which included strategies to support the local economy. In July of 2020, in response to the impacts from the COVID-19 pandemic, Council adopted an ordinance temporarily allowing restaurants to use their private parking lots for outdoor dining and waiving city parking requirements. In December of 2023, this ordinance was extended, and the temporary suspension of enforcement was approved to continue through December 31st of this year. As the restaurant industry continues to recover from the impacts of COVID-19 health orders, new challenges have emerged, including difficulties with hiring and retaining staff, increasing inflation and supply chain issues, and loss of revenue from the decrease in daytime workforce population as some of the city's largest employers continue to offer flexible work-from-home options. Additionally, Assembly Bill 1228 was recently implemented, increasing the minimum wage for fast food employees to $20 an hour beginning April 1st, 2024, putting an additional financial strain on businesses. These conditions continue to negatively impact the restaurant industry, and so it is important to carefully study the opportunity for outdoor dining in private parking lots in the city of Burbank. Allowing for continued outdoor dining in private parking lots for restaurants, breweries, and other food and drink serving establishments may help businesses regain financial stability by enhancing a business's capacity to provide the public with alternative dining options. 8 establishments are currently using their private parking lots for outdoor dining. These next 2 slides will detail the 8 establishments that are currently utilizing those areas, including their business name, address, zoning, and whether the city has received complaints related to a business regarding outdoor dining. So I'll give you a moment here. And then slide number 2, listing the additional 4 locations. As you can see from the previous slides, the city has received some complaints regarding the impacts of outdoor dining in private parking lots, such as noise, parking, and maintenance. The city has also received positive feedback from establishments and guests that utilize this option. Staff continues to conduct community outreach and meetings with these establishments on an as-needed basis. Should council elect to move forward with the program, staff from economic development, planning, transportation, and building and safety would work together to ensure that the city and its consultant are connecting with surrounding businesses and neighborhoods to understand conditions as they relate to parking, noise disturbances, and any other potential impacts or concerns that could be a long-term consequence of additional parking lot use for dining. In conclusion, to properly address outdoor dining in private parking lots, a citywide program is needed. If council elects to consider developing an outdoor dining program for establishments to continue utilizing their private parking lots, staff would request that council temporarily suspend enforcement of city parking requirements and other city codes that would otherwise be imposed on current establishments that are utilizing their private lots as outdoor dining areas until December 31st, 2026, or until such a time that a program has been established, whichever comes first. An appropriation of funds would be requested during fiscal year 25-26 budget process for consultant services necessary to prepare the zone text amendment, conduct public outreach, prepare the parking and transportation analysis, and undertake the required environmental assessment for such a program. If no action is taken tonight, the temporary suspension of enforcement of city parking requirements will sunset on December 31st, 2024. This concludes the presentation for this evening. I want to thank you for your time and consideration, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation. Feel free to grab a seat, but don't go too far. I do have 2 comment cards. Therefore, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the council. First, I have Patricia Rivera, followed by Joe Pimienta. And your time begins once you're up here and you start talking.
Well, this is late. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Patricia Rivera. Our family owns Tequilas Burbank, and we are also partners with Morrison Burbank. We also have President Berrigan's, Morrison, Granada's, I believe, well, Celis Cafe, I think they left. My comments are regarding the dining and private parking lots. We strongly request that the patios become permanent. As stakeholders, we would like to be active participants if a study is required by the city and provide valuable information to make it equitable. We want to be sensitive to our neighbors and their needs and cognizant of the city requirements. Establishing permanency would benefit business owners and the community by enabling long-term planning. This strategy has been successfully adopted by nearby cities. Originally, we invested in patios with the goal of surviving COVID. Many businesses did not endure COVID. However, some of us continue to exist and stabilize due to the patios. We became more innovative and creative despite limited resources and direction. One of the unforeseen consequences of COVID is customers' change behavior, with most favoring outdoor patio dining and many ruling out indoor restaurants. Maybe it's the beautiful weather we have that invokes a more relaxed atmosphere where customers can bring their pets also. Our patios have allowed us to maintain and expand our workforce. Without our patio, immediate layoffs would impact not only individuals, but entire families. Our patios, like any new program, is inherently imperfect. Implementation reveals opportunities for improvement. It is essential to preserve existing benefits while advancing a program. Our aim is to create a mutually beneficial environment for the community, neighbors, staff, and local businesses. We request that the city revise and streamline regulations, prioritizing business friendliness and community needs. Following COVID, some city regulations no longer fit seamlessly. Certain codes are outdated and ineffective. Current systems hinder business owners and discourage city interaction. In the aftermath of the pandemic, considerable financial losses were followed by a rise in sales due to the patios, currently resulting in higher sales taxes being paid to the city of Burbank. Tequila's is in an area with minimal foot traffic, primarily due to its distance from the heart of Magnolia Park. Joe's Great American Bar and Grill remains closed since COVID-19, while the Retro Dairy Mart, which we formerly owned, is also vacant.
Thank you for your comment. That's your time, but thank you for staying so late. Last but not least, we have Joe Pimienta, and then that will complete public comment on this item.
Good evening. I honestly thought there would be more speakers on this, but there you go. I don't want to. How do I follow that, right? But I would just like to echo everything that a previous speaker said, because I completely agree. I also do hope that these establishments become the outdoor patios also become permanent. The only thing that I will add to the previous speaker is that it has also made it safer for a lot of pedestrians to be walking around this area where there is outdoor seating, being that there's more room for pedestrians to be walking around. And also, just as someone, I will also just throw it in there that it also makes people consider alternative modes of transportation to getting to these establishments. And as you can imagine, I'm a big fan of that, of considering other modes of transportation. And I believe that I will bring up that point in the next agenda item. So anyways, just echoing the previous speaker, I hope that I hope that this becomes a permanent thing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Joe. That does complete public comment. Before we get to council questions, does staff have any response you'd like to share? You don't have to, but I always like to ask. Seeing no itching response there from Mr. Ramirez, although he's smiling. I think he's going to have a good one here in a second. Does anyone have a question or a comment of staff? Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
So the question in regards to the length of time, obviously that's a concern for the businesses. How long has it been since we first implemented this? And I think we're getting close to 5 years, and we have done a good job of extending it year after year. And I know the governor passed, I think it was a bill, or passed the outdoor dining language back in 2023, allowing for cities to move forward and give them permission to continue utilizing the outdoor dining permit. So I know we're here today, and I know we're looking at what is our next step. So I am just urging staff to dedicate whatever we need, whether it's a consultant, do a study, have community groups, get together with the restaurants, find out what the needs, get together with our neighborhood, with our community, to see what the impact is, so we can really move forward and make sure we are providing the proper guidance to the restaurants and also to our community to find out what the resolution is going to be for them, so they can move forward with their plans. So those are kind of comments with question. It's taken a long time. It's taken 5 years, and I know you're busy, but I'm going to allow you to give us the response if you wish.
Well, before I chime in, I think I'd let economic development speak, because they've been very involved with the businesses. So there's probably kind of like some context that they can provide, and then I can give you planning side of the response.
Okay, Ms. Cardwell.
Sure. As Mr. Ramirez mentioned, we've been very involved in sort of the community outreach aspect of any outdoor dining in public parking lots. It's taken some time, obviously, to do research with balancing the time and the resources we have with work program goals and pending projects like our strategic plan, and so really it's just a matter of staff time allocation and funding, and a necessity that we've realized at this point. We'll need to go out to get a consultant to help with actually changing the zone text to reflect the changes that are required to implement a more permanent program. And I'll defer back to Mr. Ramirez, who can speak a little bit more on staff time and the zone text amendment.
So I think it was important. I just wanted it to be on record that economic development has done a very commendable job in actually reaching out to the businesses. A lot of the information that's in the report is based on their direct interaction with the businesses. We've done site visits. I've actually been to Tequilas with Econ Dev, so I've kind of seen the existing conditions. But as you know, and I'm glad to hear that the businesses actually acknowledge that they want to be a good neighbor. Out of the 7 restaurants or eateries, half of them are residentially adjacent. And I know it's very important to the council to strike a balance with long-term viability of the businesses, as well as the importance of protecting and preserving the single-family residential neighborhoods. And our regulations are pretty much set up for that. There's a lot of uses. When you're residentially adjacent, it requires like a conditional use permit or a higher level of review. So we want to embark on that journey with the businesses and the community to go through that analysis. As you heard earlier, there are other competing interests for staff time. We have the specific plans. This is important. The reason we're requesting the time extension is to allow the businesses to continue to operate with all the benefits that the business owner noted, both for the customers, the workforce, and the ability to kind of start looking at kind of a long-term vision for outdoor dining. What we want to do is we want to have the conversation with the community that with the ability to do that, it may not be limited to just these 8 businesses. Are we looking at codification that would apply in other parts of the city where we also have residential adjacent uses? And we want to make sure we don't create unintended consequences that would result in things like parking permit requirements, neighborhood protection program expansion, any other adverse impacts that we don't know because we haven't actually engaged the community in the conversation. So to be able to do that, we are recommending, as noted in the report, that we undertake the effort to bring forth to you during the budget process cost allocation for that work, and that you can evaluate that with other demands for the budget that you would have. And if you so desire to allocate that resource to this effort, then we would undertake that. I'm not going to tell you it's going to take us 18 months. I don't think it's going to take that long. But I can say that within the period of the extension request, I feel very confident that we could work with the community, work with the businesses as stakeholders, and come with something that would be viable for your consideration. At the end of the day, you're the decision makers. You'll have to make the final decision of to what extent you want to implement this type of a program. But in the process of evaluation, one thing that's important to understand is certain businesses, even the ones that are currently considered, may be small enough as far as the amount of parking that they're using that maybe they get exempted. They may be part of an exemption process. If there are other businesses that are much larger and they're maybe doubling the capacity of the occupancy, we need to assess what the impacts are going to be both for transportation demand as well as potential impacts to the availability of parking. So geographically, there are different situations to the point of Tequilas, maybe in an area where maybe there's a lot more parking available. So maybe their capacity is greater, but we won't know what set of criteria to apply until we go through the code amendment process. But I think we could be quite successful in bringing forth something that strikes a balance between the needs of the businesses and their need to be viable long-term, while at the same time protecting the neighborhoods the way you want us to do it. And the time frame we're requesting would allow us to do that.
You can sure have a follow-up question.
Thank you. I'm just curious if you can just walk us through what you envision this process would look like. So is this like community meetings with businesses separate from the neighborhoods, or are we doing a survey, or we don't know yet?
So the blueprint, we've done one very successful, I think you all thought it was successful, I hope so, was the firearm regulations. So there we had competing interests. We had businesses and we had other members of the public. We undertook stakeholder meetings with different groups, both just general community and then individual stakeholders, the businesses. Then we had community meetings where we outlined kind of the main points or main issues that need to be addressed through the process. And then from that, we got public input. When we started developing the regulations themselves and the actual standards that would apply, we actually engaged the businesses themselves and said, here are the regulations that we're looking at applying. Do these work for you? Do they not? Would it be prohibitive to you if we undertake this effort? Because these may address the issues of the neighborhoods. So that's the same process, and then eventually it would go to the Planning Commission for consideration. They would make a recommendation, and ultimately then it would come to council for consideration and adoption. Similar process. I don't think it's going to be as drawn out, but we would undertake consultants to assist in best practices and look at what other cities are doing. I think it was mentioned here what other cities are doing and what those best practices are. And there may be geographic differences that make sense in another community that maybe don't make sense here. And a perfect example would be like in Pasadena, where you have some of these types of uses. Well, they might have larger buffers of commercial to their residential, which is different than like we have, where we have a commercial strip, an alley, and then residential uses. So we want to use the best practices, but we want to make sure that they're going to be tailored to the community and that they're going to work in the long term. So that's the level of effort. And it's just, in general, the idea. But what's very important, and it's in our general plan, and you all have touted this, is make sure you vet this with the community so that there are not unintended consequences later and we get the best set of regulations for the city.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this forward. Obviously, it's very important to the businesses that are here, and I think from us, you can sense that we want this to happen. My question is along the vein of questioning that Councilmember Mullins had. What is the timeline that we're looking at? You explained the process. We've done a lot of outreach already. We've had some conversations with the business owners. So this process that you explained, are we looking at a possibly, I know you alluded to this, possibly a more condensed timeline?
Well, it wouldn't be 18 months. But what I would tell you is the under promise is if you give us the full extension through July of 2026, which I think is the time. December of 2026. If we come to you at the fiscal year, right, that would be part of the budget process. If you allocate the funds, then we'll start the procurement process with the consultants. We will work closely with finance to ensure procurement occurs as fast as possible. And then once we have them on board, I would envision we'd be try to use similar consultants that we've used in the past that have that institutional knowledge of the community and they know how the right questions to ask of the community. So I think if we can do that, I know I'll probably get nudged by my planning manager, but I think within 12 months or less, we could be done. It might be sooner, but I just want to underpromise and we'll try to overperform.
And in the meantime, restaurants will be rest assured that they have the temporary suspension.
If that's
If
the
this
vote of the
passes
council.
hypothetically. Okay.
To clarify, that would be establishments currently using their private parking lots for outdoor dining.
Okay.
Would be assured that they would be exempted.
Okay, because that's good to know too, and good to say on the microphone, because I know they have had a lot of insecurity with that. They're not sure what's going to happen. That's why they're here tonight, making sure that they can continue to operate and run their businesses and continue serving the community at the capacity that they have been. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate all your hard work, and I think it's very true that you have been working very hard at the same time that it's true that it's taken 5 years, and I think this council has prioritized this, so I'm excited to see it move forward, and I won't hold you to 12 months, but it makes me feel better that it's not 18 months.
Understood.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember Takahashi.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So the first one is, if we were to go forward tonight, that this would be a suspension of the city code for the 8 businesses that are currently using it. But would it apply to any new businesses that would like to add that to their?
No, I think if we're talking about anyone beyond the bounds of the 8 that are currently listed, they would need to go through the process of advocating for new code regulations. And then once those are set up, then looking at those businesses under the new code requirements. And the reason for that is to the benefit of those that are currently doing this and undertook that effort under COVID, they've done enough, I think, in their level of effort where we haven't had major issues with adjacent uses. And I would hate to piecemeal and allow others to process without a set of standard requirements. They've figured it out, and that's a great way to advocate for maybe permanence. But to add others, it may dilute the process, and we may get unintended consequences that if we get one or two bad actors, maybe that spoils the whole situation for the ones that have been working hard to try to do the right thing right now.
Okay. So it's to continue the temporary suspension. So would we need to have an ordinance or any emergency ordinance or anything to continue that suspension?
No, just the vote, a majority vote.
Okay.
If that says to continue the current process and not enforce our on-site parking requirement is direction enough, with the other request, which is if you so desire to proceed with the zone text amendment, that you give us direction to come as part of the budget process and propose the scope of that and the cost implications.
Okay. And then my last question is, in the interim, if we were to approve this tonight, both 1 and 2, and in the interim, there were several complaints listed in the staff report. If there were further complaints about these 8 businesses, how would those complaints be addressed in the interim?
So that's like any business. So let's just say it was another business that wasn't doing outdoor dining, but we were having issues with noise complaints or other issues that may be deemed public nuisances. Those would be reported to our code enforcement section, which is in building and safety. They would then investigate it. If it was determined to be in violation of any of the applicable standards for noise or any other operational requirements applicable to the project, I like an example with Lincoln Brewery and their conditional use permit. They have other operational requirements that go beyond outdoor dining. They still have to abide by those requirements. If they do not, then they would be noted by code enforcement. They would be given a reasonable period to correct it. And then from that point, it's just progressive enforcement, right? If you fix it, issues solved, we close the case. If not, then we ratchet up enforcement.
Okay. And just kind of a follow-up from that, the enforcement then would be the enforcement for that particular violation, and it would not involve anything to do with their using their parking lot.
So long as the use of the parking lot doesn't result in other nuisance issues associated with it.
Okay, okay, got it, great. Thank you.
Councilor Mullins, I believe you had a question.
A question, is that permission for the 8 businesses, does that apply to the actual land, the actual location? In the event there's ownership exchange or sales of a property or the business, does that apply to the new owners or only the existing owners?
Well, at this point, it's been very specific to these businesses with these owners. And I think what we would want to do is we want to be very careful. What you're doing is you're basically not enforcing a specific provision of your code. I think we want to be really careful to give any sort of illusion that we're creating some sort of vested right by not enforcing this provision of the code. So I want to be really careful. What we're saying is your current process forgoes enforcement of on-site parking. You're not granting any other special privileges or requirements beyond what they currently have the right to do, which is if they have the right to operate a restaurant or food or other sort of food service with outdoor dining, they have certain limitations from the state with ABC, with their health department, and then whatever operational requirements they currently operate under. Well, this wouldn't vest any other rights beyond those. So if you have a restaurant and you sell the restaurant to another and it's still tequilas and they're still doing, as an example, tequilas and they're continuing to do the same thing and they want to continue with the outdoor dining, we would just not be enforcing the on-street parking requirement. But beyond that, if they change other facets of their business,
Sure.
and those other facets of the business went beyond, let's say, a legal non-conforming entitlement that they have, then they would have to abide by that requirement. So let's just say I'm legal non-conforming right now, but I want to expand the footprint of my business beyond, let's just say I want to add on to it or add another activity, and that activity required a conditional use permit. Well, then they have to go through a conditional use permit.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But this is different than a legal non-conforming, because typically legal non-conforming is if somebody was operating or doing business or built something that was legal at the time and then the law changed. This was never technically legal. We were just given authority by the state to not enforce.
So if I may clarify.
Yeah.
So when I'm referring to legal nonconforming, it has nothing to do with what the state did to allow certain businesses with certain food licenses to have that activity occur outdoors. What I'm referring to is if the business itself, like let's say you have a business with an alcohol use, and the current code requires that if you have incidental alcohol and you're residentially adjacent, you need a conditional use permit for it. If they were to somehow modify their operation and go and do something beyond that, and that required them to now have to get a conditional use permit, they would have to do that no matter what.
Sure.
Yeah, that's separate than not enforcing the outdoor parking requirement.
If I could clarify, the city did not permit the way that these outdoor dining areas were set up. We didn't review them, we didn't plan check them, we didn't evaluate how cars circulate next to them. That was something that the owners did under the executive order and under our local orders. And all we're doing is not enforcing the parking requirement. So there's a lot of things about these areas that may be non-conforming, that were not legal when established. All the city's doing is not enforcing the number of parking spaces and including ADA parking requirements.
So to that point then, I guess, are there other things that we allowed during the pandemic that we have since cracked down on and said, okay, well, you can't actually do this, but we're still ignoring the parking? Like, is there anything else that we allowed?
I mean, I don't want to open old wounds. I think there's been other things we've done from a zoning standpoint that I'll stay away from, though we felt the brunt of it too. But no, this is the only thing I can recall that we council direction, based on council direction, that you told us to stand down and not enforce this requirement. This
I
is the
remember
only
that.
one.
Yeah, I mean, the other more widely used program was simply the dining in the parkway, right? Sidewalk, and we issued encroachment permits for those areas. So generally speaking, those areas for businesses that wanted to maintain them, they're still doing that. And then, of course, through the pilot on San Fernando, some of those things have been more formalized with the K-rails and the raised areas.
Okay. All right. And so at the end of the day, what we're trying to do today is simply extend our non-enforcement while we figure out what to do to make it all legal.
And because this is what I've understood based on the discussion that's occurring here and the feedback from the community is that you want to be very specific in giving us a time frame to create the code and get it done. And by granting us the requested time frame, you're now creating parameters, if you were so to direct us to come back at budget process, to now allocate funds, and that means staffing resources and time, and to get it done, so to speak, like you did with, as an example, the Rancho Neighborhood Specific Plan.
Mm-hmm.
You allocated funds, and you put us on a time frame to get it completed.
Okay, great.
Anyone else? No? Well, someone can make a motion. I'll just say that I've been dealing with this 4 years now, and I can understand the frustration and the angst about why this hasn't been made permanent sooner. Obviously, we have a lot of priorities, so I just, in parting words, just really encourage staff, among the many other things that you have to do. This seems like a relatively speaking easy lift in the sense that it's not as controversial as many other issues that we deal with, in my view. So all for giving you the 2-year extension, and really hopeful, as I'll be watching, that by 2026 you won't be back for another extension, but in fact you'll be back with a permanent plan. So that's my hope of what I expect to see. Anyone want to make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
All right. I was going to call on you anyway.
I knew it. I sensed it. So here I am giving it to you. I move to provide approval to continue the temporary suspension of city code parking requirements and other requirements that would otherwise be imposed to serve food and beverages outdoor on private parking lots at restaurants, breweries, that came out wrong, and other food or drinks serving establishment that are currently utilizing their private parking lots for dining, and also to direct staff to come back during the budget discussion with a proposed plan of the cost that's needed to hire a consultant
To establish zone text amendment.
to establish zone text amendment. We'll continue reading this for public outreach process for the development of permanent codified outdoor dining program.
Second.
Thank you.
Ooh, okay. Well, I had a motion by Mullins, and I'm sorry, but the vice mayor just beat you by a hair there, council member. So second by Perez and a third by Takahashi. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Clark, let's call the roll.
Councilmember Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Schultz?
Yes, motion passes 5-0. Thank you all so much for coming and staying late. I'll be eating at all of your establishments, I'm sure, in the next 6 months. I'll see you all then. All right. But we're not done. The third report to council tonight is a report out from the City Council Subcommittee on Metropolitan Transportation Authority, North Hollywood to Pasadena Corridor Bus Rapid Transit Project, or if you'll all indulge me, BRT for short. David Kriske, welcome back. Would you please present the report?
Yes, good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, David Kriske with Community Development, and I'll be very quick to just say that the purpose of tonight's item is for the City Council Subcommittee for the North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT project, be able to report out on the discussions that they had with staff in relation to the project. So included in your staff report is a very brief overview of what was discussed, and also included the minutes from the 2 meetings that we've held since the subcommittee was established back in March. And so we have that information available for you and for the public, but this is really just to allow the subcommittee to discuss what we talked about and have the full council weigh in on that. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kriske. Before we get to, well, I guess I should say, Councilmember Mullins, you're the only subcommittee member here. Before we get to public comment, is there anything general that you would give in terms of like equivalent to a staff report that you'd want the public to know before they have a chance to comment, just about where things stand?
Oh, absolutely. So we did have 2 really productive meetings that talked, as the staff report indicates, about the agreement and the approval of the agreement. And our second meeting was a lot of in-depth conversation regarding the area starting with from First Street on to Glen Oaks, and the proposed plan, as Metro had recommended, is to take away the parking from the First Street onto Glen Oaks. However, staff came back with recommendations that we look at eliminating the lane instead of taking away the parking. And in some of our conversation, actually we discussed the possibility of doing a trial base to see what would that look like and the impact on traffic if we take away that 1 lane from First to Glen Oaks. And I believe that staff did agree that we can do a trial base, which, as they always tell us, it's paint that they can put down and they can remove. And it gives us a better idea to the impact on that area for the lane elimination, but leaving the parking, that with the added caveat that they would enhance the bus stop area where allow for bigger space. And I believe there's some pictures here on one of the attachments to what it proposed would look like. So that's kind of, in short, everything that we talked about. Of course, it took us a lot longer than, the 2 minutes that I talked. But I think it's something good that we're moving into the right direction to make sure that we are balancing things, and we're working with the community, and we're working with people who have concerns on both sides to what plans do we need to move forward. And I'm happy to say that Burbank we're the only first city to approve our agreement. And I know as of the last time we had our meeting, Glendale hadn't even signed their agreement. And I understand Pasadena didn't even sign it. They just did? Okay, well, finally. So that is definitely good news for Burbank, that we are being proactive, and we had that discussion, and we approved the red line version that the staff presented to us. So, Councilmember Takahashi, I just kind of gave him a synopsis of everything that we've done in those two meetings. So you can say, yeah, I agree, or you can add or you can add your words to it.
All right. Well, I appreciate from both of you the report. I'm going to construe that as sort of an elongated staff presentation. With that on record, we'll now go to public comment, so the public has a chance to comment on what they've heard so far. Based on the 5 speaker cards that I have, everyone gets 3 minutes. So we will start when he's up to the microphone and talking with David Donahue, followed by Andre Dionysian. And correction, there are before Mr. Donahue starts, I'll just note for the record that we have 2 cards here. We have one from Christina Imbro and one from Andrew Wilson, both not speaking but voicing their opinion on this matter. So with that, Mr. Donahue, you can begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Schultz, council members and staff. David Donahue, business owner, resident. The metro issue, I think, is really important, and I do want to acknowledge Councilmember Takahashi for your work in the subcommittee and Councilmember Mullins for your work in the subcommittee. And again, question that there was a 3rd subcommittee in Councilmember Anthony going to Metro and doing some sort of. Thank you. I'm here. The Burbank is where he's representing the city. But I said that in my initial public comment. The part that I wanted to call out was the idea of demonstration. I think, Councilmember Takahashi, you have been an advocate for several years about showing it before you're doing it. I think that's a component of San Fernando Boulevard, and I really do applaud that. For myself, I think that the city needs to kind of brace itself just a bit. Olive Avenue had the above Glen Oaks had a change to it, and that was pretty significant. You got a lot of feedback. This, from my perspective, as somebody who is don't take away lanes, let's kind of have a little bit more outreach to the people, and this is where I really kind of get fired up, that are disenfranchised. The people that are not listening, that are not watching, they're not going to the recording, they're not doing it on social media, they're just driving and all of a sudden, what the heck is this? So showing it with some paint, having somebody look at it so they can see it, so they can that is really, really key. I've been at this lectern talking about dedicated lanes and mixed flow, that if you ever really seriously want to consider it, show it. Or let me show you. Let me get 50 people. Let me block the lanes on Olive Avenue. Let me do it block by block. Let me demonstrate it if you're not going to be able to do it. You're going to hear some very articulate speakers talk about we need to have it for all the people. The imaginary people that don't exist yet. We need to build it for them so that they'll come. They're not here, and what is absent of that conversation is the massive impact to Burbank that it will have. Now, this is not really the time or the place to talk about it now, but I'll be here. And thank you very much for your service.
Thank you for your comment, David. Next, we have Andre Dionysian for 3 minutes, followed by Eddie Poland for 3 minutes. And for the record, because I forgot to say it, Andrew Wilson and Christina Imbro wanted to voice their support for Agenda Item 12, although they do not wish to speak. Mr. Dionysian.
It is 10:46, and I had written something. I'm too tired to articulate this, so I'll riff. I want to thank Councilmember Takahashi and Councilmember Mullins for the work you've done on the subcommittee. Reading those attachments was very enlightening, and I really think it was a good discussion that was had, and I'm happy that there was at least 2 meetings that came out of it. I'm First and foremost, a little concerned, although, that it's been over 8 months since council last gave direction. And before that, it was quite another long period of time. This item has been a football that has been thrown further and further and further down the road. And 8 months since last direction was given by council, the committee met twice, was unable to find time to speak about the Olive Avenue Bridge, which is a pretty integral component of this project. So first and foremost, I think council needs to prioritize that as part of the conversation moving forward, and if need be, rein that back in directly to council and have a whole conversation. On that subject, I think it's time with this new amended proposal from the city, which I actually think is really good. It I think solves a lot of the concerns brought up by businesses. I think it's time that council bring it back, agendize an item, ask that somebody from Metro be here to represent and to have their numbers presented, their estimates presented, and actually have a conversation and maybe finally revisit the city's position on bus lanes and signal prioritization. That said, the eloquent speaker prior to myself mentioned the concept of, let's try it, put some paint down, see how it works. I strongly advise against that. What you're going to see happen is when you take away an amenity and you don't provide an alternative, you don't provide the replacement for that amenity, you're just seeing the negatives without seeing any of the positives. Similar to the project on the north part of Olive on top of Glen Oaks, which on paper looked really good. And then it was implemented in a halfway phase, and there was public outcry, even though on paper, again, it looked good. So are you really getting usable data from that experiment, is my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Andre. Next, we have Eddie Poland, followed by Cheryl Weaver, each for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eddie Poland, proud resident. And over the last couple months, I had the opportunity to knock on a lot of doors and make a lot of phone calls. And I asked the question to over 1,000 Burbank residents, what keeps you up at night about the city? And the number one response I got was parking. Whether it was the ADUs on their street that are being permitted without parking, or the SB 35 buildings along our transit corridors that are being built with minimal or no parking. And they're being built that way because of the premise that their new residents will have public transportation or active transportation opportunities and not bring cars with them. But if we don't build those active transportation and public transportation opportunities, what we're doing is building 30,000 new residents that will each come with maybe 2 more cars, and the gridlock that my eloquent friends earlier mentioned that they're afraid of is going to arrive here because we're going to have 30,000 new cars in our city and no other opportunities. So we need to change course today. We need to unshackle our transportation staff and allow them to work with Metro to implement the best possible version of the BRT and not be limited by politically motivated requirement that they're not allowed to talk about dedicated lanes on Olive Avenue. Our staff is not even bringing it up, and they are professionals that are trained in this that can represent our city and actually bring us the highest quality public transportation possible. So I think number one, we need to agendize this item to unshackle our department. Number two, we need to look closer at a full half-mile radius around all of our transit stops. I did the audit of riding my bicycle to the stop that's going to be at the St. Joseph's, up past, down Buena Vista on bicycle, and it was the most harrowing experience of my life. So we cannot expect to be building transportation, building public transportation without adequate active transportation and pedestrian ways of getting there. So, those are the two big things. And the final thing is the Olive Avenue Bridge. That is a dangerous piece of infrastructure. Every day that we don't fix it is another day that somebody's going to die on that bridge. Whether they fall off the side, whether there's an accident because the lanes are too narrow and a bicyclist is murdered on that street because there's no room for them, or because it's a steel infrastructure that's slowly rusting away and there's going to be some accident there with two big rigs or two big buses stuck on that bridge and it's going to collapse. So we need to prioritize that. It needs to be on the agenda immediately, and we need to move forward. I was happy that our transportation department has asked for the funds to actually make this possible in terms of hiring contractors or hiring consultants to move the project forward. This is an essential piece of infrastructure for our city, and we need to deal with it today. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Eddie. Next, we have Cheryl Weaver, and then my last comment card is from Joe Pimienta.
Good, very late evening to all you all, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and thank you so much to the subcommittee. I think you've done a fantastic job. I am super impressed. I think you've taken into consider many of the issues that have come up with this project. By moving the BRT to a side running rather than curb running, you've probably made all of our businesses along Olive very happy, including our police department, who uses that segment quite a bit. I believe doing this as a demonstration is very important. I think that this is a great way. Take away a lane. Let's see what it would be like. I think this is a very measured and balanced way to move forward with this project. I think that Burbank Council has made some very good balanced decisions over the time with BRT, such as having mixed flow lanes until there's the ridership is 17,500 a day. I think that that's a very fair and balanced way to move forward with this project. And I think that the citizens and businesses of Burbank will really appreciate that. I commend you to keep on doing more of the same thing. I also want to keep in mind that while I would love to see the Olive Bridge be redone, it's not part of the BRT. And Metro has repeatedly said they will not make that part of this project. So I think we really need to move those two projects separate from each other and move forward with either the Olive Bridge as its separate project away from the BRT. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, Cheryl. My last comment card tonight is Joe Pimienta for 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Joe Pimienta. I'll try to keep this one short. First and foremost, yes, I do also want to echo what some of the other previous speakers said, and I do want to thank the subcommittee for the work that they've been doing. As someone who bikes a lot, and bikes on Olive specifically a lot, I'll just say it doesn't get that busy throughout the day. Like, maybe at some points in the morning and sometimes like around rush hour in the evenings, there's a little bit of traffic, but it doesn't get that busy. And the last thing that I'm just gonna say, that again, just like, the thing with the BRT, with the bus rapid transit, I am definitely advocating for a designated bus lane because, what makes it, the designated bus lane is what makes it rapid. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment, Joe. That completes public comment. Before we get to council questions and discussion, I am looking at the hour and it's almost 11. So per our policy, I just want to have a quick confer here with our city manager, Mr. Hess. What do you think?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So,
obviously, we'll talk about this. We'll finish this item.
I would finish this one. We do have one more staff report. It's related to the task force for citywide minimum wage, which is a first step. It's not necessarily time sensitive. In a way, we may actually want to wait to see what happens with the actual Prop 32 with the minimum wage. So I know I've waited this for a long time. I don't know if you want to wait one more week.
I can make it very quick. There's not much I want to talk about.
Do
So I'll do
you,
that.
I'm just trying to ballpark it. If we kept it on the agenda, do you think staff could do the presentation in 10 minutes or less?
We could do it in
Okay.
5 or less.
5 or less. Okay. Councilmember Anthony, whatever you're thinking, do you think you could do that and say, could you make your pitch in 2 minutes or
Yep,
less?
absolutely, absolutely.
All right, then, colleagues, I'm comfortable. It's on the agenda to just.
I'm setting a
Depends what the
timer.
pitch is.
Yeah.
If it's a bad pitch, we'll probably.
I can't
in.
guarantee that I'm just going to sit here and agree with the pitch, so.
No.
so-
It sounds like they can move through that item pretty quick, so as it stands, I'm fine to proceed if you all are.
Okay, if that last item starts to go long, though, I think
can
we might
always
want to
table it.
consider to table it, yeah.
Yeah, if it takes too long, anyone can table it or continue it to the next meeting, so.
I'll run the buzzer. Like the minute it goes, you're done.
All right. With that said, are we all in agreement to proceed? Okay. So council, questions or comments? I want to start with the non-subcommittee members. Actually, I'm sorry. Any subcommittee members, if you have any quick response to public comment, I'll start with you. And then I want to get to my colleagues here who haven't had a chance to talk about it. So, council members Takahashi, Mullins, anything you wanted to add after hearing public comment?
Just really quick, well, first of all, thank you all for staying this late and sharing your thoughts on this. Please keep sharing your thoughts on this. I just also wanted to give staff a lot of credit for the work that, I don't know if you did when I was stepped away, but the work that we did on the subcommittee, I mean, the staff did so much work to make this all kind of make sense. So we worked with them, but I want to also give staff a lot of kudos for proposing these alternative plans and for working through the minutia of improving the contract before we signed it. So really appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Mullins, anything on your end?
Thank you, Councilmember Takahashi. Based on this speaker's comment, I'd like to ask staff a couple of questions that hopefully that would answer the questions and the concerns that were brought to the podium.
Okay. Is that acceptable to my two other colleagues? Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Mullins.
Yes, Mr. Krisky, thank you. It seemed that we continue to talk about the Olive Bridge as a part of the BRT, and they're linked together. Even though the BRT, the Metro committee or staff were here and we talked about the bridge extensively, can you please remind everyone what is the BRT linked to the bridge, or the bridge is linked to BRT, and can one go without the other? Where are we getting the funding? So I think I just want to clarify this one more time so we have a better understanding, even for us working on the subcommittee, to know if they're linked together.
Yes, I'd be happy to answer that. Mr. Mayor, again, members of the City Council, David Krisky. The North Hollywood Metro North Hollywood to Pasadena BRT project does not at this time include improvements to the Olive Bridge. That issue came up through the environmental process, and Metro decided that rather than deal with a station on or with the bridge, they proposed a stop just off the bridge on the west side at Lake Street, with then a connection that's kind of long to Metrolink to connect to the Metrolink system. So the BRT project does not include an Olive project. Our city response to that took issue with that and said that that was a detriment, would be a detriment to the project without linking to Metrolink. And so we have separately, the council's given us direction to begin pursuit of a project to improve Olive Avenue Bridge to make that connection better, as well as to address all of the other deficiencies that we've talked about all over specific plan, just in conversation with transportation projects about getting Olive improved so that it's easier for all modes to cross. And so you allocated $150,000 in this year's budget. You added it to our capital improvement program. My staff and I, along with some really helpful assistance from some lobbying efforts in BWP, who happen to know a lot of the players in both energy and transportation. We are formulating a plan that's a kind of a lobbying strategy, which right now is kind of getting the word out about this issue, and then also using your $150,000 to develop a plan to do some conceptual planning, to do some outreach, to kind of start to form a project before we start pitching what we think is important, having an idea of what the council and the community want out of either a rehabbed or replaced olive bridge with the BRT stop integrated with it. But it's not part of the Metro project at this time.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarification because the perception continues to be they're linked together, and I think for the subcommittee, it helps that everyone hears the same information because our focus has been based on the direction that council gave back. I don't know when you came back and we said we're voting for mixed flow. That was earlier this year. That we are focusing on agreements, we're focusing on this segment from First to Glen Oaks, and whatever else that we need to work with the Metro board or Metro staff, and I think our next step will be whether we meet with the Metro board, meet with staff, and further discuss the overall project. Is that correct?
Yes, that is true. We do, of course, have our disagreement for the segment in the middle of town about our current city position is mixed flow and Metro's approved project is bus lane. So we do still need to address that. And so part of the subcommittee and part of what we need to do is exactly what you're talking about, start engaging with Metro to resolve that difference. The good news is it is not stalling or holding Metro up or our ability to make sure that Metro's design work is meeting our needs, because that configuration kind of happens at the end because it's striping and signal. All of the civil improvements, the station design, all of that is the same. And so we're working forward right now, and the staff report talks about where we're at right now. We commented on their 20% plans. We expect a 30% drawing set coming back soon with a lot of our comments, and we have all departments deployed to look at it, from CDD, Public Works, Utilities, and then you have authorized us to hire a consultant that's program managing all of that to make sure we're being responsive per our agreement that we approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Are there other questions from my non-subcommittee member colleagues? Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I have a question just following up on that, and maybe this is for you, Mr. Krisky, sorry to make you do some squats there. But in talking about it, I understand that the project isn't intrinsically linked to the BRT, the bridge, but is there a universe where if we have a bus running on this, and now, hear me out hypothetically, it doesn't have to be a rapid bus, just a bus in general, are there sources of federal funding, state funding we could tap into if our infrastructure that we are trying to fix has a bus on it? Does that change things?
So the project stands alone as a need. It is bolstered, our pitch to others for funding is bolstered by the fact, I think, that we have a north-south Metrolink service crossing over a new east-west service with a connection that's a third of a mile walk. So that is one of our fundamental points that we are starting to let our state and federal officials and grant funders and other agencies understand is here's the situation. We have a north-south service and an east-west service. They need to meet. Furthermore, it bisects the city. You can't get from one side of Burbank to the other unless you're in a car or you're taking a scary trip walking or riding. And so there's these other intrinsic problems with both Olive and Magnolia that we've long identified as an issue. So the project stands alone, I think, but it is bolstered in our ability to seek funding, I think, because it's these two regional crossings that are literally like missing each other, and that's not how you should be building regional transit, is having them miss each other. So I think the BRT being there really gives us a stronger case.
Great, thank you for that. I just wanted to get clarification on that too, because although the projects are not financially linked on the side of the BRT, essentially, the BRT does not depend on the bridge, but the bridge in essence does depend on the BRT, if we want to talk about it that way. Our funding capabilities, the way we apply for things is going to depend on whether or not we have that bus there, whether or not that the stop is in a really weird place. And so I think it's important when we talk about it to understand what that linkage does look like. And my other, I guess, is not a question, it would just be like an ask for the subcommittee. I did see one of our speakers mention that item wasn't discussed like a couple of meetings. I would love to see that conversation happen about the bridge so that we can talk about how we can get that funding, how we can work on this moving forward, because it's going to be something that we as a city for ourselves do simultaneously. It may not affect Metro, it's going to affect us. And so we need to be proactive and decide what we're going to do to help us. And I think Metro may not want to get involved, but they're trying to put a bus in our city. They should get involved in whether or not that bridge is able to sustain that and has a decent stop.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Councilmember Mullins for response, and then I'll loop you in,
Thank you. So we haven't discussed it because we had some important item that's pressing that we needed to address, like the agreement, and also what are we doing with the second segment so we're able to work with Metro staff. So I'm very confident that eventually we're going to have that discussion at the table, and then we'll definitely have a good dialogue and then come back and report to council. So we're really going by what's pressing now that we need to take care of, but it's not completely off from the discussion.
I appreciate
Mr. Mayor,
that.
I believe members of the subcommittee also had to unfreeze some funding for Metro projects during the same time period.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. That is a very important point and an agenda item we were not expecting as a city.
Oh, is that Councilmember Najarian from Glendale, right? Oh, I forgot.
Najarian.
Oh.
Well.
Sorry, I just like to call it like I see it.
Yes.
So that was also a big success that the funds were released, and it does take time and effort to trying to make that work. So.
Definitely, and thank you for what you both have been working on, just giving kind of my feedback as one council member. What I would like to see in the future is the discussion on the bridge so we can have a succinct conversation for all five of us, how we're talking about this in the future when we possibly are talking to our federal legislators. Like, yes, this project doesn't depend on this one, but the other one does, and we need this as a city. If we're going to be participating in regional transportation, we need something to come back for us. Help us out with this bridge. And then the other thing I would love to see discussed is that, the big pink elephant in the room, the lanes. We are talking about the fact that we essentially have resolved everything else with Metro except for that about 1 mile stretch where in their EIR it is dedicated bus lane and we are saying it is not. So it'd be great to see if we could come to the table and have that discussion. I would love a report back from the subcommittee on where we are actually, because I think right now we're just not.
So council made a decision not to change that policy when council gave staff direction to insist upon the city council's red lines, and then you authorized staff under the supervision of the subcommittee to seek those revisions from Metro. The council decided that it didn't have to address that policy in order to proceed, at least through the design. So I think to some of the speakers' points, it's a properly the subject of a future agenda item of the council to discuss its own policy, because we did successfully execute the agreement so that we get the reimbursement for Metro for participating in the design process. And I think it is the subject of a future agenda item for the council to have that discussion amongst
Mr. City Attorney, hypothetical question. Would it hypothetically be a worthy discussion to give to the subcommittee, since I think one of you, and correct me if I'm wrong, mentioned that you're looking forward to speaking to the Metro Board at a later time?
Well, you're receiving their report.
Well, no, I'm just wondering if they're looking to speak forward to the Metro Board.
Oh.
And I do agree, and this is exactly what I wanted to relay is part of our plan is to, yes, have a meeting with the board, have a meeting with staff, and see let them know what our position, what council's position is on the mixed flow, and that we do welcome BRT, but how are we going to fulfill the 17,000 plus ridership first, based on the council's direction as a whole, what we directed staff to do. So our first step, I believe, is to trying at least to mitigate that with them and see if it can work and see if we can get to the board members or to the staff. If that fails, definitely we'll come back and let the rest of the council know that this has failed, so we need to
make a decision.
Discussion out, yeah, have
And
another discussion.
I would agree with them. That was my understanding from the time we all met and assigned the subcommittee members so that we could have closer dialogue with our fellow elected officials. And I would love to have that opportunity because right now it feels like, and everything else, we seem to agree. We have resolved all our minor differences in our contract, but Metro is operating in one way and we are operating this way. We're side by side, but there's going to come a time when we are not, when we are going to reach the final thing we do not agree on. I would love to hear if it's possible to have that conversation with the subcommittee first, and who knows? Let's see if we come to some consensus.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to go to Councilmember Anthony first, and then to you, Councilmember.
Just real quick, I believe this morning there's a new council member for North Hollywood and a new council member for Echo Park. So both of those sections are part of the BRT. And so I would just impress upon the subcommittee to see if staff can help you get a meeting with both of those new council members for the LA City. So North Hollywood and Silver Lake. So it's
Nazarian and Isabel
and
Gerardo.
Nazarian, yeah.
Well, okay, we're not negotiating with them though, like as a city. So,
I understand that.
I mean, I understand politically. I think individually we can meet with them to discuss, but like as a
That's what I would
committee, a
say.
subcommittee, I think our really focus is, managing our cities. This is my, my opinion on what the subcommittee's purpose is to manage our city's approach to the BRT internally and also our negotiation with Metro. And I suppose that there could be an argument for, well, if we kind of talk to other cities, we can kind of work together as a group, but each different representative has their own interest in their section. So I don't know. I'm not super comfortable with like as a committee talking with them, although I would be,
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, fair enough.
Colleagues, if I could, I'll just ask one question and I'll turn it back to you. Is it, Mr. Hess, I guess I'll turn this question to you with the aid of Mr. McDougall. Is it out of the realm of possibilities to just have a study session or a joint meeting with the Metro Board? I don't even know if they'd go for it, but let's just be real. They need this leg of the project for it to work. And it just seems to me like we could go through the subcommittee, we could have our staffs communicate with each other, but if you get everyone in a room in an agendized meeting, you're probably going to make a lot more progress more quickly in hammering out whatever differences there are than just doing this back and forth. But I don't know, is there a precedent for it, I guess?
I think that would be a hard meeting to schedule, to get the board with us. They just don't, I don't see them doing that, or getting a majority of the Metro Board. I could see staff.
Or even a study session with our Metro Board reps, like our most direct points of contact, Supervisor Barger, Councilmember Najarian. They represent us. Like we could have them here just like we have our state senators and our state assembly members to talk through the issues. It just seems like a faster, more direct way to have this conversation. No disrespect to the subcommittee, you're doing your job, but to Councilmember Takahashi's point, it is kind of an internal process, and it just seems if we got Supervisor Barger here, we could talk through part of these issues. But I'm going to let my colleagues weigh in, but do you have any early thoughts on that, Mr. Hess?
Scheduling them is difficult, even just one of them. So especially if it's a more formal meeting versus like a subcommittee meeting, where we could kind of do it in during the day at their location. That's much easier logistics for us versus doing a full-on. So formally versus informally plays a role there.
One more question, and then I'm going to hand it over to Councilmember Mullins. In the 8 months or so since the subcommittee was created, this is not a question of them, but it's of staff. Have we reached out to Supervisor Barger one-on-one to see if she'd meet with our subcommittee, or Councilmember Najarian for that matter, or any of the Metro directors?
For us, we've just been working with staff to staff. So that's that's kind of been the biggest thing for us, especially with the co-op agreement. I know Mr. Krisky has been working very diligently with that, along with the upper part of Olive, which have been the two pressing concerns for us.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I want to hand it back around. So we'll go to both our subcommittee members first.
So I don't know that it's been 8 months that we started this journey. I don't believe it has been. It doesn't feel like it's been 8
I
months.
believe it was March when we created the subcommittee. I could be off a month or two on that.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, and again, we met the 2 times, and I know there was one meeting when we had to cancel for scheduling reasons. But I would really request and urge everyone that to allow us to go back and see if we can have those meetings. And that was the intent originally, is to be able to work, directly with them before we bring, scheduling issue or bring the whole entire crew over here and have a meeting. So allow us that opportunity to go back and do some more work. And I'm sure staff will be scheduling another meeting real soon here after this discussion. And then we'll come back and report to council after we see what progress we can make.
Okay. Let me hear from Councilmember Takahashi first, and then I'll bring it back to both of you.
Yeah, okay, so I also want to put attention on the fact that while there is an important part of that project with the olive stretch, and we've talked about it a lot, and we are not in agreement with Metro's plan. This project has a lot of parts to it, okay? This is not just the olive stretch and whether it's a mixed flow. There's the downtown portion, which we're talking about now, but there's also Glen Oaks when it goes towards Glendale. There's the media district section, which is actually, we're not hearing a lot about, but once I think we start getting into it, the community is going to have an opinion. And there's a lot to negotiate there with the bike lanes and the dedicated lanes in that section, right? And then how do you transfer from Alameda up into Olive? So there's a lot, and there's also the stations and how the stations are going to be set up, and the light improvements and how the lights are going to go, and the safety measures, and the first mile, last mile. There's a lot to this project. So I do appreciate the importance of that stretch and the dedicated lane. I also think that is something to Mr. Krisky's point earlier, is that really is something that is a later game decision. Like, it doesn't have to be decided right now. Obviously, our community wants to know because they're worried about it. But like from a project perspective, from a negotiation and getting things done, it might be putting the cart before the horse a little bit, just because we're not at that stage yet of figuring out that level of granularity. Believe it or not, it's actually pretty granular. So I think that for me personally, I think that we still have 2 or 3 items that we keep not getting to on the subcommittee. I would love to meet, maybe if we could meet a little more often to be able to, or longer meetings to be able to address those things we haven't gotten to, and make sure that we are dealing with the important contract stuff, what's coming up now in this process, and definitely keep in mind the stretch and the dedicated lane. But I don't want to spend I feel like we spend 90% of our conversation about that when this project has so much more. Just want to put that out there as we're talking about this.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Mayor, and then I'll see if you have any
I
questions.
have a question, because now I'm confused. Because my understanding was that, from my call with staff yesterday, was that we are pretty much in alignment with Metro on everything but that stretch. That is the one thing that we're not in alignment with.
For the configuration, yes, but there's still a lot to the contract we have, and Mr. Krisky can explain probably in better detail than me, from what I understand, is that the contract we have does not indicate any of the details of the project yet. We're still hashing out first mile, last mile, the
You're saying the
stations.
design build.
Yeah,
is
the
not
design
finalized.
build, exactly, right? And the dedicated lane part is actually part of the design build. It's not part of the, just the contract of making it. You could describe it better.
Yes, so you're both right. So on the one hand, we are in alignment, no pun intended, with the alignment except for the middle stretch. But also to Councilmember Takahashi's point, we are now getting into the design details. So for example, with the stretch downtown and the potential change in configuration, that was staff generated because we're reviewing their 20 and 30% plans, and we're looking at where the station's gonna be on the sidewalk, where we'll have a light rail's worth of people using it, and they're all huddled on a 13 or 14-foot sidewalk. And oh wow, maybe we should be rethinking this. It was something that we didn't look at in the EIR because we were at the 30,000 foot. So the subcommittee has been valuable in kind of bouncing those sorts of things off of before we expend time and resources to go forward and then go to the full council, which you would have to make a decision to make that change. But we are in alignment in the overall scheme of the project. The middle section is still at odds. So the council's position is mixed flow and Metro's position is bus lane. So perhaps, I think convening the Metro board in Burbank to talk with you, probably not realistic, but perhaps we can be more direct to have the subcommittee meet with Supervisor Barger and with Nazarian and say, hey, this is our position. You guys are at odds. How can we bridge it? Is there anything we can do? Is there a compromise? Are we, completely at odds and we're gonna go to the last hour and then fight it out? Let's work together. So that could be what our next step is, because that's at the staff level, we can only go so far, and then we just stare at each other, and it's like bus lane and mixed flow, and we kind of just say, yeah, that we'll resolve that later. Let's work on the project, but we can't do that for too much longer. And I think that's where maybe the elected officials with the subcommittee, I think that was the intent when we set it up to have the subcommittee meeting members have kind of a, probably not with both, but one and maybe one and then the other, and say, hey, this is where we're coming from. The community is concerned about the spillover. We see some time advantage, which is good, but maybe it's not worth the overall cost. Or here are some other things to mitigate it if we were to consider a change. Or, I don't know. So that's the sort of conversation maybe we could have with the subcommittee and then see if we can get anywhere. And then come back to the council if we do have any potential leads to pursue.
Okay. Vice Mayor, anything else?
No, just thank you, Mr. Kursky. That was my understanding too. That's the initial point. I think it's why we're talking about that stretch, because we know it is the major point of contention. And if the subcommittee can go forth and come to some kind of understanding with Metro, it would be great to hear. And to the point of if you can't, if it would be great to also come back and say, we could not, but this is where we're going from here.
We can at least give it a go, do first steps, have that first conversation, and yeah, for sure.
We had to deal with issues that needed to be addressed immediately. And so our focus was going back and forth of how we're going to make it work. And so now we're ready to move on, whether we talk about the bridge, whether we have a meeting with the board. So this is our next step. And we haven't reached a point where we're in an emergency situation that we have to make a decision, because obviously we'll come back to council and say, okay, they're putting their foot down and they want an answer tomorrow. So we're not there yet, but we're definitely moving into that direction.
And that's assuming that we know their position. I have no idea if they're going to put their foot down or say,
I don't know
no
either.
idea.
And then they made their, just like we made our decision as a body, they made their decision as a body. So us as a subcommittee and the two representatives from their board, we can't decide for our individual bodies, but we can at least start the conversation and kind of just get some idea of where their thought processes are. I also wanted to point out too that an area that we don't have, alignment, or we don't have agreement is the transfer from the Lake Station to the Metrolink station. That is still like this huge gray area of how is that going to look, who's going to do what. And so I would like also at some point to address that, of how we as a body would like to approach the board and asking them how they're going to, our Metro staff, of how they're going to help us get that connection there, one way or the other. And that's indirectly with the bridge. Because it could be at the bottom of the bridge, but it's still kind of in that same kind of area. Yeah.
Councilmember Anthony, anything you'd like to add?
Just one final thought, just because we have it on the agenda. When this first came to us and there was a big discussion about taking a parking lane away, That was a huge contentious issue for the businesses and the people along Olive. And I remember we had a robust debate about not losing any of that parking and instead talking about a mixed flow or dedicated lane in the street. And we saved all the parking. And I thought that was the end of that conversation. And then suddenly there was a very large discussion about, no, you can't have a dedicated lane. You're going to lose traffic. You're going to cause problems. It's going to be detrimental, which is so weird to me because no amount of dedicated lane along 1.3 miles stretch of Olive can impact the traffic in the same way that a giant BRT crossing over from one side of Riverside, taking a left and going up Olive and having a spot there in any way is comparable. That, since the beginning of this project, when I was back on Transportation Commission, that was the issue we were talking about. How are we going to get that giant bus across the lane and take the left? That was the traffic issue. And yet somehow, out of nowhere, everyone would start throwing their hands up saying this 1.3 miles of Olive where it's a nice straight stretch, that's where the traffic's going to be. And it has always been, always, such a preposterous idea to me that that's the thing that we're stuck on. There are so many, to your point, design-build issues that have not been drawn out yet that are so much more impactful on the rest of the community than that simple little stretch of Olive. The turn onto Glen Oaks and then coming from Glen Oaks to a left, like back onto Olive, that's a huge change. So these are all the things we need to be talking about. These are all the issues that are important. And again, we're still far off. None of that design has been cemented or perfected. So there's a long way to go. Long way to go.
And I think that I agree with a lot of what you said, not everything, but I think the point though is that there's a lot of things to hash out. And one of the things I think what I'm hearing is that because we have this sticky point, that it kind of makes the rest of the conversation challenging. So if we are at least kind of like have an idea of which direction we're going together with Metro, maybe not exactly, but we're at least not against each other, but kind of moving in a direction sort of kind of together, it makes the whole project discussion easier. So I can see that point. But to your question about why has it become such a big issue is because that community cares. That's why. And so it's important to take it seriously. I think that the other community sections would care a lot too if they knew kind of, or if they, not that they knew, but like there's just not an awareness or a level of understanding until they see it actually built, then they're going to be like, oh, wait, what's this? So I think that stretch is just very aware of it. They got aware, and then they're very important to them. But I think there's a lot of points in the whole project that might cause some consternation. So it's important to treat all, in my opinion, treat all the parts of the BRT equally, of equal like importance, even though that one's getting a lot of attention. But it's also an area of contention that I think really does make an impact.
So I'll just try to draw the conversation to a close, but kind of give some options. Because, look, at the end of the day, what's on the agenda is a report back from the subcommittee. I had a pretty extensive conversation with our city attorney in advance about what is and not fair game in this agenda item. So what I would say is, with the exception of Councilmember Anthony, who was here when we drafted the letter back in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, in about a month and 90 days time, 60 days time, the entire council will not have had a chance to discuss or vote on that position other than you back in 2021. If the council's comfortable with the prior position and you want to stick to it, great. I think we stay the course. If one of you wants to revisit it, or even our incoming council member-elect wanted to revisit our position, the proper mechanism at the end of tonight's meeting or any meeting is to agendize it for discussion. I'm not trying to cut the conversation short, but I think that's the way you'd move it forward. If you want to revisit any prior position, do it at the end. Otherwise, in terms of this conversation with our subcommittee, my only feedback, not so much to the two of you, but actually echoing your comment, Councilmember Takahashi. I know we have a lot of work, but 2 meetings in 8 months, or 7 months or whatever it was, it's not nothing, but I agree with you. I'd like to see a lot more, given the breadth of so many unresolved questions and issues. I think we need to treat this with a little greater sense of urgency because the project is coming and quickly, at least in some form. And so we're going to need to meet a whole lot more often than twice in 6, 7, 8 months to actually hammer out these issues. And so I just offer that perspective to staff. And there's going to be more pressure on this project because, my understanding is it's primarily local and state funded, but a lot of federal resources that might be there for that bridge. And by the way, when I was in DC earlier this year, we were advocating for that bridge. With the change in administration, there might not be the same openness and willingness to send money to California. So my point is that I think we need to treat answering all these questions with a greater sense of urgency. That's just my 2 cents. I don't know if that brings any other thoughts or questions or comments up from my colleagues.
I would just say, I just gave 2 additional items for you all to talk about. I know the bridge has been on there, but to your point, Councilmember Takahashi, hasn't been discussed because we've run out of time or not enough meetings. I also just asked us to bring up the topic of talking with the 2 members on the Metro Board. I think those are just 2 items, but you already have a laundry list of other things to discuss. So I would love to see the subcommittee meet more regularly to discuss those things. And hypothetically, if the council liked the idea that staff presented today and it was possible, that would be an additional item, right? So there are things that we may be changing our position on, like we want that lane instead of the parking lane. I don't know, wherever we go. But that would be something that then the subcommittee has to discuss with Metro and resolve, because it's not just us making that decision. We also have to see what our transportation folks think and what Metro thinks at that point. So I think more regular meetings is definitely the way to go.
So I just want to assure everyone, and this is good dialogue, that these items are already on our agenda. So it's not that we've ignored them. It's not that we are not ready and prepared to discuss them. So these are already items that we are looking at, but timing is really critical. And you've been on subcommittees before, and the schedule can get really hectic. I'm more than happy, and I know Councilmember Takahashi, we're willing to meet when staff, will set up the time for us. And having this dialogue, I think is good because it's going to expedite, hopefully, the process and what we need to do. So I want to assure you that this is not something we weren't thinking about. It's just we were told, okay, you need to deal with these issues now and let's discuss them now. That's what we did. So with that, I'd like to talk about something that's important that we started early mentioning about being the subcommittee. I want to make it very clear among all 5 of us, okay, and I'm looking at you, Councilmember Anthony. I want to make sure that we don't have a council member that will show up as a council member unless given direction by council to go and speak on our behalf at the Metro meeting. And you can show up as an individual and say, my name is Constantine Anthony, I'm here as a resident. However, it really undermines Councilmember Takahashi, myself, and the rest of the council when we have a council member that shows up and we're trying to do work on the side, to work with Metro staff, to work with our staff, and then another council member is showing up and saying, oh, don't worry about it. We're moving forward, we're approving these things, and don't think that it doesn't come back to us, because it does come back and saying, oh, we heard from a council member in Burbank, what's going on? You guys are approving this. And I want to make clear that the direction that was given to you is to go back to the Metro Board and apologize for showing up the first time and giving a report that you were not authorized to give. So the direction was, Councilmember Anthony, please go back and tell the Metro Board that you weren't speaking on behalf of council when you indicated that we're taking care of it, we're getting it approved, don't worry about it. So there is a mixed message And I want to make sure that we're all clear in this room in the discussion that we are not doing this. Otherwise, you're undermining the entire council and also the subcommittee.
So, yes, I do understand that, and I am, I've talked with our city attorney about this. I am trying to be aware of, when I represent myself, to be very clear in why I'm present and who I'm representing. Most often is just me. So I will be more clear on that. And when I went back to the meeting, the most recent one, yeah, I feel like I did that second part, no?
No, you did not. You introduced yourself as Councilmember Anthony from City of Burbank, and you also indicated that we're working, we're moving forward, and you can go back and play the tape and
Well,
you see exactly what you
all
said.
right. Well, then I need to do more work. I have to get better at that.
You need to not go to a Metro meeting and indicate that you're a council member representing
Fair
Burbank.
enough. Fair enough. I will strive to do better at that. It is tough. It is tough. I will strive to do better.
Councilmember, I only offer this, advice for your benefit and for our incoming councilmember-elect. We do have a conduct policy, and I definitely encourage everyone, including our councilmember-elect, to read it. It's really important from my perspective that we speak with one voice, whether that's the subcommittee or if we designate someone else, city manager, the mayor, whoever. But I just think that whatever decision, again, if you wanted to, hypothetically, I'm not saying this is what you want to do. If you wanted to change the city's position, okay, let's agendize it, let's have that discussion. But if we're going to negotiate with another entity like Metro, it's just so critical that we speak with one voice, because when the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, it makes us look like the fools. And I don't want Burbank to be at a disadvantage there. So, and yeah, and also we have recourse under the conduct policy, not suggesting that anyone do anything or that it's there yet, but I just want to remind everyone we're all bound by it, right? And there is recourse there. Yeah.
And if I might add, just to make it more tangible or contextualize it, it may lead to unintended consequences. I did get a question from a Metro staff member asking if we had changed our position. And I said no, but there was confusion there from other folks. So just for the sake of not creating confusion or unintended consequences, which I'm sure is not your intention.
Yeah, and the last thing I'll say, and I don't want to go too much further down this rabbit hole because it is broaching almost another agenda item or potential agenda item. I would just say, council member, it's perfectly fine, in my opinion, to show up and say, I'm Nick Schultz, I'm a council member in Burbank, I'm here speaking only as myself today. I support the project and I want to move it. Whatever you want to say, but you want to be extraordinarily clear that you are not speaking or representing the city's position or the position of any other council member here. I still think there's peril in doing that because it could compromise our negotiation strategy, but at least at that point you're not implying that you speak for the body.
Thank you for all this clarification, because I too received a call from one of the board members saying, great news, I heard you guys just approved it. When was it on the agenda? Approve what? And then that's when I found out what you said.
Okay, is there any other discussion? I think this is just a note and file, correct, Mr. Hess? Unless there's any additional guidance?
No, we'll be scheduling a subcommittee soon. Yeah.
Yeah, I do really want to give Burbank kudos, though, because we were the first to sign our agreement of all the cities. It seems like it's going so slow, but I think we're actually ahead of the other cities in this process. So I just want to give us kudos.
I just want to make sure Ara heard that correctly. We were the first ones to sign the cooperation agreement.
Mr. Mayor,
Wow.
I made sure to make a call and say, what's going on? Glendale has not signed their agreement. What is going on? That's really concerning to me.
Oh, that's great. Well, let's all play nice in the sandbox and not hold funding hostage, right? Okay. Wonderful. Okay, I think that completes this agenda item, so thank you, everybody. If there's further action, I'm sure we'll know about it soon enough. The fourth and final report to council this evening is a first step report on a potential task force for citywide minimum wage and paid parental leave. We have Marissa Cardwell from Community Development back and ready to present the 5-minute or less report, it sounds like.
I am going to do my darndest. Yeah. Good evening again, Mayor Schultz, Vice Mayor Perez, and members of the City Council. Marissa Cardwell from the city's Community Development Department. I'm here tonight to present this first step report on a potential task force for citywide minimum wage and paid parental leave, and I'm going to do my best to be cognizant of all of our time here this evening. A little background. This first step report on a potential task force is related to both minimum wage and paid parental leave for private employers within the city. It was requested by Councilmember Anthony at the January 9th, 2024 council meeting. The point of discussion for the report tonight is about creating a task force and not about implementing a minimum wage increase or paid parental leave. Minimum wage laws vary across states and counties, with some cities electing to enact additional increased minimum wage laws at their discretion. In recent years, neighboring cities, including Los Angeles City, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood, have enacted minimum wage laws that supersede the state's current hourly pay rate. Regarding parental leave, the state of California has its own existing paid parental leave policy that municipalities such as Burbank follow. The City of Los Angeles implemented a task force prior to passing their minimum wage law, and outside of California, the cities of Chicago and Seattle both implemented task forces with the goal of assessing minimum wage. Staff is not aware of any local cities with active task forces dedicated to minimum wage and/or family leave at this time. As of January 1st, 2024, the state's minimum wage is $16 an hour for all employees. And on January 1st of the new year, California's minimum wage will increase by 50 cents to $16.50 per hour. Businesses within Burbank are currently subject to paying the minimum wage as established by the state of California. With the passage of Assembly Bill 1228 and Senate Bill 525, new sections have been added to the California Labor Code, which increased minimum wage for all fast food workers and some healthcare workers. Beginning April 1st, 2024, fast food employees now earn $20 per hour, and as of October 16th, 2024, healthcare employees in various facilities receive minimum wage ranging from $18 to $23 per hour, depending on the type of care facility in which they work. Additional increases for healthcare facility workers are also in process, with a planned implementation date of January 1st, 2025. On November 5th, California voters considered ballot measure Proposition 32, which if passed, will raise the state's current minimum wage to $17 for the remainder of 2024 for employers with at least 26 employees, increasing to $18 per hour starting January 1st. Small businesses with fewer than 26 employees would be required to start paying their employees $17 an hour January 1st, 2025, and $18 an hour in 2026. As of today, the passage of this ballot measure is still not resolved, with the margin between yes and no votes less than 2%, and many ballots still left to be counted. Under California law, ballot measures like Prop 32 are not effective until the 5th day after the Secretary of State certifies the election. The Secretary of State is required to certify those results no later than 38 days after the election. So in the case of this year's election for Prop 32, results will be certified no later than December 13th, but possibly sooner. If the ballot measure passes, the new law would take effect 5 days after that certification. As previously noted, some cities in California have adopted their own local minimum wage ordinances, and many have been in effect for several years. Some of these ordinances have differentiated between large, 26 or more employers, and small, 26 or less employees, using the state's definition. Figure 1 shown here on the slide depicts a sampling of local minimum wages. You'll see the city of Burbank, marked with an asterisk, does not have a local minimum wage ordinance and follows the state's established minimum wage. State disability insurance and paid family leave provide wage replacement benefits. Employees in California may also be protected under additional employment leave laws. The Family Medical Leave Act, or FMLA, and the California Family Rights Act, or CFRA, are family leave laws that provide unpaid, job-protected leave for qualifying persons and reasons. Employees that meet the qualifications set forth have the right to take job-protected leave, which is leave that will allow them to return to their job or a similar position once their leave ends. The average leave for these two job protection programs are for a total of 12 work weeks. As a reminder, the item before you tonight is to discuss the implementation of a proposed task force on minimum wage and paid parental leave. Implementing a task force to review minimum wage would require extensive planning, research, resources, and coordination amongst various departments and stakeholders. Furthermore, an undertaking this substantial would require considerable allocation of resources to ensure success. Like many neighboring cities, employers within Burbank are required to comply with state minimum wage laws, including annually adjusted pay rates of $16 per hour, $20 per hour for fast food employees, and a range of $18 to $23 per hour for certain healthcare facilities. Employers within Burbank are also subject to the state's paid family leave policy, which applies to all employees within the state of California. Employers meeting the requirements of the state's FMLA or CFRA policies are also required to provide unpaid job-protected leave for specified family and medical reasons. Based on the existing applicable state laws regarding minimum wage and paid parental leave, and the anticipated challenges of resource allocation that would be required to manage a task force, staff recommends that council take no action to pursue a dedicated task force at this time. I want to thank you all for your time again. I'm now happy to answer any questions that you may have for deliberation.
Thank you very much for the quick presentation. Do we have any public comment cards? I'm seeing none over. Oh, we do have one. Don't go too far, Ms. Cardwell. All right. Joe Pimienta, come on down. No, I'm so excited that we have a commenter on this item. This is great. Joe, whenever you're ready.
I'm just so chatty this evening.
I love it. I really do.
Thank you for the presentation. Good evening, everyone. I'll be quick about this one. I'm going to make an assumption that as this topic will continue to keep coming up, I have the impression that we're going to be hearing from a lot of business owners of how this is going to affect them, and that's valid. But I also do hope that this floor gives space to the people that actually make the minimum wage, and actually to hear from them, to hear how this would impact them and how this would actually benefit them. Because again, this is who the conversation is about, and that's who we need to hear from as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. That completes public comment. Let's go to, Councilmember Anthony, it's your item. I think you said you had a proposal.
I do, and honestly, it'll cut out a lot of time. Can I pull up slide number 6? And I want to point out the very last bullet point on slide number 6. So it says at the bottom, education and enforcement of an ordinance, minimum wage, paid family leave, would likely have significant fiscal impacts. We don't know what that is. I don't think we're ready for a task force at this point. There's too much information that's out there, including whether or not Prop 32 is going to pass or not. So I would like to propose, and I'm hoping it's part of within the scope of the agenda, instead of a task force, we do just an economic impact report. Just a very simple, hey, come back in a couple of weeks, explain what a minimum wage would do and how it would work. Just a simple, a minimum wage increase and a paid family leave. So that's all I'm interested in at this point, is very simple ask and come back. If it's possible, what I'd like to some earmarks. Don't feel married to it, but this is what I'd like to, just as a base, a $20 minimum wage increase to see if we could index it to CPI. I know West Hollywood did something where they tied it to the inflation rate so that we don't have to keep coming back. I'd also like to see if we could have a $5 overage for tourism and healthcare employees. And then the paid family leave part, City of San Francisco did something where they added additional benefits for paid family leave. It's not too much, but it's a little extra. But then I want to go through, I agendized this back in January. I've had 10 months. I've talked to a lot of businesses, hotel owners, restaurant owners, healthcare facilities, nursing home facilities. I'd like some exemptions. I want to see if we can exempt, like other cities, businesses that have 25 or fewer employees, businesses that have, so that's a complete exemption for businesses of 25 or fewer.
So this is way more detailed than your first step report.
Oh,
It
okay.
sounds-
I'm
it
just
sounds
throwing
like you
stuff
want
out.
a task force.
Well,
So that
I
you
would
can
just
detail
like-
all of these things. Staff hasn't provided any information on any of these things, so.
So
No, I know, that's what I'm-
if I can assist you, Mr. McDougall, so Councilmember Anthony, it sounds like what you're wanting is not, I think I know where you're going, what you may ultimately propose, but at this stage, you're just asking for more information, and it sounds like you're wanting some sort of economic impact study or some, I don't know.
Yeah, and just see a feasibility of if there's certain things we can and can't do.
But you've got a list of like 12 things already.
Right.
So that's a very detailed proposal. So this is a first step report.
Okay.
The question is, are there two other council members who agree they want to move this on to a second step?
Okay.
Or a
well-
task force as currently, I mean, you have some flexibility as to what that is, but you're asking for very specific policy proposals. So I really turn to your colleagues to see.
Well, if I simplify it then, if I just say bring back an economic impact statement on what a minimum wage increase would look like, is that simple enough to just do to a second step? Or, I don't know.
It sounds like, if I can just, it's late hour, I just want to cut right to it. It sounds like you're pushing for a $20 an hour minimum wage increase with the $5 add-on. It sounds like what you want to know is what would be the economic impact of going down that road before actually deciding, do we want to go down that road? Is that right?
That's basically it. Yeah. That's
I
it.
know there's other things you want to study, but you want to know what are the positive or negative impacts on the economy if we did that. Mr. Hess, I don't even know, how would we do that?
So if we were inclined to do that, I would much rather include it as a budget discussion paper, and because there's going to be a cost to that, and I'd rather have that judged by the group, because that's going to be a one-time cost that I think that there's going to be other competing.
Is that something we get a consultant for?
Yes.
Like traditionally,
we would absolutely do that, and
Okay.
we would need time to figure out what that cost would be. So, so we would recommend doing that as part of a budget discussion paper, looking at a potential economic impact or feasibility study related to minimum wage. So, but I would like to have that in context of the budget, where you guys could actually discuss priorities, because we're getting into a point where everything's a priority, so nothing's a priority. And I'm really getting worried about workload that way. So for me, I'd rather put it as part of the budget.
Mr. Mayor, if I can jump in. Look, first, I want to thank you and commend you. Looking at the report, looks like this is something you've been pushing for a hot minute. And it's important to talk about wage growth and wage increases, which clearly our neighbors have already had these discussions. I don't know what the answer is for Burbank because we don't have data, and I know this council is very data-driven. So I really commend you. I appreciate it. I hear you going all in and gung-ho. But there are multiple reasons to wait to budget season, one being studying this, what you're asking staff to study, and I can see the faces in the room. Having been staff, I feel it. You're asking for a lot of data that isn't just something they're going to pull out of a hat. It's going to take studying. It's going to take talking to businesses. It's going to take talking to workers. It's going to take a minute. It's a lot. It's a big ask. And they need time for that and money. And so the best time to have that discussion, like the city manager mentioned, is budget season. But also it gives us time to see the economic impacts and take into consideration the economic impacts of the wage changes that the state has made as of April and the potential wage changes that may come from Prop 32, which is an unknown. And it is hard for, I think, this body to sit here and make a decision without knowing what's happened even in that universe. So I would say that would be a good time to visit that and ask for a discussion paper on a task force and a study or whatever you envision at that time. And perhaps in the meantime, working with the city manager on what the best use of staff time and use of energy would be to get the answers you want. I would more suggest that laundry list goes to the city manager so he can tell you this is the best way to get the answers to those questions.
So then let me ask this. If I just propose a simple budget discussion for an economic impact report on a minimum wage, is that the simplest thing I can
Yes.
give to you? And
The simplest thing you can do is ask for it. It doesn't even require a council vote. Any council member, as I understand it, Mr. Hess, can ask for a budget white paper. You're not going to get to it till budget season, but I suppose you can ask for it now and it gets tossed into the pile. Unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Hess, you tell me.
No, that's correct. I mean, if you do have some parameters, we'd like to know if there's a target number, but.
Okay. And then from there, we would potentially, if we get support for it, put out some money out to a consultant who can dig in and find all that information and bring it back to us, in theory.
Yeah, the more refined the request, the more refined we're able to provide you a cost estimate.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Mullins.
Yeah, so I have a lot of thoughts going through my brain right now. One of it was the fact that you asked for this as a first step report, and then to follow on a second step is we need to first figure out if this body, or at least two more people on this body who are agreeing to bring back additional information as a second staff report. But what I'm hearing now, where the mayor really is trying to help you out and direct you to what you want, is to, are you gonna now drop this and ask for a brand new agenda item, and that should happen at the end of our meeting so we can ask for a new agenda item? Or are we in agreement? Have we taken a vote to see if we come back with a second step? Because we haven't done that.
Well, I don't feel we have the information yet for a second step.
Well,
That's my concern.
But you asked, the first step report is to form a committee. And basically staff came with the information telling us, number one, Proposition 32, still in limbo. We don't know if it's passing or not. And so basically just to wait, not ask for information. But in my own opinion, I heard enough from the business community. And I want to remind everyone, I am all in favor of paying everyone their fair value, what the market calls for. Being a union president for 10 years, I negotiate contracts for a lot of employees. And I want employees to be paid. I want people to be paid the minimum wage, what's fair and equitable. And we're looking at Proposition 32 that perhaps can do this, and perhaps can, accomplish what you're presenting here. But to go from your proposal saying, well, can you just look at $20 an hour, because that's what your intent, to go from $16 or $16.50 to $20 an hour, that's like a 25% their increase on the businesses that I heard him come today and say, we're struggling, don't do this. Why are you even discussing it? I don't want to see a whole bunch of people being laid off because of what you're asking for.
Sure, no, I know. And that's why I have a list of exemptions. But remember, I asked for this 10 months ago when I thought we had...
Bad timing, I guess, when it came back, because there's a proposition that we're waiting to find out if it's happening or not.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. What I just given the late hour and to guide the discussion, my understanding is that Councilmember Anthony is essentially putting this to bed for now. He's not asking the council to take any action tonight. And look, my job is I'm going to help all of you to the extent that you can. All of you have the ability to ask for a budget white paper. Nothing happens beyond that. The next council will have to decide if that's a road you want to go down or not. But Councilmember Anthony, if you are saying that there's no other action that you're asking of the council tonight, this agenda item can close. We can finish our meeting, and it's certainly within your power as a council member at the end of the meeting to ask for that budget white paper. My only suggestion would be I'd give as many parameters to Mr. S as you can, because what you ask for and how detailed it is going to drive what it's going to cost, and that will drive the next council's discussion of whether to fund it or not.
And would you need that at the end of the meeting, or do you think this is open enough for me
So
to...
this is properly agendized to give that direction now.
Okay.
It doesn't have to wait to the end.
All right.
The end is for items that don't relate to agenda.
Okay, so if he wants to ask for the white paper now, then...
Yeah. So, for a budget discussion, let's come back. I'd love to see the cost of hiring a consultant to dig in and look at what other cities have done, how a minimum wage increase and the enforcement has an impact on city funds and the local economy, and if there's some exemptions that have helped out local businesses. Is that clear enough? Or
Yes, and it's recorded too, so we don't have to. Now that we're all going to be preoccupied with the free parking since it's midnight, we can go back and rewatch this.
Yes. All right. And if you have any notes, you can always email it to Mr. Hess tomorrow. I've done that before too.
And did you say you're looking at $20?
$20 an hour. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah.
Plus 5.
Plus 5 for tourism and healthcare employees. Yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Takahashi.
So I'm glad you converted it to a white paper. I just wanted to point out that there's about 480 cities in California, and 40 of them have local minimum wages. And of the 40, most of them are under $17.50. Okay. There's one city that's higher, which is the West Hollywood. The rest, there's a couple that are like 18 or something. But I think what might be valuable to help you direct staff to be more efficient, because I feel like the direction is a little bit broad and maybe not really, I don't know, let's let them figure out how to approach it, would be for you to look at other cities that have done it and find out what their process was. How did they figure out their numbers? How did they go about their process? You know, what kind of considerations did they look at? What was the effect that they had? And recognize too that if you're looking at a $20 minimum wage, that would be far above and beyond what other cities have figured out through whatever their process is, and to maybe ask, well, why didn't they decide to go to 20? Like, what is it that they looked at that maybe was the information that gave them? Because they're like 1687 and 1727, so it's clearly like some sort of math that they did. And I think that would be helpful information that when you're asking for a white paper, that it's a little bit more efficient direction.
Right. I will say one thing. I didn't expect this to go quickly, so by the time this does come back...
But that's not what you said.
No.
You said 2 minutes.
This to go quickly. I'm saying if it ever does come back, 20 might be the target. It's just, I'm thinking down the line. But that's why anyway,
Yes.
we can go into that later. But
Councilmember Mullins.
Thank you. And thank you for looking up those cities. I have them printed, but I'm not going to even go through which cities and how much they're each paying. Some of those cities within LA County and unincorporated areas, and the majority of those, and they're a little higher than what the state is actually requiring for minimum wage. So that is another component of education. It doesn't mean that they're paying $17, that they're in an incorporated area in the LA County, because there is 2 separate minimum wages within the LA County. So obviously, maybe that is a good idea, Councilmember Takahashi, that maybe some of the work that needs to be done on your part to figure out, is really $20 a reasonable ask before staff spends a lot of money and effort on that?
I mean, I don't want to go into it, but there's a reason why I picked that number. Very specific.
So I'm hearing that you've asked for your budget white paper, and there's no other ask of the council regarding a task force. Unless there's any other comments, we'll consider this agenda item closed out. Consider it closed out. Now is the time for council comments. We'll hear from council members regarding their reports on council committee assignments, attendance at conferences, regional meetings, and community events. Would anyone like to go first? Okay, Councilmember Takahashi.
Yeah, I'll go first because I was gone for a week, so I only have a week's worth of stuff. All right, so Thursday, November 14th, in the morning I went to the I didn't go to the Cultural Arts Commission. I went to, where did I go? The Green Lantern statue unveiling. That's what I did instead. Oh my gosh. At the same time. Yes, so I went to the Green Lantern statue unveiling with several other council members, and that was awesome. And then last night went to Sustainable Burbank Commission, and then this morning I attended my first meeting as the vice chair of the Cal Cities Community Services Committees. So that was pretty cool.
Oh, congratulations.
Okay, and then had a meeting this afternoon with the vice mayor and the and the Housing Subcommittee around BHCs this afternoon, virtually. It was today. Oh, it was yesterday, technically. Yeah, okay, as of like 10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Outstanding. Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Vice Mayor Perez.
Alrighty. So on Monday, November 4th, along with the mayor, we had a tour with Girl Scout Troop 163. They got a great tour of the council chambers and of our offices, and I am so sorry to their parents because we gave them lovely city-branded whistles to take home. So again, I apologize.
I don't.
I do. I also attended the grand reopening and ribbon cutting of First Entertainment Credit Union inside the Warner Brothers branch. We're very excited for them, and they have many members in our city, so congratulations to them. Wishing them much success. On Wednesday, November 6th, I chaired the meeting of the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Regional Housing Trust. Pasadena came forth with their second proposal, so we got to grant them some funding, and not to worry, we are coming in with our second proposal soon. But speaking of Burbank being firsts, we're also the first to submit a proposal there and get $3.5 million for our housing and homelessness project. Okay. On November 7th, I gave a greeting to the EUCI Women in Energy Conference that was held here on our BWP campus. Very excited for all those amazing women in STEM. I attended as a representative of District 42, our SCAG Transportation Committee and the SCAG Regional Council meeting. I then attended the grand opening and ribbon cutting of Salon Click. Kudos to them. They are not only opening their business, they also bought the building, which is huge. So congratulations to them. They're a Burbank family-owned business, so very happy for them. I also attended the Burbank High School baseball team ceremony honoring our veterans. On Wednesday, November 13th, I spoke with our borough's PTSA about some of the updates that we're having here on City Council, some of the things our city and our school district are partnering on, and took some of their questions. On November 14th, Thursday, I attended the Green Lantern statue unveiling with most of my colleagues here. Very exciting, and if you want to laugh at me, there's a lovely TikTok video of me and trying to like pull it off and struggling for like 3 minutes straight, so that's great. That'll live in memory forever.
Oh, can we get PIO to share that?
Go ahead. Do it for the views. And then I also attended the ribbon cutting for Catnip Coalition Vintage Mall. If you haven't been, it's a wonderful place. And they have kittens for adoption, if nothing else sways you. Friday, November 15th, I covered for the mayor and I attended my first 100th birthday party for a resident. Happy birthday to Carmen Catalina Roda, who had her birthday at the, not Jocelyn, oh my goodness, the Tuttle Senior Center. And she is 100 years old and she celebrated with mariachi, so happy birthday to her. I also took a tour of Essencia, who provides some services to the city of Burbank. And then finally, along with the mayor, met with our Burbank Unified School District representatives to talk about mental health. And then finally, yesterday, along with Councilmember Takahashi, I attended the BHC Master Loan Agreement meeting. And that is my last week.
Well done. Over here. Councilmember Mullins, raring to go.
All right, we'll go through it fast. Wednesday, October 30th, I attended Providence St. Joseph Hospital Caring Plan Giving Society event. I also attended on November 1st, Arts and Entertainment Industry Mixer at the Chamber with Senator Portantino. I met with the Armenian National Committee Chair, Sarkis, discussed some issues regarding the Armenian community. And on Thursday, November 7th, I attended the SCAG Community Economic Human Development Committee. And the same evening, also attended the Burbank High School baseball team ceremony honoring our veterans. That's all right.
Great. Thank you so much. Councilmember Anthony, how are you spending your time these days?
I had fun. On Saturday, November 2nd, I stopped by the Acing Autism final clinic of the fall season. A lot of kids were there. It was really great. That evening, I attended the Night of Magic on Broadway from Burbank High School Vocal Arts Foundation. That was awesome. It was outdoors, and it rained. They still kept singing. It was cool. November 11th was Veterans Day. There was a great ceremony. Always fun with the flyover overhead. The 12th, I attended the Monterey High School Site and Safety Plan annual review. I got to sit with some of the kids and really ask them questions about what's going on at Monterey High School. And then on the 14th, I attended the Green Lantern statue unveiling, and we all got this cool limited edition. It says, Burbank salutes John Stewart, the Green Lantern. Wow. So, yeah, and it's got Visit Burbank on the bottom, so it's a bunch of our stuff. It's really cool. Very fun. Anyway.
Just so I caught that correctly, the kids were singing in the rain.
Yes, they were.
Someone should really do a song about that. Yeah, you all got one of those jokes. It's past night. It is a glorious feeling, Joe. Now y'all know my playlist on the way home. All right. Hey, this is how I am my cheery self past midnight. All right. Thank you all. I'll try to be quick. Wednesday, October 30th, I got to celebrate the grand opening of Queen of the Nile Beauty Salon on Riverside Drive. Got exposed to a lot of things I didn't know were a possibility, but now I know. And then on November 1st, with the Vice Mayor, had a meeting with Pay It Forward, a vendor that wants to do business in the city of Burbank. Saturday, November 2nd, I got to welcome, there was probably a couple thousand elks from the California-Hawaii district. So they were from all over the western United States. And every other year, they come to the Burbank Marriott for their annual convention and meeting. So Marriott does a good job of drawing some big events, and that's more tourism and more tax base. So I made sure to let them know how much we love having them here and make sure they keep coming back. We had the Girl Scout Troop 163 on November 4th. Veterans Day, thank you, Councilmember Anthony, for not letting me sit alone at that one. But that was great. The Burbank Band did a great job. I loved it. November 12th, I had a meeting with a resident about rent control. Also had a meeting with the Burbank International Film Festival about how they take things to the next level. So I have a feeling they'll be in touch with all of you in the coming year about their plans and designs for expansion and possibility. I also had a meeting with Jennifer Trippett from Owl's Nest Childcare about the possibility of preschool for city employees. So I think she'll be in touch with Mr. Hess if she hasn't already been. The joint meeting with our BUSD colleagues about mental health, you mentioned that, Vice Mayor. And then 2 days ago now at this point, Monday, November 18th, had a chance to film my last segment of The Mayor Show, which is live and streaming on My Burbank. And so you can see me talk about stuff. That completes the report out. Now is the time for the introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Yes, Councilmember Mullins.
I had my hands off. Thank you.
I was going to call on you anyway.
Usually, you call on me, but this time I raised my hand.
I was feeling bad. I always pick on you. Anyway.
I don't. I like it. I'd like to request, as we discussed earlier, for having staff to send a letter through our, I think you wanted to say our legislative bodies to ask for an extension for AB 423. Is that clear enough?
Formal request. Yeah, we'll get that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, excellent. Who else has it? Yes, Vice Mayor.
I have a couple. So my first one is, once the subcommittee has had a chance to meet on these items, I would like to request formally an agenda item come back to the new council to discuss our position on the BRT. There's a few things hanging in the air, and I'd love to have a chance to discuss it. And then my second item, I would like to request a first step report for an urgency sanctuary city ordinance modeled after the city of LA or the county of LA as a reference. That's it.
Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Anthony, do you have something?
Yes. The Vice Mayor had mentioned there's an agenda item coming for entertainment issues. Prior to that, is there a way we could just get a white paper home on just a list of cities or counties or any municipal government that have implemented a film tax credit on a local level? It might be a very short list.
So informational memo on cities that have implemented a film tax
Credit, yeah.
local. Okay.
Yeah. A first step report, sending a letter to, I don't know if this is a full list, Army Corps of Engineers, LA County Flood Control, LA Equestrian Committee, the Griffith Park Conservancy, and Councilmember Nithya Raman, urging them to help us raise the fence height along the horse trail. Just a letter asking for help. And then lastly, I'd love to get at least a white paper on the feasibility of a project labor agreement, a citywide project labor agreement. I know the school district is discussing one, so if I could just get something back on what that would entail and the steps on that.
I believe you received a staff report.
Do we already get this?
Yeah, I thought we gave direction to come back with further, I think it's on to the next step, is what I'm trying to say.
We went through the steps though, right?
Yeah,
maybe.
Can you
I don't
give
know.
staff an opportunity to?
Yeah,
circle
I'll
back?
pull that. Because I think, because I think there was something missing there, but that's fine. Okay, then just those two then. The white paper and the letter. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Takahashi, did you have something?
Yes. So we both requested a task force for the entertainment industry, and I'm wondering if that might be a big lift to do a task force, and maybe consider a subcommittee to talk about that. So
We're going to bring it back soon. We're going to actually agendize it and put it on the forecast this week. So I don't know. I know you guys have been waiting a long time. At that point, you guys could discuss what you want,
Got
and we'll
it.
make a recommendation accordingly.
Got it, okay. And then, in addition to, in the subject of the state advocacy for SB 423 and directing our advocacy group, I also would be interested in us writing a letter as a body to our reps as well.
Well, that's exactly, yeah, it would be a formal request, and we'd have you all sign it.
Okay, so then the other thing would, can we direct our advocacy group to specifically?
Once you make a position, then they go in.
Got it.
Well, yeah.
Okay, great. And then my last thing is just a little, it's not an agenda item, but like, can we make a little education video about how to do the new parking permitting thing? So we had a lot of discussion today about how people can get their new parking permits, and it's been confusing, so maybe a little educational video would be awesome. Versus like a FAQ or a written, but like, I could go here and do this and get, this is how you put your car thing in. Just like similar to how they're gonna do an education video for the downtown
We will
parking.
continue to outreach related to that. So
Okay.
I can't promise you that one way or the other, but we'll definitely try to get the word out.
Thank you. I think an education video would be very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Hess, I don't have a new item, but before I go, I got to try to nail you down. Tenant protections and the ongoing conversation there. What's the earliest you can bring something back for the council to continue that conversation? Would it be at all possible for the end of the year?
No. So I told the council when we had the October 16th that we don't have the staffing to bring it back before the end of the year. The same staff are in the process of bringing you potentially 2 SB 35 projects, one next week, and potentially one for the new council on the 17th, last meeting of the year. They're bringing on the 10th a housing overlay for the housing elements so that we're not subject to builder's remedy come February. We are planning as of yesterday? Today's Tuesday. As of yesterday, we're planning to bring a report early or in January on the Housing Enforcement Unit. We have I believe we've onboarded close to 80% of the staff that council gave us funds for. So we're planning deliverables to council in January and February because they each have different levels of complexity. So we're planning on coming back in January with the first part.
Would it be possible to get, just for council, a simple timeline? So maybe we don't keep asking you when it's coming back?
Yeah, I mean, that was part of our meeting yesterday, was to align our resources. We met weeks ago with our outside special counsel, but our primary attorney, who's been working on the ordinances for council, was on the council's very generous paid parental leave program and came back just a couple of weeks ago. And then our new housing attorney just started, the housing enforcement attorney started just last week, and CDD is in the process. So yes, we had that meeting yesterday, and we're laying out this program. So we can provide a memo that has the kind of forecasted schedule.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Hess, I'm going to hang it up, but I am going to put one thing on the docket for the next council. I do think at some point prior to the next election, council should have a conversation about its ordinance governing contribution limits. There's plenty of time, but I think that in light of recent events, the council should have a hearty discussion about that at the appropriate time.
I think Councilmember Takahashi
she
had
already
a
did.
fairly robust ask for revisiting.
Then we'll construe this as an outgoing council member's hearty support. With all of that said, unless there's any other requests, we now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, November 26, 2024, for a joint meeting in the council chamber located at 275 East Olive Avenue here on the second floor. Thank you and good night, Burbank.